See, we're talking about black and African Americans. We're not talking about this beef shit that we're on. We're not on this drama shit right now. We're on Aboriginal TV's channel talking about Pan-Africans throwing shots at the Aboriginals. A Pan-African came on here, our brother, that makes our shows live for real. I gotta say, all of us need to like sneak together and throw this nigga like $10 because he's one of the only Pan-African boo-boos that come up here and put up a fight. People that just come up here need to see that. They need to see an African and they need to see an Indian and they need to see the debate so they could choose a side. Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it. Goofy motherfuckers.
I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my, how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they want to take up.
Not a coincidence is a major factor in this community and people don't even know it.
Man, let them have a discussion.
In your book that you got right, in your book, it was told in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
On page 29 and 30, you talk about African women coming from Angola and being brought to going towards Mexico, being hijacked in the year 1619, and 44 African women went to Virginia. So how is this equating to the slave trade being told in reverse?
What do you mean? That's part of it. I'm refuting the 1619 story. They were trying to say that the first Africans arrived in Jamestown, Virginia. I'm refuting it.
Yeah, but you don't say anything. You don't give any evidence to refute it. All you do is
yes,
say,
I do. You got to keep reading.
Oh,
like, what you talking about is the beginning.
No, I did. So you brought question to the fact that they have Antonio and Isabella, and where did the demand come from if it was all women?
Exactly.
But nobody said it was all women.
That's part of it.
But nobody said it was all women though.
I said it was all women. Yeah, I'm the source on that.
What?
I said it was all women. Yeah, I'm the source on that.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I said it was all women. Yeah, I'm the source on that. I said it was all women. Yeah, I'm the source on that. I said it was all women. I'm the source on that.
You have no. So what is the source for? It was all women.
Go to the bibliography.
We did. And
where's the citation, bro? Why don't you have any citations?
Oh, calm down, brother. It's just me and him right now.
Nah, we
I got the book right here. Hold up.
We having a
I gotta help y'all niggas out. I gotta show y'all how to research.
I paid $55 for your book and I don't see no citations, bro.
That was it? You only paid $55? And the citations are starting at page 129, nigga?
That's what you trying to do. Citations, bro. Money.
Bro, you don't know what a bibliography is?
That's a bibliography. That's exactly what it is.
What's the definition of bibliography?
It's not in-text citations.
What is the definition of a bibliography?
Why don't you have any in-text citations?
Yeah, I bet you won't be able to answer that question. How you gonna talk to an author about a book that he wrote?
Hey, bro, I don't more books than you, dog. We've been doing this shit longer. You ain't did.
I don't give a fuck how long you been doing it, nigga.
We own a publishing company.
Dumb ass nigga.
Let me ask him the question.
Keep researching. Keep reading the book, though. And yeah, be looking out for my stuff on Monday, homie.
When I asked him about the citations, now I'm a dumbass.
He ran away. He ran away because I was going to ask him.
Fuck that nigga, man.
Where is the this is bro.
We trying to chill so we can get him on this information.
Exactly.
This big, yeah, man. That's what I said. Old dog nation, man.
Break the lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they wanna take up.
You don't have the guts to be what you want to be.
The reason I do these videos is to see if people can be honest with themselves, to see if they can be critical of the people that they follow on these social media platforms. So up now I have legendary top cats who should be called legendary hypocrite.
I'm not in control of the family lineage. It's not me that can come out here and study something and go back and tell my grandma and my auntie and them that, hey, this is who we are. Now they know exactly who they are. You know what I mean? And I'm not one of these people who gonna come out here and tell you that I'm 100% Indian and I ain't got no, and I know what the hell happened here. You know what I'm saying? We have our burial sites down in Louisiana. We have 2 burial sites down there, one on 40 acres, another one on 100. On one of them, they have Spaniards. We have Irish. That's why I always talk about the Black Dutch here. We got Black Irish, Black Spaniards. We have Africans. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from that in my community. Right. I'm not here to lie though. You know what I'm saying? I'm here to talk about that.
How you know that, bro? How you know you ain't got no African blood in you?
Because I know who my mom and daddy is.
So you saying that the Africans and the Indians wasn't hooking up? They wasn't getting together?
What? No, sir. Prove it. They're not melanated. They're not melanated. Your parents are not melanated. Bro.
Tell you something, bro. We don't give them nothing. We don't give them nothing. Oh yeah, you know, in some cases, that nigga prove it. Hell no. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. I ain't seen no African nigga. Prove it. I'm not giving you niggas no Africans. I'm not. You can't have it. I told motherfuckers that my grandma, her great grandma was mixed with African. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of flack from that in my community. Right.
So you heard it from the horse's mouth. 1 minute he's African, next minute he's not.
I see you. You know, I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake. How you want it, dog? Huh?
Break the lane, I'm trying to make a name, but my sick thoughts got me by my brain. I'm searching for my how ironic how we hustle for the same, but get bracelets for trying to get a chain, and they wanna take up.
I see what I'm saying. No. Now you see now, you done fucked up, don't you? I see what I'm saying. No.
I just think timing is everything. Like, nigga, this it. This one right here. That ain't easy. Just stay motivated. Stay inspired. I owe it to myself. Stay down on it. And it ain't been hard throughout the journey. It's been a journey.
Hello, my niggas. Hello and hello, my niggas. Please keep it mellow, my nigga. Stop sipping yellow, my nigga. You itching and twitching and glitching, my nigga. Listen, my nigga. Snakes in your circle and them bitches hissing, my nigga. My nigga don't listen. One thing I hate by my nigga, so I just pray by my nigga. Nigga is hard. Niggas done gave up on God. Maybe God gave up on us. Maybe she angry we worshiping all these false idols, so devils just praying on us. This for the junkie, the fiend, and the loser. Praying to God in the back of a cruiser. I pray that prison can cure your addiction and devil's affliction don't hurt you no more.
Peace, y'all. So, yo, that last clip, right? That's from Sean P., our good brother, Mossy Warrior Clan. So it's an introduction video by Sean P. set the stage for the release of a book published by Dan Calloway and his wife. This book shouldn't have ever been published. Sean will demonstrate why in his response, which is a scholarly critique. And within his critique, he noticed a pattern of errors, issues, and misrepresentation of historical facts. If Dane is here to help you think, Sean is here to help you know. This response will be released here. And I guess it's not live yet, but so yeah, we got that to look forward to from Sean P. Yeah, Melanated, they real slow. It's sad how slow they are. Word, piece of the chat. Yo, share the video, like the video, man. Word, ever since Dan Calloway knocked my channel down for, I think it was like a month. You know, my views ain't been the same, man. That shit crazy. I don't know what's going on, but we gotta pick it up, y'all. I need y'all to put the word out, man. Share the video one time, like the video. But earlier today, I happened to stop by. I went to Atlantis. I was in Indian territory, or Aboriginal Powers Channel. And I just brought up some things I noticed, but, you know, one thing they don't like to do when it comes to me is they don't never want to share my screen. They never want to share my screen. I don't know why. This shit is weird, man. I guess they know if they let me show it, they're going to have a problem.
In memoriam and celebrations and parades and festivals, you know, what's up with that, bro? I forgot the name of that particular chief. You remember the one with he was snorting smoke out his nostrils, man. It was looking like a bull. It was actually the logo of tobacco industry, not just any particular brand, for the entire Virginia colony and the tobacco industry. You remember that? Real black, looking like fucking James Brown, Godfather of Soul. Do you remember that picture, AP?
No, I don't, Alabama.
Yeah, you probably could pull it up sometime. I mean, he's got smoke coming out of his nostrils.
Alabama's never
war bonnet.
Never know what
and the quality was in his car. I don't see no Willie Feather.
Skip it up a little bit. Alabama just
Browns, our families,
chatting.
Our meat Twitter is intimidating to think about that. Maybe you and Chief.
I'm over here waiting for a chance to get in there. He's just yapping. I think here we go.
I'm on here.
Not a coincidence.
You see, he called me out. He asked for this.
I wanted in the entire times that I've asked you directly, you have yet to answer one simple question of what benefit is slave existence to the descendant or the actual slave? I'm still waiting for your answer, good young brother.
I answered that 100 times. The benefit is it's always beneficial to know the truth, brother. But I wanted to ask you about when you're speaking of slaves, you got a avatar of contraband of war.
That is a specific statement. That is not a slave. That is a person who is in wartime existence.
All right.
What don't you understand about that? Now, if you want to shackle.
We understand that that's an actual historical term. You know, during the Civil War, what I tried to explain to him, during the Civil War,
escaped slaves are slaves that either got free when a Union army, when they invaded a plantation, they would take the slaves with them. They would call them contraband of war, or black people would leave and run to Union camps, and they would call them contraband Negroes or contraband of war. Now, the reason they call them contraband because it was viewed as property of the South. All right.
Kunta, let me take this whip and make you Toby then. If that's what you believe, that's what you choose, that is your choice as an individual.
See, look, now here is where the truth part comes in. Like I've been trying to tell you. The truth is that the contraband of war were escaped Black Americans who ran from plantations.
We're gonna stop right there. You're gonna drop black. You're gonna drop black because that is a connotative, denigrating statement. I'm addressing you for your talking to me.
All you want. We call
I am a.
Look, all because I can't even finish what I'm saying. All because I said the word black. It's ridiculous.
Addressing you for conversating with me, if that's what you're doing directly. You are not going to slander me. That's what I'm letting you understand.
Cool. I see you don't
want to address the secondly, if you want to address, I've already told you, if you want to address being a slave, that is your personal problem.
You have slaves as your avatar.
They are not slaves. You are a slave. Those are men who are on the battlefield, just like my father, my grandfather, and I. And I will not tolerate you lying or putting propaganda on me or mine.
You're lying. Well, you should change.
No, you are the liar, and you keep perpetuating the colonism and the lies of being enslaved. Now, if you want to be enslaved, that's your personal problem. But you will be challenged, and it will be stopped for the ongoing slander against the people who have been under war.
You're lying.
Everything he said, straight up lie. Everything he said, right? Like I said, we actually have, this is actually a real thing, contraband, living contraband, former slaves in the nation's capital during the Civil War, right? As the war progressed and Union troops moved deeper into Virginia, African Americans began to leave their masters seeking protection behind Union lines. By 1863, approximately 10,000 former slaves had come to Washington, primarily from Maryland and Virginia. The capital was not only a symbol of union and freedom, but also an actual border which could be crossed to freedom. The contraband were important to the construction and maintenance of the defense of Washington. Without the contraband, numbers and labor, the defense would not have been as successful as they were. Civil engineer Edward Frost. This is a picture of officers and African Americans enlisted men of the 2nd Rhode Island camp at Camp Brightwood. At the start of the war, the Union had no policy to deal with African Americans seeking protection. Individual commanders made their own decisions. Some commanders put them to work for Union troops, while others returned them to plantation owners. Yeah, you hear that? The Union was returning slaves at a point in time. At Fort Monroe in Hampton, Virginia, Union Major General Benjamin Butler refused to send 3 fugitives back into the bonds of slavery. He classified the escaping slaves as contraband of war. This term meant that once the fleeing slaves crossed the Union Army lines, they were classified as property. All enemy property that fell into Union hands constituted contraband and would not be returned. Because of Butler's actions, a federal policy was instituted on August 6, 1861. So we have a date for these contrabands, right? Butler did it on his own, and then it became policy. Fugitive slaves were declared to be contraband of war if their labor had been used to aid the Confederacy in any way. If found to be contraband, they were declared free. Well, let's go back to the video. Listen to some of the lies from these dudes, man. It's crazy. And this is what they call their elders. These are their elders. Right? This guy has an avatar with this whole contraband of war, right? We see they're black people, but fails to realize what that actually stands for. Now, I would love to know what these, I ain't look for the picture none, but I would love to know what these little subtitles say, because I guarantee it leads to these black people being escaped and then freed slaves and labeled property. But, you know.
War, not slavery, under war.
Contraband of civil war. You're going to come back as Negro ex-slaves. That's it. You're lying to everybody, and this is why I be trying to tell you.
You are an ex-slave. You are a hybrid mulatto slave descendant. If that is what you are, that is what you are. I do not have to prove anything to an agent of colonism. My statement and the statement says very clearly that war is going on. And it is time to check you collaborating spies, conspirators, and agents of colonialism.
So
now you be a slave. You continue to be a slave over in your slave dungeon. But over here in this community, we are free men and women who are tired of being attacked by the ignorance of people such as yourself. Now, there's going to become a time, a very short time in the future, that we will not tolerate the type of ignorance and the bilge and the poison of continuing to deceive people.
Like, at this point, he's not even saying anything. All he's doing is just, like, you know, saying things to incite the people. He's appealing to emotion. He's not saying anything factual. He's just preaching. This is their elder. He's like, I heard somebody, I don't know if he's 70-something years old. I hate to argue with a older gentleman like this, but the shit is sad. The shit is sad. It's like, come on, man. He literally, while they're denouncing, saying, oh, certain things never happened to Negroes, they definitely wasn't enslaved, blah, 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 blah. He has a picture of contraband of war. These contraband of war are escaped Negro slaves or freed by a Union soldier and confiscated. Either way, they was in slavery at one point in time. This defeats their whole white slavery narrative. This shit is crazy. Peace, Kemet TV. Peace, everybody in the chat, man. And I'm telling people, look it up. Nobody wants to address
about
that.
Some shit that never was true. And if you can factually prove one nigga slave in your woodpile, that's your business, not mine. But to continue allowing people like you, Lex Vortex, Queen.
And then listen to how he talks, right? Nigga slave, and he'll say stuff like monkey bone or bone in the nose. Like, he'll say the most degrading things about, you know, black people who say they have African ancestry or Africans. He just sounds like a white man. He sounds like an old white man. And Lucky brings that up. He comes up. I don't know if I'll be able to get to that part, but he sounds like a straight up old white man. It's sad. These are the Abo elders. All they do is spew hate. Because, you know, maybe when they grew up, they was ashamed to be black. Him and Sister Bethy. You know, they grew up, what, 40s? I mean, they was born 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s. I don't know. But they was ashamed to be black at that point in time.
Ass. And Jabari, which I can't wait for Ab Power to put his ass in the appropriate position that he is in. Because out of his own mouth, he has said that he is a CIA agent. He is a paid saboteur by the co-conspirators like Open Society, Black Lives.
Exactly, bro. Anybody could look up contraband. You know, what was contraband during the Civil War? Anybody can simply look that up. All right, let me read another paragraph in this. After arriving in Washington, former slaves worked as laborers on fortification. Khalil brought this up. They was laborers that worked for less money and were often exploited. They got paid, but not like they should. In August of 1862, workers were paid 40 cents plus rations a day for work. Often, they were not paid at all. By November 1863, it's recommended that the sum of $1 per day to a contraband was fair wage. November 1863. Look, more dates. Additionally, it was recommended that records be kept in order to make sure these workers were treated fairly. While the troops did the majority of the fort construction, contraband labor made a significant contribution. Like, this shit is common knowledge. And even if you don't know it, you could look it up. Something Abos don't do. Word. So how I'm the agent when everybody, they're lying to you. This shit is crazy. But we're going to keep doing this work.
Matter. And those people who use black connotatively or as description are participating in slander and libel. Now, you haven't been called on it for 100 years, but you're being called on it now, goddammit. It is time out for this bullshit and tiptoeing around accommodating people who are absolutely dangerous and are deceitful and demonic if you are nefarious. I've tried repeatedly to allow you that you might be innocent in your ignorance.
Everybody can see that.
But the manner that you keep coming to this community and keep pitching this shit, your days and people like you are numbered.
That's a damn thing. Contrabands were slaves who escaped to the Union lines during the Civil War. When the conflict began, the North aim was primarily to preserve the Union, not to end slavery. Slaves who escaped to the Union lines earlier in the war were often returned to their master. However, Major General Benjamin Butler, commanding Union forces at Fort Monroe, Virginia, refused to return 3 runaway slaves who reached his lines on the 23rd of May, 1861. Butler reasoned that since their former owners was in revolt against the United States, his slaves could be considered contraband of war and were not subject to return. Butler's opinion on this issue eventually became Union policy. According to the Confiscation Act passed by Congress during 1861 and 1862, all slaves used by the Confederate military for transportation or construction work would be freed if captured by Union forces. The term contraband remained in use throughout the war. You literally have escaped slaves as your avatar, brother. What you're trying to say, this shit didn't exist. You sound silly, Alabama.
Contrabands of war because the fucking land was taken from them, bro.
You cannot, you cannot change history.
You look crazy.
You can't change history. I'm sorry.
Yo, you look crazy as fuck.
Sister Bethy never heard of this. This shit went way over her head. She don't know what she talking about, so she's gonna interject. This shit is crazy. I just read from the source I'm reading from now. It's just this denialism. This is cult mentality, and they all will deny the facts. They'll make up their own words on the spot and then all agree to that made-up word. They are delusional.
Arguing with a bull.
All right, let me end like this.
I'm serious.
Let me land like I'm gonna land. You can go. I'm gonna land 2 seconds.
No, you
if you go, listen. If you look at your people's military records, guess what?
Anybody
some of y'all ancestors are probably labeled as contraband. If you look at your people's records who fought in the Civil War, you will find some of your ancestors labeled as contraband
of war. That means the fucking land was taken from them. Nigga.
No, they are property. They're property. That's why they're
contraband of war.
They are property of the Confederate Army. No, you're dumb. Y'all want to
you're fucking dumb.
I got the source up. Y'all want to listen. Y'all don't know history. That's the problem. He literally has.
We don't know history.
You don't. He uses contraband of war and doesn't know the term is for escape slaves.
Your ass came around in the 80s.
But he did a whole monologue
Get
about
your ass out of
we're not slaves, but he literally has an avatar about slaves.
When the motherfuckers took the land from us, they became contraband of war.
No, that's not how it goes. The Negro was property. You're making your own shit up. You never even heard of contraband of war before this, but you could do a simple search.
Tell me what I hear, boy.
You could do it. So if you did, you wouldn't be arguing about it. You could do a simple search.
About it because you
could do a simple search of contraband in the Civil War era.
No, stupid.
No, I do know.
You're dumb as hell.
I do know.
You know you don't.
Okay, look it up. Don't ask me.
Look
it up.
Problem with your
look it up. You can look it up. Go. You like
That's
newspapers?
The problem with your
Go to the newspapers from
dummies.
1861 to 1865 and look up and it's put in contraband, and you're gonna see they're talking about escaped Negro slaves. This is silly. Alabama literally has.
Are you through? Are you through? Are you through? That's why I haven't interrupted you. Good morning, Queen Mother, and I apologize for the disrespectful behavior of this agent. Now, number one, you continuously, without checking nor challenging white propaganda from the same white people that you claim have enslaved you, maybe you personally, and possibly your ancestors. However, under the same documents of the same white people, colonization was going on since Dum Diversus, Inter Cateris, and Romanus Pontifex, which is 1452. Confiscation of land that is not owned by you and your foolish behavior and position is an act of war. People may be kidnapped or be captured or possibly for a period of time be in what is either described as servitude or enslavement. Now, if you bother, since you do your little Wikipedia and Google searches, why don't you look up post-millennium, which explains very clearly what the goddamn absolute injuries, confines, and definitions of warfare.
Take a breath. He's just saying anything. Still getting around the fact that your avatar is freed Negro slaves that are labeled contraband of war, property of the Confederates. You can't get around it. I don't care how much preaching you do. And Patrick, you can go to my channel. You talking about what free people of color were doing. I can name some for you. You can look at Thomas L. Jennings. I got a video about him, a free person of color. You could look up the Freedom Journal. We was making newspapers. I have a video on my channel of one of my great-grandparents, or I don't know, it's maybe third or something like that. He was in New York, free black men in New York. He signed up for the Army. I think he was in the fifth something. But I have the video on my channel about it. It's a quick video. You should go watch it. So free people of color was doing what people do. They was working, they was providing for their families, they was making businesses, building industries, starting newspapers, leaving a imprint, a record of who they are and what they about. I don't know why y'all have this concept of if black people were slaves, all black people were slaves. This shit is stupid. Y'all need to sit down and learn history so y'all can understand. When the Spanish came over here with Columbus, they came with free black people. You got Juan Portugal. You can go to I think as they say in 1493, where they talk about they had a Negro woman who owned a hospital in Hispaniola. This shit is silly. When we get to America, Virginia, and all the other colonial areas, they didn't have slave laws in the beginning. They went off of indentured servitude. So black people, Africans who was coming over here and caught up in that process, they was getting indentured. We get the slave laws later on. I think Massachusetts or something like that had one of the first slave laws. I want to say around the 1640s or something. Don't quote me. But we don't get it right away. I know Virginia, they start changing shit up around 1670, 1705. It's not right away. And in the beginning, a lot of Africans wasn't coming because you didn't have the English in that trade yet. So you got to understand, we living in English colonies. Africans were being brought other places through the Spanish and things like that and the Portuguese. But when it comes to these British territories, they got in the game late. John Hawkins was in it in the 1500s, but after that, it was, I don't know, it was some decades before the actual whole England got involved. So it's just a lot of shit y'all don't know, and we could tell. We could tell.
And no one can ever be a slave or the property of a conquistador or a colonizer. In addition, under Roman law, which is international treatises, people are to be returned to their original condition without harm. So your idiocy, which, like I said, some people in this community will understand me clearly, will no longer be tolerated because your lies are repeating the white man's agenda. So if you are the descendant half-breed of a white parent, I can understand possibly your dilemma on a personal basis. But to continue to allow people like you to spread that over an entire people is a violation of Article 3 and Article 11 of the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Autochthonous People. And I yield.
A1, oh shit, A1 left to go and bring his goddamn computer. Hey, Ab, who he said he was doing a bill with at 5?
He didn't identify who actually was because he was in the middle of making a decision on
Is he doing
staying
it
on.
Is he doing it on
He said he was going to do it about 5 on his platform, but he wanted to at least keep it going now, so that if AP would keep the connection going, and you could assist him in that, because I'm also out here in possible Redneckville and the boondocks. But I'm getting tired of being infuriated by the ignorance of people like that. If they really want to be a slave, go be one amongst yourselves. But to have it infest and be toxic, to be spread amongst the people who have been condemned, derided, oppressed, enslaved, not slaves, fool, because you obviously don't know the difference between enslavement and being a slave. There's only one category of people in the history of the world, and it's still being defined today, that are Slavic or slaves. But the condition of chattel slavery, which for the same idiots, Queen Mother, who seem to not study what other scholars have done studying the history of slavery, the American institution was described as a peculiar one. It is the most diabolical and disgusting experience between so-called human beings to say that a person is born a slave. And how dare you tell anyone in this community that they have ever been property of anyone other than your parents, where you come from?
That shit is crazy. Tell anybody they was property. You bring up the term contraband, not me. There's a history to it. What's up, Smoke Signal?
Salute. Yeah, I was hoping, really, I was trying to get them to relent, to let you explain or elaborate on your perspective, but it's Sunday, bro, nigga. It was an Aboriginal service today, brother. There wasn't nothing I can do about it, but I've come to offer you a soda to crowd, my nigga, while you trying to get over your emotional.
See, look, at least I respect you, because you was up there. You didn't say the words, but you was trying to say, I tried to call you like, yo, tell them to let me share the screen. I called your name, but you act like you ain't hear me. Since when we not sharing people's screens, though? That A1 does that shit a lot, man. That shit crazy.
No, you and A1 beefing, so you really ain't gonna.
It ain't no beef with me. It ain't no beef with me.
But for real, you ain't gonna get too much cooperation out of you. You be the least likely motherfucker to get any cooperation out of A1, bro. You have to do that when AP come back up there. As long as A1 running the panel, damn well you ain't getting no cooperation. I wonder how Lucky lasted so motherfucking long up there. But hold on, I got somebody at my door real quick.
Yeah, Lucky was trying.
So while I'm doing that, bring up some old Africans, because you're gonna need some assistance, and you finna get a thorough ass whooping. I've been meaning to deliver this to you, but hold on.
All right, we're gonna see.
You gonna tell me another motherfucker owns me? You need to be drop kicked right up in the crack of your ass. I'm gonna step down off of that, Queen Mother. You take it.
No, you know what? What a perfect example of contraband or war is the Pequots, and that's a fact. The Pequots, when they lost the war, they were subject.
They were transported to Barbados, Bermuda,
right,
Jamaica.
But a lot of them became servants and butlers in English households. A lot of them. The dark.
Did you ever see the movie Quigley Down Under?
No, but
that was a movie showing exactly what you described as a so-called Aboriginal in Australia. Tom Selleck was a hired assassin that was brought down there with the long
They
gun.
be talking about nothing. Their examples be movies. That's how they know this shit real, because they seen it in the movie.
And he did not realize them to cross, and they're plating Australian criminals who of England, knowing about how much.
He's gonna babble on and on.
A1 going live, so this movie fucking the era of boom really good. And
the most sickening thing about
movies.
People like him
is
that you're sick as fuck. It's a high priority. It's almost as if it's something to be adored. You're sick as fuck.
No, you're sick for changing the history.
And what he
you literally
don't
got
understand,
contraband of war on this shit, and you're trying to
still,
pervert it and push some bullshit propaganda. That's sick.
And what he don't understand
old
is
for that
slavery
shit.
is
That's
the
just
same
sad.
shit. It's the same shit
Shit
today.
is real sad.
I'm a slave. I'm a
Shit is
fucking public
sad.
servant.
Nah, that's not what slave. We ain't talking about slave lives, and we talking about people being enslaved. Word, like y'all are crazy. Contraband of war. Yo, Sister Betsy, listen. Let's be honest here. Why don't you just look up contraband of war right now and read it for us? Like I did, and I read it. I know what it was. I read it. I can show you multiple documents of primary contemporary sources of that time in the term. You could disagree all you want, but right now it's just your opinion. You ain't saying nothing. Show it then. So prove that Negroes wasn't contraband of war. Prove it. One of y'all prove it. Because you're live tomorrow. It's a quick. You can look it up right now. None of y'all can do it. You're full of shit.
Lucky A1 going live.
I don't care.
You lucky.
Y'all sit here and push this propaganda. Y'all are worse than hell degenerates. That y'all act like y'all do. All y'all
Hold on, Queen Mother. All right, since you keep using the word propaganda, obviously you don't know how to look up language. Propaganda is the
contraband war. You say contraband war
is the actual use of language and communications to demonize.
This old dude, man, is crazy, man. Like I said, this is from 1861, Southern Confederacy newspaper. So this is a pro-Confederate newspaper. The contraband controversy. Sir, the plan of disposing of the contraband Negroes. So now we know Negroes, which Mr. Redpath proposed in your issue of the day. This is to the editor of the New York Tribune. Of the day is only feasible one I have seen. To send them to Africa, India, or Central America would in politic and too expensive. Anyone acquainted with the West Indian Islands can see that they are best adapted to the development of our emancipated Negroes. Haiti being only one now open to these immigrants, and from its size and fertility capable of supporting an immense population. We should not hesitate to send them there. But in the day that our government takes this step, it must go further and both acknowledge and guarantee the independence of Haiti, of the Haitian Republic. Such a policy, steadily persuaded, would soon kill out Spanish filibustering on other part of the island. That the administration will free all the fugitives while the war lasts,
may be taken for granted. Any other course would disagree and stultify it. Mr. Redpath experience doubtless makes him good authority as to cost of transportation and opportunities for employment on landing, and I trust his views will receive such general approval as to ensure the acceptance of his offer by our government. Emancipationists. New York, July 1861. The document explains fully the prime object for accomplishment of which impending struggle is forced upon the people of the succeeding states by the Yankees, those God-fearing, law-abiding, Constitution and Union reverencing patriots of the North, with whom we of the South here to associate and fraternize, always and even to our hurt, disadvantage, and deep disagree. By contraband Negroes is meant the slaves belonging to the Southern people, which the Hassans of Lincoln may be lucky enough to steal from our plantations and run off by underground thoroughfares into the lines of our enemies. Now, what we say, the contraband Negroes are Negroes that make it basically the Union lines to the Union camps, and they end up fighting with the Union Army and working with them and so forth. Right? This is 1861. We assure that the administration's Lincoln will free all fugitive slaves while the war lasts. There was no need of this assurance because though they denied by the Illinois blackguard and his filthy lying amalgamation secretary, Seward, yet every intelligent man and woman in the South knows that to crush out slavery in the Confederate States is the main object to be accomplished. By waging this unholy crusade against us, any other object would disgrace and stultify Lincoln and the hireling stirps now surrounding him and supporting his vain attempts at a caution of subjugation. Excuse me. It behooves Jeff Davis and the Congress soon to assemble at Richmond and the governors and legislators of each of the Confederate states to retaliate upon the enemy for these wanton aggressions upon our rights foreshadowed by this correspondent of the Tribune. Fortunately for our people, we have a perfect remedy for all the evils which our soil and our people are threatened, and it only remains for lawmakers promptly and energetically to apply it for the protection and safety of our rights at the entire expense too of the thieves who would deprive us of them. The capitalists of New England, New York, and other abolition states have many millions of dollars due them by individual states composing the Confederate government, by our banks, railroads, and other corporations. All right, so they just talk about I think that's it for the contraband. Oh, here we go. Let me see. Northern creditors to pay certificates or bond of the planter and masters
That's all you got to say. That's all you got to say. Contraband. All that Dusty was kicking up earlier about contraband, nigga. That's all he say.
No, I said that was all in this paper, but as you can see, no, it wasn't. But they talk about whose Negroes have thus been stolen from him, like I said, and so of every other kind of description of property, crop, etc. Right? They list these Negroes as property. Right? The value of the slaves and other property stolen from them or lost or injured, then let her sister Confederate states go to the relief and suffers the old dominion.
You know, that's cool, right? That's cool. It's a very heartwarming rendition of a story. But I have yet to see it validated with the actual people who are being called servants, right? See them actually identify themselves as such, right? It seems to be a lot of, I'm saying that they were slaves, he's saying that they were slaves, she's saying that they were slaves, but the actual slaves have yet to confirm that they were actually slaves, my nigga. I would love to see more reports with that type of authentication. I would love to see those type of reports. But yeah, we can go with the he say, she say, the hearsay, Look, continue.
Well, hold on. I'll be back in 1 second. 1 second.
Yeah, go find you a couple of lies, nigga. Who just came on the panel? Identify yourself, African or American, my nigga.
I am the American Lotus.
Lotus, what it do? You right on time. I'm finna get ready to leave in a minute. You can finish beating these clowns up.
Like we always do around this time.
I'm gonna beat. All
right, hold on. All right, my bad. I'm back. So what was you you trying to say? Oh, you don't see niggas calling themselves contraband? So you see it on military records. They understood who the contraband was.
Brother, I see Jesus walked on water on a piece of paper, my nigga. But I challenge that. You know, me, I'm a paper.
Smoke. If you can't,
I know. I'm a paper challenger, my nigga. Right? I'm a paper challenge. I'm not a paper acceptor. You feel me? I'm not a fax machine.
All right, I understand that. Now check this out. If you can't understand, so first thing we need to do is understand how to identify what we're looking at. We're looking at a newspaper from 1861, right? This is expressing the thoughts of the time, right? The current events of the time.
Wait a minute, hold up. Wait a minute. Is this someone expressing the thoughts of the time, or is this everyone expressing the thoughts of the time?
Everyone. So, all right, so you might have missed it. So everyone understood. Hold on, I got you.
I got you. This article, my nigga. How many people are giving credit for this article?
I got you. Hold on. So that article. Hold on. That article was it's a back and forth conversation between two newspapers, right? So let me go back to it because I want to show you. So it's to the editor of New York Times. So the editor of the New York Times wrote something about the contraband Negroes. Like, as you can see, the contraband controversy. Everybody's trying to figure out what to do with these contraband, right? So, like I said, it started when General Benjamin Butler refused to give back 3 fugitive slaves, right? He refused to give them back. Usually, they would give them back. That's when he stopped doing it. He classified the escaped slaves as contraband of war, right? Then it became official. What's the date? And then a federal policy was instituted on August 6, 1861, right? Fugitive slaves were declared to be contraband of war. Contraband of war. What does Alabama have up there? What does it say? Contraband of war. This is what we're talking about. This is the known thing that you can't get around. But hold on real quick. We got Matthew up here, and we also got Real Rap. What's good, y'all?
Yo, peace, not a coincidence.
Peace, man.
Peace.
I'm just chilling, man. Came to provide the balance for the African side because these Abos think they're gonna take over your platform. So,
nah, you know, I never let them do that shit.
Ain't shit you can do about it, nigga. Aborigines take over everything we go to. What you talking about? Wild Indians, nigga.
Bro, as an Indian, you're not even a real entity. Hey, bro, what's good to my brother Lotus? What's good, bro?
Peace, man. What's good, Real Rap?
Chilling, man. Hey, bro, I'm on the African side today, fam.
Yeah, you on the wrong side, my
nigga. You should always hold on. You should always be on the side of the truth. So did you see what I was saying about what I was showing about the contraband of war, Negroes?
Yeah. Y'all been here since the beginning, and it's funny. Like just like I'm gonna keep it respectful, but just like the Moors, right? Like you were pointing out that Alabama's profile picture is directly correlated with African history, and they don't even be knowing that. Like just like the Moors, like when they pulled up that American and didn't even realize like that was dealing with African Americans. You know, these people they don't do no research, bro. Like, and look, real quick, bro. Can you define to these people what an actual primary source is to get to a baseline? I think they having issues understanding what a primary source is.
Yeah, I can do that.
Is this somebody saying what a primary source is, or is this somebody proving what a primary source is once again, because I don't just go by what somebody's saying, my nigga.
Bro, you believe in flat Earth, bro? Just fall back and let's get the definition of what a primary source is.
I wouldn't say I believe. I wouldn't say I believe in flat Earth. I just don't think a globe should have a horizon line. It's problematic to me when you're describing a globe with a big ass line on it, my nigga. That's all I'm saying. But when you get the scientific community to change that line into a curve, then we can talk about it further, my nigga. But until then, we're gonna end that discussion
Don't
right
even
there.
bring that shit up.
Hey, and as far as contraband being African history, which tribe in Africa is contraband tied to? So I can look that up.
So look, now
that's what I thought.
You're not
That's
understanding.
what I thought.
No, you're not understanding what he meant by that. He's talking about.
No, I understand what he said. Wait a minute. Hold on. I understand what he said, but he didn't say what he meant.
Stop. If that's your only tactic, that's your only tactic for real.
No, you said you like the truth, right?
That's your only tactic.
Right? Did you just admit that you like the truth?
Is that your only tactic, brother?
Brother, are you going to answer a simple question? Because you niggas never answer simple questions.
The truth is, he's talking about African American history. It's still African history.
No, I don't know. You show me.
Yes.
Please show me where Africa America is in Africa, my nigga. Then I can accept it.
See, look, that's where you got it wrong.
Okay. You can't do it.
African American is not in Africa. Yo, listen.
You can move along.
Smoke, stop for real, man. African American is not in Africa.
I know it's not. So it's not African history, brother. That's American history. Thank you.
Hey, bro, we Black Americans and we African. We distinct from Africans, man.
Stop being disingenuous, my nigga.
Let's do this real quick. Hold on, real quick. Let's do this.
That happened in America is American history.
Smoke, relax, man. This is from Seton Hall. Primary sources, right? What is a primary source? A primary source is a first-hand or contemporary account of an event or topic. Primary sources are most direct evidence of a time or event because they were created by people or things that were there at the time or event. These sources offer original thought and have not been modified by interpretation. Primary sources are original materials regardless of format. Examples of primary sources: letter, diaries, minutes, photographs, artifacts, interviews, sound and video recordings, oral history, newspaper articles, journal articles, research studies, memoirs, or autobiographies. Primary sources may be transformed from their original format into a newer one, such as when materials are published or digitized, but the contents are still primary. There are many primary sources available online today, but many more are still available in their original format in archives, museums, libraries, historical sites, and elsewhere.
Let's go to those articles again. Let's see those articles again.
So okay. So when I bring you this.
No. I'm talking about those articles concerning primary sources. Let's read those. Let's read the list of those articles again.
You can read it. Go ahead.
Okay, letters, right? So if a letter is coming from the time of a so-called event, that it makes it a primary source, right?
Yes.
Does it make it trustworthy?
Oh my God, we're not doing that, bro. Just go through this.
Yes, we are, my nigga. Because you telling me it's a
no, look. Now, hold. Yo, bro, stop. I'm answering the question. Smoke. I'm answering the question. Stop, man. Stop with all the hype shit, bro. If you want to have a conversation, we can have a conversation. So
why can't you no answer,
I'm answering it. I have to stop and address you over the little kid shit. Be a grown ass man over here. I heard you was 50 years old. Act like it. One day on YouTube.
I asked a 50-year-old question.
So look. So now, can there be lies in a letter? Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so that for right now, letters are questionable, right? So anytime I see a letter, I'm gonna question it, my nigga.
No, that doesn't make it. No, stop. But what you would have to do is see if you could find outside sources referencing what that topic of that letter is. That's how you research. You don't just take one thing. So if somebody's speaking about a time or something, an event, you go out and see if you could find outside sources speaking of the same thing. Do you not get that? No, do you understand?
I get that, bro. I get that.
Cool.
I get
All
that.
right. So we can. Can we move on?
Cease with the ripper, man, my nigga. Let's go to the next article. What does it say?
Say bullet point, bro. Like they're not articles. They're little bullet point.
But
thanks for the correction, my nigga. Hey, what's the next one say? I can barely read it. You
diaries. So you just wasting time. You rather do this.
I want to know.
I want to know,
brother. So you saying primary sources are not important,
bro?
So you don't. So just say this is important to you because you don't know what primary sources is. So you would like us to take the time to go over it. I understand it. Okay. Diaries. What's next? What do you want to say about diaries? I'm gonna play along with you. Come on.
Please, thank you. Are all diaries trustworthy?
Like again, it's the same answer with the letters. You would have to find outside. You have to find outside sources to corroborate it. That's established. That's what any. But listen, that's what anything you find. You just don't go for one thing you find, brother. That's it.
Moving right along.
Hey, hold on, Smoke Signal. Look. Hey, Smoke. Hold on, Smoke. Hold on. I just want to say this. Let's just skip to the good one. But let me say this first before we skip down the oral history. What he's telling you is you have to have a cross reference to go with it, bro. That's what he's trying to tell you. Like you can have one, and then you have to have a cross reference to go with it. So since you asked him a question, let me ask you a question. When you skip down the oral histories, because that's all y'all go off of what Grandma said, right? Can your oral history not be a lie? Smoke?
Of course it can.
So let me ask you this. How would you validate your oral history?
I get it confirmed by somebody else with a similar report.
So you would only that's the only thing you would use. You wouldn't look for diaries, letters, newspaper articles, bill of sale, whatever you're looking for. You wouldn't look for other evidence that would corroborate.
If I had all that, it wouldn't just be an oral report now, would it?
Yeah, but the
oral report means that somebody's telling it to you. There is no outside validation with the oral report. It's passed down orally. It means there's no other memorabilia to assist it. This is just word of mouth from one generation to the next generation. Basically, your folks just asking you to trust them on this. So if my uncle telling me something, right, and my auntie telling me the same thing, and my grandmama saying the same thing, well, I'm saying, well, between all these three witness testimony, I can confirm that everything that they're saying similar has some validity to it, right?
So that would be confirmation bias, because what if your auntie, your cousin, and all these people got this from the same one great grandmother, right? So they all got the same source that has no other outside sources that corroborate what they're saying. You're just not understanding it. Hold on, real quick. So what you're doing is saying, basically, then if we was to agree to that, then it's like, okay, well, you got 100 Aboriginals in your chat. They all agree with what y'all saying, so that makes it true. No, it doesn't go like that, because y'all still have the same source of misinformation.
Brother, at no time did I say it made it true. I said it confirms that there is some validity to it. See, y'all got to learn how to pay attention, right? I know y'all don't like nobody coming in disrupting church service, my nigga, but I do not agree. I do not agree with your religion. And
I'm doing is, because it's going to take you 5 minutes to get to the point I made, because you like to take the slow road.
Look how long it take you to get there, right? It take you much longer, my nigga. So allow me my little 45 seconds, if you don't mind.
Okay, and then right after you, I got a question. I got a question for not a coincidence. After you done, go ahead, man.
Matter of fact, go on, get your question off, brother. It seems so important.
Well, no, it's not. Well, I wanted him to continue to read what is not a primary source, but go ahead and get your stuff off, because this is a teaching moment, because you're here to learn, right? So go ahead and get your little point off, and I wanted to ask, not a coincidence, to go back and read what is not a primary source now, so you can have a better understanding.
No, I gotta leave y'all with Lotus right now. I gotta go. I gotta get in traffic. I'll be back to beat y'all the fuck up later.
You better get up out of here because you
Running.
on the dead end. You on the dead
Track
end now.
Track star.
Like this dude, like this. I told you this is what he was doing. He want to go through this than to go through the actual sources for contraband Negro, right? He wants to bring us around and be like, oh well, what is a primary? Now I know he doesn't know because they show it in all their conversation. So it is what it is. Rap, you got something to say before I go back to the video for a second?
Yeah, just real quick, bro. If you can go back and just read what's not a primary source, and then I'm good.
So try to fit it. What is not a primary source? Secondary sources. Secondary sources usually use primary sources and offer interpretation, analysis, or commentary. These resources often present primary source information with the addition of hindsight or historical perspective. Common examples include criticism, histories, and magazine, journal, or newspaper articles written after the fact. Some secondary sources may also be considered primary, or I always fuck up on this word, tertiary sources. The definition of this term is not set in stone.
Tertiary, bro.
Tertiary, yeah, I always messed that up. So tertiary sources. Tertiary sources are further developments of secondary sources, often summaries of information found in primary and secondary sources, and collecting many sources together. Some examples of tertiary sources are encyclopedias and textbooks. You know, encyclopedias like the American Indian Encyclopedia that they all use. That is not a primary source. They keep trying to say they can go to debates with something that's not a primary source. It makes no sense. Again, this term is not set in stone. Some sources may be both secondary and tertiary, whatever.
Tertiary, bro. Like they used to mess me up. They used to mess me up too. You good? But look, bro, just real quick for you play the video. So that's a good example, man. And that's why he ran, because like when you go through the bullet points of what an actual primary source is, they can't define it. That's why they had to freestyle and make it up on the go. And that's what I'm glad you exposed that, man. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a fact, man. This shit is crazy. But yeah, let's go back to this video.
The enemy. That's first.
Yes,
the first casualty of war. The first. Now, I didn't interrupt you with your bills. I didn't interrupt you with your bills. I am stating what is a fact, not what your opinion is. Your opinion, which is given to you by your white slave master, which you continue to perpetuate by saying that you are a slave. Now that's fine for you. For the rest of the people in this community, propaganda of dumb diversus and the doctrine of discovery was that those who were not Christian were seen as heathens, pagans, savages, and barbarians. If you did not believe in their propaganda, white Jesus, baby Jesus, white man on a cross, white man who enslaves your mama and rapes your mama to make you, if you don't believe in that propaganda, convert or die. That propaganda is going on in 2023 out of your goddamn mouth. Now, this same propaganda, when it is challenged with the actual truth that we are not slaves, never have been slaves, are not enslaved except through the minds of
Alabama, you the only one spewing propaganda,
like
bro. Why are you not realizing you the only one spewing propaganda, bro?
And especially
you have to realize you're too old to be doing that, bro.
Half-bred bastard child of a conquistador, you are continuing to perpetuate your European
you got
propaganda,
and you suffer from
and
propaganda,
everything
bro.
that comes from
How
European origin
all day,
is to
you
make
too old, bro.
our
You like 75 and you spewing propaganda, bro.
to
You like
be
75.
Oh, you see how he just babbles on and on and on? That shit is crazy, talking about nothing. He does this panel from panel to panel. Like, that shit is crazy, man.
It's propaganda, bro.
Oh shit, what I do?
You too old for this shit, bro.
Is from
You
you
75 and you
and
still in
your
Moorish babble, bro.
European
But this is
conquistador
Moorish babble.
bastard daddy.
Moorish babble, nigga. That's what you're doing. It's Moorish babble.
Lucky K was like, yeah, it's Moorish babble. That's all they doing. They just a revised set of Moors. They taking this old shit that they said and just pushing that bullshit.
Brother, yes, you are. You are Queen Yamasi, bro. You're a Queen Yamasi.
I'm not no fucking Moor. Don't
Wow,
call
you
me
have
no
all their
bitch.
talking points. You repeat everything they say.
No,
You have
fuck
all their
you.
talking
Don't
points.
call
Sister
me no
Bethy, you accepted the Moors. You are a Moor by association.
Moor. Don't call.
Look, she get disrespectful, old lady. How does old lady be so disrespectful and be so wrong at the same time?
I mean, no fucking Moor.
You an MBA, Moor by association.
Fuck you, your mother is, bitch.
Hey, can one of y'all pull that link
That's
up?
cool, NBA. I'm gonna call you MBA Chief. NBA Chief Morning Thunder. That's what I'm gonna call your ass.
Only
NBA Chief Morning Thunder.
A1 or Ab Power have the ability to share the screen until one of them come back. Whoever that was, who was that was asking for something to be brought up?
That's Durham. That's Durham. I put a link in the comments.
Yo, Daryl,
Until Ab Power or A1 get back on the panel, they can't
brother
share the
Daryl, what's
screen.
up with you this morning?
If he's 75 and he's telling you history, he knows he's a
He
fool.
don't know
He's
history.
75 telling us propaganda.
You ain't got no respect for elders.
We ain't got no respect for liars. I don't let niggas lie to my face.
You got no respect for elders.
We ain't got no respect for liars. I don't let niggas lie to my
You ain't got no respect for elders.
We ain't got no respect for liars. I don't let niggas lie to my face. I don't let niggas lie to my face all day.
Hey, we headed right now. We headed nowhere. Right now we headed nowhere, y'all. Yo, let's go somewhere.
Hey, grab
Anywhere. Right.
What's good, Smoke? I like Smoke shit in the last couple of weeks. Smoke been in his bag.
I'm just saying. I know it's a passionate. This is a passionate topic, but let's go somewhere with it. Let me ask you, Aboriginal huddle up real quick. Let me ask you niggas a question. Do you have viable information? Yes or no?
That's the link I just put in. I just dropped the link in for y'all to look at. It's gonna prove.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's not detour. I'm trying to get some straight in here. Do we have viable information? Yes or no?
Yes.
Can the information be utilized to debunk these Pan-African niggas that's up here now?
Yes.
Can we please utilize the information to do so?
Gotta wait for ABA or A1.
No, until they get back, let's just shoot off the hip. But let's do it with the information. We're gonna keep everybody, mamas and grandmamas and kids and all this shit out the conversation. Mono e mono. One nigga, one question, you know what I'm saying, at a time. Do what you do, man. I'm pulling for you niggas. Go ahead.
Hey, did y'all see that back chat? That link I dropped in the back chat? Not a coincidence. The other Pan-African. Y'all see that link?
No, I'm about to call it now.
You want to give us a overview of it? Because we ain't gonna be able to look at that on screen, brother.
Yeah, that's fine. We can do an overview. So it's George R. Roberts, the War of 1812, right? He was a free black sailor, right?
Now watch how niggas dissect this shit real quick. He tried to make up some fake history like this dude. They say this dude was an Indian, and then flip it. Yeah, Daryl, where you at, Daryl? Cali, what's good, Cali?
Man, just chilling, man. I was listening to you guys. Just listening to Crackhead Signal, AARP Signal. That's what I'm start calling him, AARP Signal. Old ass dude. He too old to be acting like this. I mean, this dude old enough to be. He really old enough to be real rap dad. That's the sad part about it. For real, that's how. No, I'm being. It's an absolute fact. He old enough to be a father, and he acting like that. It's ridiculous, man. I mean, you want to get up here and argue, but you don't want to present any facts ever. Yesterday, you told me. Go ahead.
You see how you try to get me to walk down like what a primary source is and shit. Like he didn't understand it. But
well, he always plays ignorant when once he's about to get debunked. So he to him any source, it doesn't matter if it's a primary source. It can matter if it's a secondary source. He doesn't care about that tertiary source. He doesn't care about none of that unless it agrees with what he believes. If it doesn't agree with him, then it's fake. So at that point, yeah, it's kind of almost like a waste of time. But you could how many times that we backed Smoke Signal down into a corner, and he always exits. He either exits the conversation or he goes to insults, and he goes to insults quite a bit, or he plays ignorant, or he be like, that's not a legit source. No, it's not a legit source because it's gonna debunk you. Any source we can use a multitude of sources. That's the problem with you Abos. We can pull up sources for days. You can't do what we do because what you believe does not exist. You guys believe in a myth. And at that point, it's ridiculous. It's nonsense. So yeah, he's trying to run away from what an actual source is. You can pull up the definition. Newspaper.com. You got sources in news there. Well, newspaper's not a source. Yes, it is. Especially if it's from that time period. If it's during that time period, right during that when shit is going on at that time period, that's the motherfucking source. That's a damn good source. Hell, in some cases, it's a primary source. Shit, especially if it's from right then and there. Especially you got a newspaper. Think about it. You got a newspaper from that same town, and that time period when shit was going on. How the fuck is that not a primary?
Yeah, you got two newspapers talking to each other.
Facts.
About this contraband and Negro shit.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, bro. You can try to change the subject all you want, but we got too many newspaper articles. We got people speaking for themselves. In some cases, we got interviews of people telling you what's going on during that time period.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not even getting the writer's interviewing some people.
Like I wish right now, damn, let me see if I don't got my thing for Fold 3. But Fold 3, right? This is where you can get a lot of, military records. And you can look up the Civil War era records and look up contraband. Right?
Okay.
And it's gonna come up with nothing but about black people.
Facts.
And not a coincidence. Illa, two things. Can you pull up the Native Americans that wrote the encyclopedia, like the 15,000, like the picture, so they could see who the actual authors are of they fake primary source? And I want to say this. I was talking to Callie yesterday. You and Callie alone have shown more genealogy than any of these Abos I've ever seen, bro. Like, Callie's got so much evidence as far as with his family records. It's crazy. And with some of what you were going through on the last live when you were showing all your connections, that's why I said Africans do more genealogy than the Abos.
And how far did I go back to?
The 1700s, almost, I think almost 1600s, but you were definitely in the 1700s for sure.
Not 16, but it was definitely in the 1700s. But we're still digging, man. It takes time, but this shit has been a long time. It takes a long time to even get to that point. You know what I'm saying? It's hard, bro. This stuff is not easy work. But what we do, you have to find records. And you can't just because it has some records that said the name that's similar to yours don't mean it's yours. It takes you got to use multiple sources information in order to verify it's that person. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So just because there's people who have the same name as your family members, so you can't just say that that's them just because you see a name that's similar to yours, a family member's yours in the census. You got to have this. So in some cases, I have not only do I have the certificate of death, but I may have a military record. I have a census record as well. And in some cases, which I haven't even shown you, I got a deed. I got a deed of my grandmother being willed over to a niece. So I got all different types of records and shit like that. Yeah.
Tell them about your grandma that was born in 1831 that lived to like 1958. And like that's what I'm saying, like a slave narrative of somebody that actually lived in the time, that would be a real oral history. And like now look, he done pulled it up. I'm gonna lay my plane on this.
That's my grandma Maddie. Yeah, that's my grandma Maddie, man. She's from Alabama. Well, she lived in Alabama and she lived in Georgia, but yeah, she lived 127 years. That's on my mother's side of the family. That's my grandfather's grandmother.
Yep. So
just think about
somebody
one generation, basically like one generation removed, bro. It's crazy.
So somebody that was born in
go ahead.
Born in the heart of slavery and lived damn near to the civil rights movement. So there's people like that.
She lived. That is the civil rights movement. 58. That's right in the heart of the civil rights movement.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right in the heart of it. And right in the heart of all those marches and shit like that throughout the South. She lived right in the heart. She saw all that shit. She saw the rise of like Medgar Evers and Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Nation of Islam. She saw all that shit. She got a chance to see everything and before she died.
What state was she in?
She's in Alabama.
Oh yeah, she's in the heart of the
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
She was in Alabama. She was back and forth between Alabama and Georgia because she lived in Columbus, but she was also living in Russell County, Alabama. She was going back and forth because we have family in both places. Heavy. That's like right on the right on the Alabama Georgia border. So just back and forth. Still family day. She saw all that shit.
Nah, that's dope. We gotta bring that back, Callie. Well, hold on. Real Rap wanted me to bring this. So I just want to show this real quick, so I can put the video back on and shit. But this is the author of the Encyclopedia of American Indian Contributions.
That's a fucking Native American. Yeah, she's Native American.
Emory Dean Keoki. You know what I'm saying? So I guess they trying to say he wrote the book about them. What he you know what I'm saying? He goes around showing this book to young Native American children, inspiring them to show, look, we contributed to the world too. We just not these people on reservations that America then put to the side. So that was his reason for writing the book.
Yeah, I know what I said, but when we speak to these people, how come they never say what these people saying? No, we're not the real people. You guys are the real people. How can I never heard them ever say that? Any of them?
Yeah, they love this book, and this is the other. So this guy,
that is Jackie Forbes, huh? Him and Jackie Forbes.
No, hold on. I'm about to show you. Hold on. This guy, he wrote the book, but then he didn't have no sources in the book when he first wrote it, so he had to start all over. Right? It took him a long time. He was fighting addiction, things like that. He was homeless, living in the car, writing this book. Then he runs into this woman, right, who helped him really piece the book together. She's another Native American. Right? Why my shit stuck like that?
Ain't none of these people looking like us at all. It's sad, bro. But that's what I bet you Smoke. And with Smoke,
when they look at the book, when they go to the book, well, Dev Hefe should come explain it. He loved that book. He was just defending that book, right?
Oh, he does. Oh,
yeah, he loved that book. All that A1. This is their Bible. This is their Bible. That American Indian contributions to the world is their Bible.
Oh, they moved on from Jack Forbes because they used to talk about him every day.
Yeah, but they still bring up when they use him for just the term Negro, right? In America, they just use him for that, but they never actually read what he was saying.
They don't read what he say. He's not. When he talking about indigenous people, he's talking about natives.
Yeah, and he identifies that Africans and the Indians are not the same people.
Yeah, exactly. He definitely tells the difference.
He talks about how when the Africans and Indians mix, they were most likely classified as Negro, losing their Indian side, meaning they're mixed. No problem with that.
The same thing that happened to those Virginia Indians because they were mixed with Africans.
Yep. So any type of mixture, they was basically labeling Negro, and which would mean that you belong in that Negro community. So if you're in that Negro community, guess what happens to you? You start mixing with the Negroes, right? So now everybody's a Negro. That's what he's saying, right? He's not saying that the Indians are the real Negroes. No, like that shit is ridiculous. But
Hey,
yeah,
not a
that's the
question.
other author.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that. That's the other author of the book.
Hey, real quick, I was showing Callie the playback last night of when at like they last ditch move, they had tried to bring up I just forgot his name that quick. Like the one I was talking about Indians. He was an activist in the city. Yeah, I just forgot his damn name. It was at the end of the log that you played the other night when Smoke Signal tried to bring him up as a last escape ditch effort when like the man was talking about the oppression that Indians made, but
damn, how the fuck I forget his name?
James Baldwin.
James Baldwin. Yeah, James Baldwin. What they just misuse they misusing what he's saying.
You know, I remember I showed you that James Baldwin always referred to himself as an African. That's the hilarious part about that shit, man. Always. Just an absolute joke. I mean, come on, man. Stop trying to use our people, man.
Oh, hold on, real quick.
To themselves as of Afro descent.
My bad. I didn't mean to cut you. I was reading something in the chat. Melanated. What was on the screen was, if you ever listen to the Abos, they like to bring up the American Indian Encyclopedia, and those are the two authors that I was showing. That they try to say it's an Abo book, but it's written by Native Americans.
Facts.
And it's not a primary. They try to act like it's a primary source. Right. But let's go back to this clip for a little bit. Let's hear what else silly shit they say. It should be done soon.
Then they got picked up and they got sent over to Jamaica, right? They had to prove to the captain that they were native born to Americas for them to get released. I don't think all of them were American, but George R. Roberts got released. He was native to America. War of 1812.
Hold on, I think I know this story, brother. I actually heard this on a podcast. I want to say that brother was African, though, brother. I'm pretty sure the story goes.
He wasn't African. And we bring up the source, we can look at it together.
All right, that's cool. I'm about to click on it, but yeah, once you said that Robert's name, I do know that because that's it's like one of those black figures that they teach you about during Black History Month when you be, you know what I'm saying, like trying to find your shit. So.
Yep, and he had to prove his native roots, right? And he proved it back to America with paperwork.
So listen how he lies about Roberts, but watch how we catch him up.
Like I said, break it down for us. So what paperwork did he use? What Indian was it? You know what I'm saying?
I'm ready y'all to look at the source. I'm
I'm looking at it, but I'm saying for the crowd. You know what I mean? The crowd ain't gonna look at it.
You can read it. You can read it from word if you want to, but I'd rather just look at it because I don't to speculate. But go ahead.
Oh, brother, can you hear me? You said that it claims he was Indian?
No, it claims he was native to America. He was a black man. He was native to America.
Black man born in America with free papers. Okay. It doesn't say anything about Indian.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He's known for as a black history figure. He's like a big figure, bro.
He had free papers, which would tell you that some people are enslaved because he has free papers. If they're not enslaved, why have free papers?
With the narrative being pushed, but it's showing you that he didn't have no slave history or none of that.
That's cool. Not every black person was enslaved, but he wasn't free because he was an Indian.
So so what was he then? He was just a black person that was here prior?
Yeah, there was free people, black people in the Americas since the 1600s, brother. In the North America since 1600s. In Ireland since the 1400s, 1490s. Like, what are you talking about?
So about before 1400s?
Well, before 1400s, there's no black people. The first black people came with Spanish over here.
So there's no evidence, or there's no black people? Which one?
Both.
There's no evidence, or there's no black people? Which one?
Both. I said.
So when the conquistadors got here, they didn't say there was black people already here.
No,
brother. So yeah, he keeps jumping around, but So the first guy he brought up was this guy, George Roberts, right? And he happens to be a free black person who's traveling, and he had free papers. What's the problem? He tried to act like he was an Indian. And then now he's jumping to, oh, it was black people in America before 1492 bullshit. But y'all got something to say about that? Nah, y'all good?
Yeah, keep going, bro. I'm good.
All right, all good. Yeah, he tried to source up, and he's trying to misrepresent the source. This is all they do. They say that ain't no Indian, man. Never once that was the claim.
Columbus said that they was neither black nor white.
He actually likened them to Canary Islanders, brother. You know what the Canary Islanders look like?
Is black or white, bro. The fuck is y'all talking?
Canary Islanders are like a European tongue.
Well, no, he didn't use that shit, nigga.
Absolutely, he did.
No, he didn't, bro. That shit is made up. Well, nobody calling nobody black or white.
Whatever. Okay.
Yo, first of all, yo,
you can jump in all you want. Your man was using the word black.
I can tell y'all niggas is just like Alibaba said. It's fucking slave. Y'all got a slave mentality. First of all, bro, when you talking about the Americas and the principles behind the fucking Constitution, this land was always known as free will. This is the whole basis for the principles of religion. They're saying free will. You cannot force anybody to do anything that they don't want to do. That's number one. Number two, you sound real stupid comparing a slave to a cartoon, bro, on Alibaba's fucking Avatar. That's a cartoon. It's not a real person. And if you look on that Avatar real closely, look at it real closely. Elementary school student, look at it real closely. You will see these guys performing labor. Labor is predicated on a contract or agreement. No, they made an agreement. So now you gotta prove. Now you gotta prove that these people are doing something that they don't want to do beyond their free will. This is why I said the indentured service contracts are worse than somebody that's being no. The indentured service contract is proof that these people came over here willingly. If you step foot off a boat and say that they were slaves and they were kidnapped, the minute they hop off, look, let me explain something to you. The minute somebody jumps off a boat and they came over here without their free will, they are free. Why? Because they came over here without their consent. You stupid motherfuckers. Do y'all understand with the whole principle?
He explained illegal immigration from the 1700s.
No, because y'all niggas is stupid, bro. Every fucking
this dude, nonetheless, he's just a crazy Moor that don't know nothing. He changing the whole conversation to some whole human rights shit. It don't even make no damn sense.
Since the beginning of time, nigga, let me explain something to y'all dumb slave-minded niggas. Let me explain something to y'all dumb slave-minded niggas.
But you all
everybody since the beginning of the time realized that all living creatures have free will. This is a free will universe.
Free will from America was the foundation of religion.
It was the Constitution, bro. Do y'all niggas hold up? Are y'all niggas even reading the Constitution? Do y'all understand what it is? Do y'all understand what made America powerful?
All right,
it's because of that document.
Y'all
niggas is ignorant, bro. One person, bro. How the fuck can contraband be a human being, a body that don't belong to another human being? You idiots.
See, this is the thing.
Can't nobody force, bro. Can't nobody force you to do nothing.
I can hear the
you fucking idiots. Bro, we're not talking about a washing machine. We're talking about a human person with a soul and a spirit.
Oh Lord.
Do y'all understand what y'all saying out your mouth?
Yo, listen, and you sound like an abolitionist.
Bro, another person, bro, because y'all are idiots. Bro,
that was their argument, that they're human.
You have to prove. No, you have to prove that those people
there are property.
No, bro, another person cannot be another person's property.
So nonetheless, they're 18th century activists. You an 18th century activist, brother. That's what he told you.
Right in there. You would have been good, bro.
No, because y'all putting words, you are putting words in the bone other people who are not here to defend themselves.
Humans are humans. All right, but this is what you need to understand. During the Civil War era, look up the term contraband, and you're gonna come back with Negro slaves.
You're rational, bro.
For the Union.
You're not using rational thinking.
This shit is that simple.
No, bro. So you are assuming that these people who are working are slaves.
Hey, brother Daryl, I like that source though, brother. I like how you brought that source though.
The people who are working, they're not slaves anymore.
Listen, we're not ready, man.
They're not a coincidence.
Because they escaped.
Not a coincidence. Look, understand this, bro. Slavery is an institution of proprietary basis. That means once you're a slave, you are always a slave. Nigga, if you was a slave and then they was free, that means that person was always free. What the fuck are y'all niggas talking about?
Hey, listen, real quick, right? I got more sources. That's the first one I got. I got sources showing that Indians were enslaved or whatever you want to call prisoners of war. I got a lot of sources, but we just going one by one. So whenever y'all ready.
But I thought you were supposed to bring them over to Not a Coincidence the other day. We're gonna let you get all that off.
Nah, he was taking too long. It took like 2 or 3 hours, man.
Y'all planes be going flying.
Not a coincidence. Not a coincidence. If you want to go today,
I don't never run from. Look, we'll do it. This is today. This happened earlier. Where he at?
You do understand that source never said that he was an Indian. It's just that he was.
Yeah, of course. They never say he was a slave either.
No, he wasn't. Nobody's saying he was a slave.
Oh yeah, I know. That's what I'm showing you. But I'm showing you he was also native to America too.
Yeah, we all are. We're born in America. It says native born.
Listen, but did you read the whole source that says that they had to prove that they were native to America? All of them, and like one of them weren't. One of them was from somewhere else.
Yeah, because you want to know what was happening at that time? Africans was being brought in from the country. So he had to prove that he was born.
Wait, hold on, wait. The War of 1812.
We get a share screen back.
Yeah, you gotta understand.
Yes, illegally. Yes, there still was. Yes.
Yeah, the British and the you know what I mean.
So when you go to the Maryland State Archives, we're gonna everything we say. You have to prove everything you say.
Come back.
Cool. I already got the.
But you do know, like Maryland is one of the states that actually had slave conventions. So I don't even know why you want to bring that up.
Listen,
hold on, let me just finish this. When they talk about,
brother, I hear you, brother. I have primary sources.
You know what? Hold on. Because see, you keep conflating issues. When you use the word slave or slavery, that is first Slavs and supposed pale-skinned Europeans when they flip the script by saying indentured servant. Those same Slavs or slaves, when you even look at Benjamin Franklin, he told you they were the minority numerically on the planet. All the other dark-skinned, melanated.
All they do is jump around, man. This shit is crazy. All they do is jump around.
Context. Oh, go ahead, Phil.
No, go ahead.
I was telling Callie yesterday, context is the enemy, bro. They can never have like a contextual conversation, like just like how he pulled out that Ben Franklin from, like, that's from Observations of Mankind. Bro, like, once again, like, when you understand when he's talking about swarthy people, those are white people that he's talking about. It took me a while to understand that too, but that's what they do, bro. When you beating them up, you know, he's talking about conflating, but he's running right now because you killing him. When you said, bro, you don't want to touch on Maryland that has slave conventions, so now he just randomly pulled out something from Ben Franklin that I wasn't even talking about.
Word, like, who's talking about that?
That's what they do when they get beat up, dog. They just start throwing random topics at you, bro. They had nothing to do with the conversation because they can't stay within the context, bro.
Yeah.
And then the other guy from Baltimore, look, that emotion stuff, that gets you nowhere, bro. Like, that's why they can't have debates. Like, you know, if you're getting beat up in a conversation, and look, the guy brought up you know, being native, which we all know that just means that you born here. That's it.
The source literally says native born. Right? Look, this is why I told him he don't want to go to Maryland. Look what they talking about 1859 in Maryland. Slaveholders Convention. They're having a slaveholders convention. Right?
Yep.
They say, however ridiculous this idea of Negro equality may be in the eyes of the civilized world, for in Europe, Asia, Africa, and throughout North America, except in the New England states, Central America, and Mexico. Right? They're talking about Negroes, man. In the North, the question of Negro equality is nothing more than an impractical theory, for the free Negro population is only about 5 to every 433 whites in some of those states, while in the South, the whites and Negro population is nearly equal in many states. Right? They're trying to get rid of the free Negroes.
Yep.
Yep, trying to send them out the country. Absolutely.
Look, in New York, July last, a convention was held to persuade the free Negroes there to leave. Them, if this fails, the next thing will be to drive them. You want to get them the fuck out of here.
Remember, they consider Africa and Cartagena, which was Colombia, as locations for free Africans or the free blacks, right? So I don't understand, like how come we can show you shit and you guys can't show nothing? Do you guys intentionally not want to know history? Do you intentionally try to make up shit on the fly? Why do you want to live life like this when you can't show anything? That's what and here's the thing, like Free Papua, and like you're in the chat room, and I'm not even gonna insult you or anything. He said, all you do is insult in the chat room and say, dumb. This is how I know you offer nothing.
He said
you've never presented anything. You just come in the chat room because I know you love. Shout out to your views. You provide views and not a coincidence. And I appreciate it. You from listening, and because I know that there's something about the information that you appreciate because you keep coming back. But I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know how old you are. You have to be very, very young to continue to show up and only insult every day. You come to his chats every day to insult people, but never show anything. Never. You've never shown a source. You never presented any information. You just misspell words, and that goes to the lack of education that you have, obviously. And you are an African American who thinks he's from Papua New Guinea.
It's a good question. Hey, look, just real quick. Not a coincidence. When Alabama brought up that Slav, I know he was in that debate that you had with AP that day where you destroyed that whole sentiment on when you pulled up the Christian codes, or I don't know if it's called Christian codes, but basically a Christian was considered a white person, and how black people, you couldn't own a white, like you destroyed them already on that, and they refused to take that L, and they just keep bringing up stuff that you've already debunked.
Oh, here goes Dev Hefe in the chat room saying, where are those free? You do know most of the folks who were considered to be black slave owners were people who were just buying their family in order to free them.
Bro,
I'm talking about the guy. I'm talking about the guy, Dev.
No, Callie, you're right. Callie, you're right. You're right. I'm about to jump on my computer and show the source for that. We already debunked that, bro. Like
I know, over and over.
Yeah, like the book by Carter G. Wilson, I think it's page 46. It tells you that we bought our people as a oh man, what do you call that? I'm about to grab my computer, man. It was philanthropy. That's the term.
Yeah, it was a way to
it was philanthropy. Yes, man. I'm about to pull that. That's by Carter G. Wilson. You can look that up. Like, bro, like we
because of that, they look at that number. No, but they look at that number of people and they look at, oh, those are the black slave owners. No, they weren't actual tech. You could say technically they were, but they weren't treating their family members as slave owners. In some cases, they bought back the wife, they bought back their children. You know what I'm saying? Like they were putting their family back together.
Exactly.
But if you don't read, then you don't know.
Exactly. You're lucky. What's good? We got Lucky up here too. Lucky, what's good, bro? Yeah, I'm about to pull my computer up, man, so we can share that. Because it tells you in there, man, like black people were buying other black people as philanthropy, like you said, to build back their families, buy their families.
Yes, it's pretty pathetic out there. I mean, like, so you got
What's good with y'all?
What's happening? What's happening? Like, go ahead, bro.
What up, Hefe?
Basically, my question was, who were they? Because basically, from what Knack had said before that, they was acting like there were no blacks who was owning slaves. So now you saying that you guys got documents saying that these niggas only own a family. That's cool. Let me see it. No, I ain't against it.
Very minuscule amount of black slave owners, bro. Minuscule.
That's cool. But what I
want,
let me just get this out. Let me get it out, Kelly. Let me get it out. I really have it. All I'm saying is show the niggas who was owning slaves too. Y'all keep talking like it was only white people owning slaves. Niggas
hold on, Callie. Let him go. Let him go.
Hold on.
Let him go.
All I'm basically, me and any research that I'm gonna show you everybody motherfucking hands is dirty. I ain't never said Africans wasn't slaves up over here because I can show they was. But what I'm showing you is that Africans was enslaving other Africans, nigga. Show it all. Niggas' hands ain't clean, like, oh, it was just them doing it. No, it wasn't. It was Africans selling slaves to other people. It was white people selling slaves. It was black people owning their family. They wasn't just owning their family. It was niggas who wasn't related to them too, who they was enslaving. So I'm just saying, show the truth, show it all. That's it.
So yeah, I do show it all. Like that's what we talk about that. We talk about that because hold on. Because look, I brought this up before. Hold on, I brought this up before. It's an act to amend several laws concerning slaves, 1806. So this is why a lot of black people started owning their family members, because once they got free, well, this is one of the reasons, because once they got free, they had to leave within 12 months. Virginia didn't want no free people. This is everybody freed after 1806. So what they would do, and then another thing they did was that you had to go to a government official to pay extra money to get manumitted. A lot of people didn't have the extra money to pay to get manumitted. They only had the money to buy them from the slave owner. Then you had to go to the town official or something and make it official. So what they would do was buy them, and they would stay in that slave status and just live with them, not as slaves or somebody that was getting their ass whooped all the time. And it mentions it in that book. In this book, it mentions it. Let me see if I can find the spot where they say most people was benevolent. Is it at? I'm gonna find it. Y'all go ahead. Say something. Somebody want to add to it.
That's you mean what you're saying is exactly what I'm saying.
Let me clear up one more thing too. It's all good.
No. Before you go.
Let me just read this part real quick. Let me read this part real quick.
Okay.
Let me turn the line on.
It says benevolent Negroes often purchase slaves to make their life easier by granting their freedom for a nominal sum or permitting them to work it out on liberal. The exploitation type of Negro slave over, moreover, sometimes feeling the sting of conscience liberated his slaves. This did Samuel Gibson, a Negro of Mississippi, 1844, when he brought 6 slaves, Ohio, and settled them on free territory. Having economic interest in common with the white slaveholders, the Negro owners of slaves often enjoyed the same social standing. It is not exceptional for them to attend the same church, educate their children in the same private schools. Yeah, where's the part where they talk about the family? But the point is, our big point is that A1 and everybody else like to flip it and make these Negro slaves owning white people. These Negro slaves aren't owning any white people. So when you bring this book up, this book is just filled with nothing but black people owning other black people.
Facts. Shit, I ain't gonna lie, me myself, I ain't found no concrete evidence that niggas was owning white slaves. You feel me? So it's like, it's an interesting topic. It sounds cool and all that little shit like that, but I haven't found it myself. So that's where I keep it at.
If other niggas claim that they have, kudos to them. Just like niggas need to show they sources.
And
But
they ain't gonna
what I was trying to tell y'all before when I said about black Europeans, and y'all niggas like, ain't no black Europeans.
Nope,
The
not
very niggas y'all have in y'all chat who you bring up, Turtle Gang, he will tell you out his mouth, yes, there is. He will tell you the people his family went to war with from Europe were black people. He already said it out his mouth on his live to me because I asked the question in the chat. What did the Europeans look like that y'all went to war with? And they said they was niggas. Yes, there was white people with them too, but they were predominantly black people. So you got to talk to niggas who was telling you on first contact, black people came from Europe.
No, they
speaking
didn't.
those languages. Let me say it, because this is what was said, that black people came from Europe with white people, practicing those cultures, speaking those languages from Europe, and went to war with their people. So y'all can say no, no, no. You can do whatever you want, but this is niggas saying that this is coming from their ancestors. This is the story that's passed down.
There's confusion there. So you're talking about some of the conquistadors, some of those black conquistadors who were originally from Africa, but they did speak Spanish.
Yeah, there was
That's
black
what you're
people.
talking about.
So now basically what you're saying is those black conquistadors came from Africa,
yes,
locked in with them, and then came over here and started conquering people in the Americas. And that's not how the story's given.
So look, no. So, but look, you gotta get into the history to actually understand. The Portuguese, they get into Angola and other islands well within the like 1450s, 1670s.
Fact.
Yeah. Portuguese was in West Africa since 1415, 1405.
From right there, you know what the people of Angola would do? They would allow them to take their people and bring them to Europe. Not everybody they was taking was enslaved. They was taking, like, they was snatching people up, but they would literally take them up there, Christianize them. Some of them would stay up there. Some of them came with them to America. Like we hear about Juan Portugal. He was a free man that came with Columbus, right? So this is not a new concept. So we did have conquistadors that did attack American, what you want to call Indians, Aboriginals, right? You have a bunch of them that went travel west and a whole bunch of shit. So for him to have that type of story, I don't know about the Spanish wasn't up there. I don't really remember.
I wasn't even talking about they didn't say that they family fought the Spanish though. He was talking about English and the British.
That's the part I'm getting to.
Yeah.
Now I don't know about them using black people in that way. I would have to see.
And then
but I think I'm
Mayo
gonna land right
bring
here.
up.
I'm gonna land right here. I'm gonna land right here. You can go. But if I ask Turtle Gang, I hope he would say that those black people are of African descent, and that it's just not black Europeans that popped
But
up.
basically, he started breaking down that what race is back then versus how we looking at the construct now is not the same. And then start going into the religions and the cultures of the people and things of that nature. So he was basically saying, like, when you see the French, you think white people today, but that's not what it was back then. It was a collective group of people who practiced a certain culture. If you practice this culture, that made you French. You practice this culture, this made you like this made you like that, because religion and things like that was hella big, like for real back then. So what he was basically saying is that when we think about Christians or whatever today, we think of one set of people, but at that time it was not just that one set of people who was pushing that issue like that, basically. So that's how they kind of softly touched into it and then kept on going from there. You know.
So I just feel with that, like that when you say like a mixed population, was there black people in these places? Yeah, but if you was to look at the population as a whole, the black people is going to be a small minority, right? So it's not like we can even say that they're part of those people. And again, these people are of African descent. They could have been there for 100 years at this time, right? And this whole notion of racism, yeah, we don't get that until Bacon's Rebellion, right? At that time, it was really a cultural thing. Before that, if you was Christian, they would rock with you. That's how we get like the civilized tribes, the Indians, that would accept this Christianity and accept this European ideals. They're not looked at as heathens, or you know what I'm saying, or anything else that the doctrine of discovery was talking about. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. I want to say that's Inticatera, and basically with that laid down, anybody west and south of the Cape Verde Islands, even though they say it states west and south of the Cape Verde Islands, but really it was West Africa, the Cape Verde Islands, and west and south of that, all of that whole section. And if you look at the maps, how they give, like, just basically how they give it to us today, you're going to see that's West Africa, North America, South America, all the islands in between. You are allowed to put those people in the perpetual servitude for not believing in Jesus states, all Saracens, all pagans. So anybody you find, you feel me, is good.
Yeah, so the black people at that time, they would be called Ladinos, right? So
Ladinos with a D.
Juan Portugal that came over there with them, he would be considered a Ladino, a Christianized or Europeanized African, right? So
like
we understand,
kind of like him.
Yeah, like but we understand these people existed, but you know what I'm saying, that was in this Spanish world, this Portuguese world, right? But when it comes to the English, we come up in these English territories, in these English colonies. That wasn't the case. You know what I'm saying? They dealt with indentured servitude, where it was extended for you as a little bit if you was a Negro or Indian, right? White people, they did their thing. It would start 4 to 7 years, right? But blacks and Indians, it would be for a longer time. But you was able to be an indentured servant until they stopped that around Bacon's Rebellion, where they come up with this idea of racism, because they need to separate the blacks and the Indians from the poor white people, because those are the people that was starting to rebel and come together like, fuck it, we all poor, we all fucked up, some of us enslaved, some of us indentured, let's turn up on these motherfuckers. So that's when we start getting that class of racism. Well, even if you poor and white, at least you're better than a Negro, right? You start getting these laws where basically any white person can correct a Negro in public, and all this other thing. So it's not this picture that they're trying to paint where it's like, oh, we was in power, we had these white slaves, all this and that. Nah, our people fought hard for us to be in the position that we in now, and they just trying to erase the history, and that shit is crazy, and we not having.
It's still motherfuckers fighting, because it's like, you know how it's hella black people be like, oh, I'm Cherokee, I got Cherokee in my family. Well, shit, not too long ago, I remember I was talking to you on IG. I'm looking up, I'm just on TikTok or whatever, and I see old school Tasha, she posts something. But when she posts, she's at a family gathering with her folks, and it's like her grandfather or old man that's up in there. They start talking, and the old man like, listen, I'll tell you the real about them. He like, the Cherokees had slaves, hell of them. Then he break down how Chickasaw and Choctaw, even though they own tribal nations, they also fall under the Cherokee Nation. You feel me? So they was using, hold on, baby. They was using the Choctaws and Chickasaws as slave catchers. So you shake, they feel like you shook, or you was somebody who looked like a slave or whatever like that. They was going and capturing black people and bringing them back to the plantation or whatever the fuck. That's how they got paid. And it was an old man telling old school stories about it. We ain't gonna, what we gonna, you try to use a book to say he wrong?
So, yeah, I mean, but from what it sounded like, what he was saying, you could actually look in books and corroborate what he was saying. You know, they didn't use Indians as slave catchers, and they used the ones that fell under the civilized tribe, the Cherokee and all of them, because they was Americanized. You feel what I'm saying? Europeanized. Hell yeah,
I'm gonna hop back into the chat though and shit like that. My kids coming out here and shit.
All right, bro. Good talking.
And now the question Not a coincidence.
I'm glad you pulled up too, bro, because you said a lot of things. Like you made more things more clear as far as where you at with it. So I appreciate.
Oh yeah. Off tops. It's good though. I'm gonna holler at y'all.
And not a
Peace,
coincidence.
FA.
Read what's in the back chat.
Yeah, fam, I'm fuck with you.
Yeah, somebody in the chat was saying, like her name was Jennifer Harden. She's on her other account. She said Kiara blocked her public enemy #1 account. It's like her 4th time doing that.
Yo, yeah, I told you stop blocking. I'm gonna fix that right now.
All right.
Because ain't nobody supposed to be blocking nobody. Let me see.
You don't block nobody. Period.
You really ain't even supposed to be putting nobody on timeout. None of that.
No, sometimes we do it.
Hold on, let me fix some things in the back. Y'all go.
Especially getting too insulting, like being disrespectful.
But
I ain't gonna lie, I timed out Free Papo on TV. He was being hella disrespectful to True Story, so I timed the nigga out. I didn't block him, but I timed him out. You know, saying all that. True Story trying to have a respectful conversation. He just being calling little nigga, and I'm like, bro, nah, you got to get timed out. You got take about 5 minutes.
Usually I don't advocate for timing out, but Free Papoua, we don't really care about him. You know what I'm saying? You can get him out the way. But nah, yeah, bro, like that to me, bro, that just shows that the democratic process that Abos go through, man. They just gotta block every naysayer. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like we don't necessarily got to do that, but I definitely feel you, Cap. Some of these niggas got to get out of here.
Kiara, you better stop fucking around before you get your rich taken. Fucking around blocking people and shit, you're gonna be right back in that same spot. And then you're gonna be getting timed out sometimes, so you might quit.
It's not fitting their narrative. Yeah, as soon as Not a Coincidence come back, I'm gonna share my screen on that free Negro slave owners. That comes from the Carter G. Wilson book. As soon as he come back. But until you do, I can read it real quick. It states
No, go ahead and read it.
All right, real quick. It states most of these people have been forgotten. For persons supposedly well informed in history are surprised to learn today that about 500,000, almost 1/7 of the Negroes of the country were free prior to emancipation in 1865 problem. So when you skip down to the part that I want to get to, the part, this is why he took the records from the 1830 census. It says the census records show that the majority of Negro owners of slaves were such from the point of view of philanthropy. In many instances, the husband purchased a wife or vice versa. The slaves belonged to such families with few compared with the large numbers found among the whites on the well-developed plantations. Slaves of Negroes were in some cases the children of a free father who had purchased his wife. If he did not thereafter emancipate the mother, as so many such husbands failed to do, his own children were born his slaves and were thus reported by the enumerators. Sources. They can't deal with that, Kelly. And that's why I say go ahead.
No, I said of course they can. It's the same way they can't deal with information like this whole Black European nonsense. It's just not true. You're talking about Africans who moved to Spain, some moved to Portugal, and they assimilated into the culture and even changed their names and it became Catholics. So if you know about this, if you actually read about this history and stop looking for confirmation bias, you'll be able to find sources on this. You'll be able to hear about names like Juan Garrido. You can hear about Juan Garrido. You hear about Juan Garrido, you'll know that Juan Garrido was from Africa.
And Cali, a lot of these people that they saying went up into Europe, and because they was trying to say like they used the Huguenots and all these people, they're supposed to be converted Moors, converted Muslims. The DNA shows up in them people today. That's why some people come back and they got the Sephardic at 2% or the North African randomly in their DNA and they be from France. That it don't be coming back randomly West African. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we have to do a better job of depicting the real rather than just letting the nigga run off with, oh, the Moors ran up into France and that is true, so we can call them Black European. Like, no, fam, we not doing that.
Well, it's the same thing where they try to say that the Moors ran up into, like, Black Moors ran up into Sicily, and they say that Sicilians are the reason they look like that because they're mixed with Black. No, they're not. We've seen their genetics; they're not mixed with Black at all. Actually, it's hardly even North African in them. And if you look at their genetics, and those people are the indigenous people, and of course, there's mixing the time, but they were more closely genetic to people like Persia or something like that.
Yeah, like Levant farmers and shit like that.
Right.
Levantine farmers.
Like, bro, stop. You guys don't be knowing what you're talking about. You hear these narratives and they get repeated over and over and over. Instead of people actually doing research to find out if it's true, they just believe it.
I'm back real quick. Yo, Kiara, why are you blocking people? Because I just looked at the list. It's people. It was that person that public enemy. You not blocked no more. I took you off.
Hello.
But what you blocking people for? I told people don't block nobody.
No, I didn't intentionally try to block them. I just tried to hide their
Oh, this is what you was talking about the other day?
Yes, that's what I wasn't trying to intentionally block them. I was trying to hide their comments because they kept saying stupid things and I didn't want to see their comment no more. That's what I was doing. But as I was trying to hide their username, I guess it blocked them, but I wasn't trying to block them from the chat.
I mean, let me give you a little tip here. If you want to hide, if you don't want to see anybody's message, what you could do is you can click their name, you can go to their page, and you can block them. You can block them there, and then you won't see their comments in the chat.
That's what I did. It did it with some people that had wrenches, but for people that didn't have a wrench, it wouldn't allow me to do it because I kept seeing their comments coming up in the chat saying my name.
No, if you even if you I don't care if they have a wrench or not. If you go to their actual page and you'll see the 3 dots up in the corner.
Yes,
if you click that and you click block on their page, you will not be able to see their comments in any chat room.
But it wasn't showing.
She already knows that, bro. She's playing naive, bro. She
Callie, I don't know
that.
it wasn't showing. Why would I lie for? I'm telling the truth. That's why I got up here. Who is this bird talking to me?
All right, come on. I don't want this shit to get out of hand.
No,
Listen.
what I'm saying is that
I'm not talking.
Well, hold on, exactly. It's good now.
So
just take the advice that I gave you and try it again.
Because that's
that's what I'm saying. Not a question. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'll say just try. Listen, Kiara. Try what I just said again, and then don't worry about it. All right?
Yeah, but look, I gave it back to you. I'm just saying like this because you did tell me it was an accident. I took everybody. Listen, just look but do not time anyone out. None of that. I don't care what
I'm
they
saying
say.
is that when I'm in someone's chat, I don't time people out. I let them say what they say. I just hide your comment. But what I'm saying is that when I would go to their page, it wasn't giving me a list where it was saying block, like none of that. So that's why I guess it just went ahead and blocked them in a way.
You got to go to the top right-hand corner. Go to the top right-hand corner. You'll see an option there. It should say share, and then it should give you the option to block user. Block user, then you won't see their comment in any chat room.
All right, so let's move on. That's it. Just don't. I don't want to hit. I don't even like dealing with that shit.
I know.
That's one of the reasons. Look, but that's one of the reasons why everybody got a wrench because I'm tired of people timing people out, and I want you to be able to share.
I don't time people out, so that's I don't.
No, the main reason is you gave it so people can actually share information, so you can post a source. That's why that was the reason. That was the first reason why he gave wrenches. And he wants you to actually
timing people out. Then people timing people out. Now I get it. Some people come and say some wild shit. Yeah, they need to be timed out. But just the regular back and forth talking shit, man, we don't need to do all that shit, man. People, we grown.
I'm not gonna time y'all. Like I said, if certain people like you disrespect the true story, and I'm gonna time y'all. I'm just gonna tell you straight up. Like I said, you ain't gonna do that. He's trying to have a conversation with you, reason with you, and you just being disrespectful. Yeah, I'm gonna time you out.
Well, it's a lot of people on your channel being disrespectful.
No, there's certain people.
Oh
I know we can say they fair, but
they couldn't get back to information.
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on, real rap. My bad. What was you reading before? Oh, you found the what's it? Philanthropy part.
Yeah, philanthropy. Yeah. Let me reread. And
yeah, share
the brother
your screen.
Arafat wanted me to.
You want to share your screen, right?
Share
your screen.
I'm sharing it right now. Can y'all see it?
Hey, wait, yeah. Tell us the book again and why are we reading it?
All right. The reason why we're reading it was for that brother F.A. made about the slave owners, about people owning about black people owning other black people.
You're a little choppy, bro. You're a little choppy.
G. Wilson book.
You want me to read it for you? I can read it for you, bro. I mean, and you can still have it shared up there. I can read it for you. So if
it's because of StreamYard, man.
Don't worry about. Hey, I can read it for you, and as I'm reading through it, just you can start to move it up, right? So I can read more. All right, because it says, okay, what do you want me to read? Highlight what you want me to read. Okay. All right. All right, here we go. Most of those people have been forgotten. For persons supposedly well informed in history are surprised to learn today that about 500,000, about almost 1/7 of the Negroes of this country were free prior to the emancipation in 1865. These names will therefore go ahead.
Hold on, real quick, because I'm gonna get to the philanthropy part right here. Right here, you can start.
Okay.
Where is it at? I just have
right there. Okay. There were several reasons for selecting the.
Oh, right here. I see it. It's right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hey, here we go.
I'm sorry. Right here, Callie. Go ahead.
It's all right. The census records show that the majority of the Negro owners of slaves were such from the point of view of philanthropy. In many instances, the husband purchased the wife or vice versa. The slaves belonging to families were few compared with the large numbers found among the whites on well-developed plantations. Slaves of Negroes were in some cases the children of free father who had purchased his wife. If he did not thereafter emancipate the mother, as so many such husbands failed to do, his own children were born his slaves and were thus reported to them on probation for a few years. And if they did not find them satisfactory, they move down. So I can read the rest.
No. And hold on. His own children were born his slaves and were thus reported by the enumerators. Like that was the last line. Pardon. That was the last line. So that's what me and Callie was trying to show to Hefe, that I'm not saying 100% because Hefe did bring up a good point that it wasn't just 100% family members, but the point is black people weren't owning white people. That's the point. And Hefe did acknowledge that, which I appreciate from that brother.
But our point was we never denied that there were black slave owners. I was just saying that it was the number was so minuscule. You know what I'm saying? Like the Abos try to act like it was an abundance, but it wasn't. It was a minuscule amount. It was rare. That's my point. You know what I'm saying? But it happened.
That's a fact. No, that's a fact. And excuse my internet. It was raining earlier, so like that's why my StreamYard is kind of in and out. But yeah, that's a fact. That's what we were saying. Like, and if y'all want, I could put that in the back chat. Somebody that's got a wrench, they could post that in the YouTube. But yeah, that's what we were saying. It was a minuscule number, and those that did own other blacks, it was out of philanthropy. You know what I'm saying, to keep people from being moved all over the place. So that's the point I was trying to get. And the brother just said he saw the point. So we good on that.
Yeah, and that's the point. So Kiara, you up here. Do you want to share something? Kiara.
I'm not talking to you.
No, I said, do you want to share something? That's what I'm asking you.
I will if I want to, but I'm not talking to you.
All right. Yeah, he was on your side today. So, but
Yeah,
all
I
right, we're
actually
gonna.
defended you.
So
No,
to
I
go
didn't see
on.
him defending me because I knew what I was doing. I knew I didn't actually block no one from the chat intentionally. I was just trying to hide their comment, but it
All
wouldn't
right,
let me
yeah,
do it.
but can we move on
Now
though?
let's move
I
on.
know we want to
Can we
move. We're
move
trying
on?
to talk about the information. That's why.
Like, come
But I
on,
said I
please.
actually defended you, and I said don't worry about it. So you can do it this way if you don't want to see anybody's comment. But we don't want to stay to that. That's why I'm asking you if you want to share any information pertaining to the subject. That's what I'm asking you. Not trying to get personal. Trying to keep it to the information.
So I got this, Kiara. This is something you like. That me and you have contention with the term black, and I say that if you did genealogy, you found your ancestors listed as black. And would you agree or disagree with that statement?
Disagree.
Okay, so you have censuses that so what census could we look at that they're not labeling your ancestor black?
I'm not about to show my records.
No, not your record. I'm just saying what census, like what year census?
We can look. We
1900,
don't have to look at your family, but we can find somebody
18,
else's.
1870, 1880, 1900, 1910. I'm not saying your exact family, but what I wanted to do was look at the instructions for the U.S. Census on how to go about labeling these people when they come
Yeah, which
across.
state? And which state? Which state? We can as a census. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we
So
can
can.
then we could pull up states and we can pull this up here. But
Cause I hold on. I'm not a coincidence. Cause hey, real rap. I showed you last night, right? Different censuses of my relatives, and they were listed as who? What were they listed as? Real rap.
As Negroes, black.
My people aren't black, so I'm not worried about that.
All right, we're gonna get
No,
to that one.
but we're just asking you, what census can we go to where it won't be on there?
You can choose one. I don't care. I'm not talking.
All right, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. But I just want to put a end on this black slave owner thing. So this is a census from 1850. It's a slave schedule census, right, from Sumter, South Carolina, right. This is William Ellison and his family, right. He's one of the famous ones they like to bring up. William Ellison. They be like, look, oh, William Ellison, he's a black slave owner. And then they try to flip it and say, well, he owned white people. Right, his sons over here. You got Henry Ellison, William Ellison Jr., and Reuben Ellison. They also own slaves, but of course, the daddy he owned more slaves, right? Because his goes all the way down, and it continues to the other side, right? So
Right.
it says William Ellison here, right? And then, well, let's go back to the top real quick.
He's gonna be listed as Negro.
Well, he's not this because this isn't his personal census, so he's not listed.
Okay.
Well, we all know he's black though. They just listing the slaves on here, but we want to
Right.
look at this 5. We're looking at column 5. It says
Mhm.
description. On the description, they got age, sex, and color. Right. So B,
Right.
we know B is not for brown. Right. We
Right.
know B is not for brown.
It's black, exactly. Black.
Yeah. So here we have William Ellison. His first slave is 50, and it's a male. And we see these dots, which means ditto. So we have this B here, and it's just copying this B. All these black slaves, right? Males, females, etc. All the way over here. His list continues, right? This is still William Ellison. All black, all listed as black.
Mm-hmm.
Even his sons,
Black.
look, even his sons. They don't own not one white person.
Mm-hmm.
Not one.
No, bro.
So that
if you could go ahead, fam.
No, go ahead. That's just the point of that right there. But go ahead.
I was gonna say if you could pull up what you showed in that debate that you had with AP where you were showing Christians equal white people, like Lucky kind of said it, like y'all said it today. But yeah, bro, blacks weren't owning whites, bro. It wasn't happening. That like That's that fake doc. That's that fake Moorish doctrine that they like to practice.
Your stuff's messing up bad, bro.
Yeah, it's messing up bad. You might have to
Hey, look, man.
Go out and come
I'm
back.
gonna jump back on my cell phone, man. I'm gonna jump.
Yeah. But it don't matter whatever you pull up. You start pulling up census, whether it's from the 1800s, it's gonna list people who look like you and me and Kiara and Lucky as Negro. That's what it's gonna list. Even in her family, it's gonna say Negro. So you can sit here. I know that I can tell that she's never looked at the census. And that's just the reality of it. Because if she looked at the census,
my family is still not black, though.
I'm not going to argue with you because you say you're not talking to me. So don't talk to me. Keep it that way. Just stay silent.
It's still
Just
not
stay
black.
silent. No. Keep that same
talking
energy.
to you. I'm just
I don't
saying
want
my
to argue.
family
I
is
know,
still
but
not
I'm
black.
talking. I'm currently talking. You are.
When he tried to just pass you the mic, you told him specifically you're not talking to him. Now when he's talking, you want to interrupt him. That's not fair.
Nope.
Hey, Fam, can you hear me now?
Oh, you messing up again. You're worse. It's like Megatron.
RG, bro. What the fuck?
Hey, reset your connection. Go back out and reset. Go back out and reset your connection.
All right.
That's what you need to do. Go reset your connection and then come back in it. Usually that'll work. But yeah, when you went through, when I sat there, I showed real rap. Different census from different family members of mine. Military records, census records. It kept saying Negro. Doesn't matter what family it is. If they look like you and me, not a C. If it looks like Lucky, it looks like Kiara. If it looks like most of the people in the chat room, it's gonna say Negro. Period. You can sit here and you could try to say that it's not something, doesn't say something else. You're not going to show anything, so you're just lying. And that's the point of contention. But you can sit here and doubt all she wants. She's never going to show you nothing. She's always going to say, "Why am I not going to show you my records? That's not. Why would I show you my family records?" I know, because you don't. I've never looked at anything. So I'm not going to waste my time.
Witch, like he's melting.
No, that's how you sound. That's how you sound. Go whatever. Anyways, though, like I said before, we have information. I've actually done research in my family. I know you haven't, because you wouldn't be calling yourself Bay, right? You would know that your last name. 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 You would know that your last name comes from Scotland. And your first name comes from Ireland, and you would also know that your family is was used Negro on the census. Yes, I know who you are. You suffer from brain damage.
No, you suffer from brain damage.
You know, little girl, I'm going to keep that energy. You said you wasn't going to talk to me, so keep it that way.
Come on, Callie.
I'm going to talk.
Get your friend. He doesn't
I'm
know
going to talk. I just want her not to talk to me like
Nah, hold on, chill out, man, because we still getting distracted, right? So
I know I'm trying to keep the conversation. I just want her not to talk to me like she said she wasn't gonna do.
So yeah, let's deal with this. This is from United States Census, an official website, United States government. So over here on this left hand side, right, we got census instructions, right, and we got census instructions all the way back to from 1790. 1850, 1860, all the way up to 2020, right? So that's what I'm saying. So, and it's not like we can't say, hold on, why the shit I can't click on this? Oh, because I'm already on it. So if you see here, this is the instructions. I can click on this, and it's gonna give me something that we like to call around here the primary. It's taking some time to there you go. Right? So what do we have here? We have the 12th Census of the United States, June 1st, 1990. Instructions to the enumerators. Right? Under the provisions of the Act of Congress approved March 3rd, 1899, and February 1st, 1900. Department of Interior Census, Washington Government Printer's Office, 1900. So this is
not to cut you, but there's a brother in the chat room saying that this is what he's saying. Have you paid attention to what he's saying? This dude called himself the original one. He said, "Bet he won't pull that Indian census with Negroes on it." So he's going to talk about the freedmen, right? How about you would have bet he's talking about freedmen? Like Choctaw, Cherokee.
Mic check.
Oh, you sound better. Much better.
Okay. Appreciate that. Turtle Gang is in here too. Turtle Gang said he didn't say what Hefe said. But salute to Turtle Gang, man. And what I was saying when I was chopping up is when you had that debate with AP, not a coincidence, and you were showing how Christians equal white people and blacks couldn't own Christians. Like you can't own white people, man. And you had debunked that in that debate that you had with AP. That's what I was trying to say when my mic was chopping up.
Damn, I was muted. Yeah, I could definitely pull them slides up in a little bit. What's good, Chris? MVP Harris in the building. What's going on, bro?
What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good?
What's
better, bro? I didn't even know. Yeah, way better, man. Way better, man. I know my breathing still bothers me every now and then, but
good to hear, bro.
Way better, man. Thank you.
Any improvement is better, bro. Any improvement is better, bro.
No doubt, no doubt.
All right. Yeah, so here we go. We got the special instructions for certain inquiries. And Kiara, just so you know, in the description of this video, I got the link to that first page where you can get to all the different censuses and the instructions. The link to the video is in there, so you can find this one. This, like I said, it's the 1900 one. And when we get to special instructions for certain inquiries, right? So when we look at number 293, right? It doesn't say more. It won't say nothing about more, right? But what it does say is inquiry number 3, color or race. Under these words, right? White, black, Negro or Negro descent. So black and Negro is the same. Then you have Indian, Chinese, or Japanese. So they was called black. So if your people's on a 1900 census, if they wasn't labeled Indian or white or something else, and you say that these are melanated people, they would be labeled as black. Do you agree or disagree, Kiara? Oh, she might be going. I don't know.
Nah, she's still typing in the chat.
She don't want to answer. Chris, what's good, Chris? What you been up to, man? You got something to add?
No, not yet. I'm gonna let y'all rock out, man. Try to get a gist of what y'all talking about. It's probably the same shit, y'all. They Indians, slavery didn't exist, all that other nonsense, though. You know what I'm saying? So I want to hear how they're gonna try and attack it today. It's the same thing every day.
Yeah, they. So earlier, what I was talking about was we had let me see, this guy right here, right? He has his avatar up here. This dude, Alabama. You might have heard from him a couple times, or if you was on their panels or whatever. But what was that? And so I asked him about that avatar and the contraband of war, right? The contrabands were Negro slaves who made it to Union lines, basically. But so he has his avatar, but the whole time he's saying, "Oh, we was never slaves, XYZ, and all this other crazy shit." So I asked him about that, and that just turned into a whole bunch of lies from the Abos, basically. You know how they do. Right. So, Kiara, here we have examples of the census, right, from the 1900s. Now we can go to the actual census. All right. That's a little weird. Right. The census is from Mississippi. Right. And right, we know color is here, color or race. And what do they have people listed as? B for black. Not, we don't see Moors. We see black and white.
Facts.
This is the same type of stuff I show Real Rap. And Real Rap, no, because he's done the census himself as well. I'm pretty sure. I know Chris has done the same thing. You're not gonna find no goddamn Moor. You're not gonna find somebody listed under Moor.
Nope. Nope. Hey, look. That's part of the doctrine, not a coincidence. Like, before we got better, what I was saying, part of their doctrine is that the Moors believe that they're misnomer, that they're the Negroes, colors, and blacks. They state that in their doctrine, that they're misnomer, that they were misnomer to Negroes, colors, and blacks. So if you were misnomered as a black, but you're not, it's not making sense. I'm not gonna address it directly because I don't want to, have the excuse and the victim and all that stuff. But yeah, like that's they more doctrine, bro.
Hold on, Real Rap. What are you on your phone? Are you on your phone?
Computer.
You're on your computer?
Computer.
Okay, I got an idea for you.
Yeah.
I want you to go into your settings. Go into your settings, and I need you to go to your cache. Clear your cache. Clear your cache. And then start the browser over.
Hold on.
But hold on, I want to see if Kiara has something to say. You have something to say?
No, she can't. I just wanted to give him some advice real quick on that.
Yeah,
Clear your cache and then restart your browser, and then come back in.
And we have more examples of the 1900 census. And like I said,
you all.
What'd you say?
I'm listening.
So, but do you see what I'm presenting to you though? The actual census.
Yes, I see it, but I don't agree with it. But it is what it is.
But how do you not agree with the census?
How do you not agree with history?
I don't. Oh, I'm just saying I'm not a black person. I'm not white. I'm not none of this matters to me.
But what if your ancestors are listed on this census like that? I know they are.
No, okay. No, but hold on. She don't have to be black or white, but you go around saying nobody was called that. You say black people don't exist and we're black. So that's the problem.
That's our racial classification in the country today.
Right? So we have the instructions to the census.
I'm not calling myself that because I'm not a black.
You have every right to do that too. You have every right to do that. You do. That's the United States government. I'm just saying that's what it was historically. Historically, we were called black or Negro or color.
Yeah, so that's where the contention comes in at. When you say, nobody was never called that, right? Or do you understand there's a group of American people who was labeled as black all through history?
Okay, but it doesn't mean that they are that though. So
that's not the point that we're talking about. We're just talking about what they were called.
No, and they're much more than black. You understand that? They're more than
I'm
black,
overstanding you.
Okay. Well, she overstands.
Yes, I do.
So, I just don't want to hear you saying that black don't exist and things like that, because that's not true.
Hell, hold on. Hey, you know that the leader, or did you know that leaders that were at the UN, that the Africans that spoke at the UN were calling themselves Black Africans the past, was it Friday or Thursday or Friday when they spoke at the UN?
But wouldn't that be a no argument though, brother? Because she doesn't want to call herself that.
I'm not
You
black.
see what I'm saying?
Calling
She don't want to
myself.
call herself
So if
that.
black exists to you, okay. Black doesn't exist to me.
Yeah, there
She's
you go.
saying it don't
doesn't
exist to her.
exist. That's the
I'm not a
problem.
black-skinned person from Africa.
So we don't exist. That's what you're saying.
Yep, she's saying we don't exist. But here's my point.
She's saying that. Oh,
Yeah,
gotcha.
she going against
Yeah, we
history,
don't
and
exist. Black
she
has
says
no history. All of that.
and she says she's not a part of us. Why you here though? You don't have nothing to do with any of us.
Nah.
You ain't got
Don't even. Nah, Callie.
No,
Callie,
I'm not trying to start. I'm just trying to get an answer because it's just odd. I
Anyway,
know,
when they say that to
she's
me, I
actually.
don't even like it.
No, not a coincidence. I know she's one of us. I know that already.
how
I'm
am
just
I
saying
one of
she's
you when
saying
I just said I'm not? See, this is this dude's problem. That's his problem. He's always trying to speak for someone. Anyway, Neck, I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to him.
Oh yeah, Kiara, you never really answered. So in the 1900 census, you said you did genealogy or you seen genealogical records. What would your ancestors be listed on this census? We seen the categories, we seen the options. What would they be listed as?
Why does that matter? It doesn't matter because me and my family are not black
he
people.
always does this because she's never looked at the census, bro. She's never looked at the census ever.
Why is this dude is always attacking me for it? Like, what is his
That's
problem?
not attacking you. Do you know what an attack
I'm
is?
not. I don't want to talk to him.
I'm not talking to you. I just literally spoke to Not a Coincidence.
I mean, we see the apprehension in answering the question, so we understand.
Why
that
does it matter for what I'm saying? Why does it matter?
Because it matters to this conversation about history that we're having. That's why it matters.
What I'm saying is that what is that gonna prove though?
It proves that people were called black back then.
Okay,
so
but that doesn't
this
mean
whole
that they
idea
are actually black.
This whole
So the better question, Kiara, the better question will be the better question would be, what is it that you're trying to learn here today?
Who is this talking to me?
It's the one you said the Ohlone Indians were black.
Who?
You said the Ohlone Indians were black. You're from California, right?
No, I'm not from
No,
Cali.
she's from Tennessee.
Oh, okay, so that ain't her then. It's a
No, you seen her on Q Butter's channel
Yeah,
before.
no, you got
I just heard she was the one telling me about that the Ohlone Indians, but maybe it wasn't her. You know what I'm saying?
I never said
Yeah,
nothing.
no,
I
that's
don't even
that's isness, Chris. I know who you're talking about. That's the California shit. I know what you're talking about.
Man, y'all know nothing about California. Big ups, California. What's happening?
So hold on, real quick.
Hey, Lotus, I learned something about you. I'm just gonna say it like this.
Hold on.
I fuck with you. That's all I'm gonna say about you, Lotus. I fuck with you.
Nah,
I learned something about you.
Lotus. And on the 1900 census, what would your ancestors be labeled at?
In the 1900s?
Yeah, the 1900 census, not hundreds. The 100 census, 1900 census.
Oh,
you like to say nobody was called black back then. Also, I'm wrong.
Well, mine said color and Negro. Just said
On the 1900.
Well, it was 1940.
No, well, I'm talking about specifically the 1900 one.
Nah,
1900 Lotus.
Yeah, nah, everything said color to Negro on all my stuff I feel.
Well, that wasn't an option back then. So how do you get to that?
I have a death certificate for Noble Drew Ali, and it said Black American, and he died. Was it in 39 or something like that?
Who is this? That dude Swindle? Like, get him off the panel. Like, he's a whole pale skin trying to disrespect indigenous people. Like, get him off.
Wow.
No,
There ain't no such thing as black. There ain't no such thing. There ain't no such thing as pale skin.
Yep.
That's a fair equivalency.
Yeah.
He literally has
You can't have it both ways, sis. You can't have it both ways.
Thank you.
It don't matter. You're not gonna have it both ways.
Right now, his
So
skin is gonna
Lotus.
turn pink. If I pinch him right now, his skin is gonna turn pink and red.
Yeah.
Nope. No, I'm colored.
That's not a thing.
No, you're not colored. You're pale. So get out of here with that.
Got black, green, purple, red. I'm like heavily tattooed.
What's pale?
No, hold on. Let's not get distracted. Lotus, can you see what this is?
Yep.
So it's instructions to enumerators in population and agriculture 1940, right? Let's go to page 52 so we get some instructions on personal description. Right. So you said an option was color in 1940. You says column 10, color or race. Right. W for white. Negro for Negro. IN for Indian. So you said they was labeled Negro.
Yep. In fact, it said
All right.
NEG colored COL. That's what my 1940 records.
So
My
they're
hood
not
ancestors.
Indians. So they're not Indians because there was an option to be Indian, but they're not those.
That's what they were labeled in 1940.
Yo, Chris, you got background, Chris.
And the hood ancestors are actually Indians from Canada. But my ancestor married a French woman, so go figure.
But they're labeled Negro. So it's a person mixed white and Negro blood should return as Negro, no matter how small the percentage of blood. Both black and mulatto persons are returned as Negroes without distinction. A person of mixed Indian and Negro blood should return as Negro, unless the Indian blood very definitively predominates and he is universally accepted in the community as an Indian. How come they wasn't accepted as Indians?
Out. They bounced out. They left Canada.
No, but I'm talking about in America. You know, I'm not talking about Canada. We're talking about the 1940 census, where in 1940 it wasn't labeled as colored. In 1900 they wasn't colored. This is what you try to say, so he's wrong on that. But there's an option for Indian, and if they're Indians, why aren't they being labeled Indian? Because they should look like an Indian, right? Which says if they look like it, they should be called. If they're accepted in the community as an Indian, they could be called Indian. So they're not trying to stop people from being called Indian. So I don't. Why they not called Indian? That's the question.
Well, I mean, it depends on who's doing the consensus. Oh shit. So it depends upon who.
You mean the census, not the consensus, but the census.
So do you have any census where your family's labeled Indian?
Yeah, I'd have to find them. I have a couple of them. My picture that I always show, Mr. Mitchell. He and his wife are labeled Indian. My let's see, who did Hester marry?
Because in 1940 they wasn't shy in labeling people Indian. So I found a result. Right, I just put in Indian for race, and there's 316 people classified as Indian. So why? It wasn't like they're trying to hide people being Indians, because there's 316,000 of them.
Right. I mean, even though they were labeled colored and Negro, they were still like Indians. My grandmother in the picture right here, my grandmother, her mother was born on a reservation, Hester Reservation. And in fact, that was our own reservation. There was no man named Mr. Hester that ran anything. A male was called a Chapman, a woman is called a Hester. After they become pregnant, they give birth and perform their duties pertaining to childhood and shit. So it's like when you're looking for the IND. I mean, have you found any people that have that? The IND?
Yeah, I'm showing. I just said I got 316,000 of them in 1940. Why wasn't yours?
They were mixed. I told you they were mixed.
So they look more black than Indian. That's what you're trying to say. Or
they look more black than French. See, like I said, man, I'm dropping Native American slave trade, Pacific slave trade.
No, but where does but where does the Indian and
French?
Where does the Indian come at? You just said black and French, so they're not Indians. I want to talk about the Indians, not Indian people. So
when you say Indian, what do you mean?
Oh my God.
I mean, I have to be serious, because if you're saying Indian pertaining to a Native American, you're looking for a Native American. If you're saying Indian pertaining to people who are what are called Aboriginal American Indian, that's my answer. They're from Canada, and they migrated from
No,
Canada
dog.
into
No, dude.
America. So
You just conflated that. You just conflated that, man. You conflated that
no, I
bad.
didn't.
Native American and Indian, excuse me, in Native Americans and Indians are synonymous with one another. When you see the term colors start popping up in Virginia around 1930 or around 1857 to 1930, that was so they could protect the superiority of whiteness. So they started calling American Indians or Native Americans, they started calling them colors because they put them at the level of the Negro. They put them on the same political scale as the Negro. That's all. They were trying to protect whiteness. I read this on my channel. So that's just what y'all doing. Y'all grabbing words and y'all grabbing these words and y'all playing semantics with them. Native American and indigenous people are one and the same.
well, my point is the people who we're calling Native Americans today are not from here. These people are Chinese, Japanese, Mongolian, over here Pacific slave trade.
Nah, I don't know what you're talking
Over
about with that.
130,000 they brought in the
That's only
19th
5% of the
century.
people in, that
And then
identified
you
today are a result of Pacific slave
hold
trade.
on. I'm sharing something with you that you don't know. You have the
The
Dayhurst
Pacific slave
colony.
trade is not the reason why Native Americans look like
The
they look.
Dayhurst colony
Right.
brought over tens of thousands of those Siberians and Sicilians. Look into all the Hollywood stuff of people playing Native Americans, and then out of nowhere they got these Native American tribes. Then you got the Pacific slave trade, the Coolie trade. That's the Japanese, the Mongolians, and the Chinese that came over.
Can I get
to
some
the West
dates?
Coast.
Can I get some dates for this?
And was only 40 to 120,000, brother. So you want to keep
Because
going
I'm trying
on?
to figure out how you
Nope,
lump in 500
138.
years of history into this right now. I'm trying to figure out how you tying into 500 years worth of history here. I'm trying to figure that out.
Wait, it's loud where I'm at, so give me a second, y'all.
Yeah, he's trying to tie the history, but he's trying to hide the
I put
DNA.
my sources in the back chat.
We can't talk about the Pacific slave trade and then not understand that the evidence is the genetic evidence of the people, brother. Like, them people are not a vast majority, brother. They are a small, minute minority. 5% of the population, brother, can be traced to Filipino, China, and the Manila Galleon. This is not no big Pacific slave trade that could rival the transatlantic slave trade.
Wait, hold on. So he's trying to say that
I got that
these people on the
sources in the back
census
chat though, but it's loud where I'm
are
at.
chinos.
Yeah, bro.
That's what he's trying to say.
He trying to say the Chinos replaced the Indians based off the Pacific slave trade, fam.
Damn, I don't want to go find that book, man.
Who was arguing? Matter of fact, Babylon Dunn was arguing that on
Hey,
two
you
butter
guys,
panels.
you guys saw that John posted his book, right? His book is available.
Yeah,
I posted it in the back chat.
I played.
You can download it now.
Oh, I know you get that. I played the trailer of it though. Let me see.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, here you go. Yeah, here you go. It was told in reverse. The untold truth about the task revisited. About the trade, I guess. Revisited. Oh, transatlantic slave trade task. Okay. Kofi Pasai, Masi Warrior Clan. All right. Yeah, we're gonna download this. What it say? It says the following is a critical analysis of the book. It was told in reverse. The untold truth about the transatlantic slave trade by Tanisha Dan Calloway Inc. I'm just here to make you think. Inc. 2022. After a thorough
I'm just here to make you stink.
After a thorough literature review of this published work and bibliography, we will be examining the strengths and weaknesses of the argument put forth in their book by Mr. and Mrs. Calloway. Believe that the transatlantic slave trade is folklore, that specific details of this historic event did not happen the way it was told, the way it has been told, and that it happened in reverse. We will examine several pieces of the argument in this book and see if they provide evidence of their view. Their analysis will also review the research methodology of Mr. and Ms. Calloway, editorial errors, and improper use of in-text citation, if any exists. All right. So yeah, everybody need to go download this. All right, it's free. Let me see.
My Pacific slave trade sources in the back. Slave trade.
And I also wanna say you can actually go get that book. Wink, wink. And it's trash. You can read it in about 20 minutes. That book takes 20 minutes to read.
No, that's Sean's book. The book we just talking about. That's the Sean. That's Sean.
No, not Sean's book. I'm telling him about James Lane that away.
Oh yeah, Lane. Waste a day.
Lane that away. Yeah.
I don't support Dane Calloway.
Big ups, Dane Calloway.
That's good. You shouldn't support him.
Nah, man.
What up, Dane?
Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. All right, nah. So do you support his information?
Which information from Dan Calloway? Which one?
On the slave trade.
He's saying that people were sold into slavery in America and were brought to Africa.
No, that's not what he's saying.
Oh, meaning like people was
He's
brought
saying
from
the
Africa
Africans brought to Mexico. African women.
Are you saying if we support him saying that people was brought from Africa to America?
No. I didn't say how it went. He has a book called "It Was Told in Reverse." Do you support what he pushes in that book?
I haven't read the book. I don't watch his channel or support Dane Calloway. So
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, what about you, Lotus? That's an honest answer, Kiara. Thank you.
Yeah,
what about
I'm pretty much. I have to read exactly what he's saying about it, because if he's talking about the American colonial society, then I would say that it's not a reverse slave trade, because they didn't go over there as slaves from America to Africa. So it's like, if he's not talking about the ACS, then I don't know. I don't know. I need some context.
Bro, do you support the fact that he said that slaves didn't come to America? On the book, he's got white slaves.
Absolutely.
Oh,
I do not.
Okay.
I do not believe
Chris, remember he contradicting himself in the book, though.
I know I've read the book. That's what I'm saying. He's talking about and slaves from Angola coming over. Yeah.
Chris,
so you're done there. So he just said he don't agree, but he do agree that slaves didn't come here. Now, my next question is, since we're gonna keep it straight academic, which sources are you reading on White Lotus to say that slavery didn't happen? What books, what material are you reading that supports what you're saying?
Oh, we taking shots now. Most valuable pseudo. Okay,
no, I'm keeping it academic. I want to know which sources and what.
You said White Lotus. You gonna say you keep it academic? He said White Lotus. Okay. So sources that it didn't happen, because
now,
like I told you,
and sources are. I want what material is it that you're reading? The author. You should be able to just pop it off just like that. It's like if I told you, if I was reading books on Egypt, I would cite people like John Romer, Toby Wilkinson, etc. I would show you those people. You know what I'm saying? If you ask me about comparative mythology, I would give you people like Ahmed Osman, D.M. Murdoch, etc. You know what I'm saying? Gadala, Joseph Gadala. I would give you those type of authors. You know what I'm saying? So I'm asking you for some authors. You should be able to pop them right off.
Okay. You're asking for authors that said the slave trade didn't happen?
I want to know what material are you reading that leads you to these conclusions that the slave trade never happened? Yes.
I'm not reading material. I talked to people from Africa, and I was interviewing people from Africa for the last 15 years. So I was trying to get, actual people who wrote books that are from Africa, like Rita Elawa from Cairo. She wrote 3 books. Hago Salamayahu from Ethiopia wrote 2 books. What were those books about?
What was those books about?
Well, Rita Eloise, she's into some old Sufism type of stuff. She's from Cairo, born in Cairo, member of Black Lotus
But what does that
Civilization.
have to? And can you show me how? What does that have to do with what I asked you though?
Well, I talked about two people, so I'm giving one. Then you have Hagos Alamiya, who wrote a book about all the satanic lies in Western history, who told me in the interview 95% of anything coming out of Western civilization, as in history, knowledge, science, and all that shit, he said 95% of that shit is a lie. He put it in his book too. And he explained how all their story and history is just a hijack that they took during periods of time.
What's the name of this book?
Hold on. And I'm driving and shit.
I mean, you're talking about you're talking about Satan. Yeah, but you're talking about Satan and stuff like that. Like, what are we talking about the devil for? I'm confused on that.
Yeah, so the name drop ain't work, Lotus.
Lotus bugging.
Yeah, like what them authors got to do with anything? Come on, man.
They said shit is a fucking. All right, there goes the book. It's called "Exposing the Satanic Lies of Western History."
It's called what? You breaking up?
Exposing the Satanic Life and Lies of Western History.
So I have to listen to a book talking about the devil.
No, he's not talking about a physical devil out of a religious background or something like that. He's saying that the one that we call pale face, European, white man, Neanderthal, whatever, he's saying that they are Satan, they are the devil.
So what about the gate? You said you listened, but one of the things that you stated was you said that Africans, you talk to Africans, but Africans teach slavery happened. I'm confused. Are you just listening to the select few that agree with your narrative? Or are you really getting into some hardcore research? Because they literally, don't cut me off real quick. Don't cut me off real quick. Let me finish this up, King. They literally have something called the gates of no return. And in the gates of no return, they have it where they talk about how slaves, how their ancestors left for the new world and never returned. So when you say you're talking to Africans, what Africans are you talking to? Because Africans, even in Ghana, even apologize for their role in slavery. So what Africans are you talking to? This is where the repatriation comes in at.
I talk to traditional Africans and Africans
what is
of
African,
nobility. Like,
break this down. What is a traditional African, brother?
They're not Muslim. They're not Christian. They're not Catholic. They're into their tradition that is pertaining to their lineage, their culture, and their people. That means that whatever they practice is something they identify with their ancestors.
Brother, I'm not asking you about, listen, I'm not asking you about religious practices. I'm asking you about historical events that took place.
Yeah, and the traditional people who y'all call Africans, the traditional Oyo, Ile Ife, told me that they do not have that story in their history. But he showed me the actual, the sign.
Do you know who Sam Acho is? And Emmanuel Acho?
No.
You never heard of those two? Nope. They play football at the University of Texas in the NFL. They said that their grandfather actually stole slaves. They're from Nigeria.
Okay, their grandfather sold slaves. Yeah, that would be in the 19th century, right?
Sold slaves to the Europeans. Yes.
Okay, I don't deny that. But if you talk about some 1619 or some 1492, no African is going to tell you that, oh yeah, my great Mansa Musa and all them were out there selling. You're not going to hear that story.
Yeah, they do.
You'll never hear that story. From a traditional.
You made that up. You made that up.
You guys get that from Muslims and Christians and people who believe in God and Jesus and all that shit over there in Africa.
So what about
you know what I noticed? White Lotus. You know what I noticed you do?
Most valuable.
You preface a lot of your understanding. You preface light skin ain't got nothing to do with it. We're not going into colorism because that shows more of your self-hate. You understand what I'm saying? But you preface a lot of your understanding with religion. Ain't that your name?
Calling me White Lotus, the only person that was a part of the Afrocentric community that actually had people from Africa, while you Western Eurocentrics sit here, fabricate a bunch of damn Greek, Latin, German, British, Austrian ass, Scandinavian ass information that no people in Africa
Yo, your
who are
word salad
traditional
not even
agree with.
working over here.
So that's
Your
not my
word
problem. That's
salad ain't
y'all
even
problem.
working right now, dude.
It's not a word salad.
Because
It's
the
what y'all
British teach
believe.
I'm
Y'all
sorry, the
love the
British teach that
British.
slavery happened.
That's why y'all love them. They created your narrative, your whole
Hey,
fabricated
Lotus,
story,
you're
your
gonna bring up the
satire.
Royal Society next. You're gonna bring up the Royal Society next, Lotus.
I brought them up already. They run all y'all. Damn, I gotta explain that again. Y'all didn't look that up yet? That the Royal Society created the slave trade narrative? Oh, that's y'all. Y'all lacking. Get y'all study up.
Yeah, they must have created the Pacific slave trade narrative too, then, huh?
Yeah, because you sure enough believe in that one, don't you?
Yep.
But
They were
this
part
is
of that
silly. But
too.
listen, let me tell you this real quick, Lotus. We got an excerpt letter from Nzinga Mbiba to Portugal, King Zhao III. In this letter, he talks about his people being enslaved and taken by white people. Right? So when you say this doesn't exist in these times, it absolutely does. Right? It absolutely does.
We got chiefs writing letters trying to stop slavery.
Look, yeah.
And kings.
So look, he goes, many are people keenly desirous as they are of the wars and things of your kingdom, which are brought here by your people, and are in order to satisfy their voracious appetite, seize many of our people, freed and exempt men. And very often it happens that they kidnap even noble men and the sons of noblemen and our relatives, and take them to be sold to the white men who are in our kingdoms. And for this purpose, they have concealed them, and others are brought during the night so that they might not be recognized. And as soon as they are taken by the white men, they are immediately ironed and branded with fire. And when they are carried to be embarked, if they are caught by our guardsmen, when they are caught by our guardsmen, the whites allege that they have brought them by, but they cannot say from whom, so that it is our duty to do justice and restore to the freemen their freedom, freemen their freemen. But it cannot be done if your subjects feel offended as they claim to be. So again, this is in 1526. So what you're saying has no historical relevance, man. But we got Daryl on the panel also. He jumped up here. Maybe he could do right now. Lotus, you just saying anything.
No, I'm not, man. I quoted a book. I quoted authors. I've provided the
Now,
damn
the letter is the primary
title.
Though, the letter is the primary.
That letter ain't no damn primary. And y'all talking about the Ghana people apologize. That was a goddamn Christian, European.
There he go again with the Christian. I told y'all. But he'll listen to the Pacific slave trade. They were Christians.
Yep.
You see how you contradicting yourself?
And they were
That's not a contradiction. I'm saying the people who go by European accounts. They're not going by the.
What account is you going by with the? Okay, give us the account you're going with the Pacific slave trade. Let's deal with that. What account are you going by?
Hold on, I got read it.
Hold on, come on. Hold on, I know. What are you reading for? I'm just asking you who gave you that account.
You just want to know what point of view. That's all.
I mean, it's the account of the people coming over here in the
No. I gotta give us the primary.
I gotta give you the name. Hold on.
He just want to know what perspective, brother. This is a lot of dead air.
A pseudo never wants you to
I gotta
vet
find
him,
out.
remember.
I gotta find out who made this shit. Hold on.
I feel like I don't
So
know
you
why
don't know. That's
cool.
cool.
Before you dropped it.
Yeah, we familiar with y'all narrative. Y'all don't know. We got you. You don't know.
Okay. Partial bibliography of sources, God of Luck. So like I said, I agree. So I gotta find out.
No. What does that mean? What you just
here
read?
Here they go. I got all they shit right here. All they shit right here. Give me a second. I'm over here driving. I'm not about to read and drive so I can crash. And y'all not paying me for this information. And y'all not paying me for this information y'all don't got. Hold on.
Now you talking about what you
So
posted in the back?
y'all gonna wait till I park before I give you.
You talking
want me
about
to put in
you
the
talking
back
about
chat
the
before I bust
HTML?
y'all up with this
No,
right
I'm
here?
asking is you talking about the little HTML you put in the back?
The 18 million.
Brother, the link you put in the back, is that what you are referencing?
Yes, the Pacific slave trade link. Or are you talking about Hagos Alamanyahu's book? The last one I put, I think, is Hagos' book.
No, we were trying
Brother,
to
so you gonna read from an Israelite's book?
Right, but he don't want
Hagos
to listen to
Alamanyahu is not an Israelite. He doesn't believe in any religion.
That nigga said he don't want to listen to the
These
Christians.
weird ass
We
sources,
talking
man.
about all the other sources and shit.
These weird sources you coming with.
And you know what, Chris? Every source, he'll use a bunch of sources, and he's always going to go right back to the Royal Society to finish it off. Every time. That's the playbook.
Yep. Royal Geographical Society raced Ethiopia and put Africa on the maps. Got y'all thinking that name been on these maps for all this time.
Who put the Pacific slave trade on the map?
I just sent it in the back chat, man. Y'all, hey, look, I'm about to turn him. I'm about to pull in the store, and I'm about to read these sources. Bust to the white meat. Like, how come I can show sources for the Pacific slave trade like this, but y'all can't show me no sources?
You haven't given
like
us
this
one.
for your.
No,
he just showed you one. You didn't accept it.
Oh, I got it.
He gave you one.
I'm looking at it. All right. Not even gonna read the whole thing. I'll just read it just from those certain points. Okay.
Ain't y'all tired of making yourselves look like this?
All right. Cruise Wells Memorials and correspondence of Chinese, British, and American officials. Hey, it's in the British parliamentary papers. That's the source. That supersedes all y'all sources. That make all y'all sources look like doo-doo on a stick with some goddamn crickets and mosquito burgers. So, hold on.
So what does the source say, Brother Lotus?
My good brother, this is what the source says. It says correspondence and returns respecting the immigration of Chinese coolies, 1858 to 1892. Again, my source, British parliamentary papers. Thank you. What else?
I'm sorry. What does that mean? You just read. What does that mean? You just read something and said thank you. What does that mean? Explain to us what you just read.
You guys are saying that I'm making up, just reaching in the air.
No,
making
we asked you for a primary.
I'm still reading source. This is the primary. I'm literally giving you location of primary, and I'm giving you source and title.
I just realized
respecting the immigration
Thank you, brother.
Chinese
Thank you, brother.
1858, 92, and American diplomatic and public papers, the coolie trade, and Chinese immigration. Hey, goes even further. Commissioners sent by the Chinese government. It has all this shit. Got the receipts. I got the goddamn price tags. Got all that right here. What let's say right here.
So give me some numbers.
Chinese government interviewed contract laborers in Peru and Cuba.
He just created straw man arguments, yelling.
Right.
Wrote
give me
about
some numbers.
Hey, cutting off the greatness.
I just want some numbers, brother, before I share my screen. That's
Young Wing with a nunchuck wrote about the investigation in his autobiography, My Life in China and America. Val, there's a Young Wing, but y'all can't show me no real authentic narrative written by anybody.
Read one to you, and we can read it from Christopher Columbus.
Brother, but what you're saying, Lotus, you're reading something that doesn't agree with you. So that's what I'm
doing. Agree with
data, brother. Just get to the data. How many came? How many are still available?
Okay, let me go back to that. Brother? Oh, all the Native Americans. All Native Americans are Siberians, Sicilians, Chinese, Japanese, and Mongolians. They started coming.
You say all of them?
From 1840 to 1875, an estimated 138,000 Chinese men were shipped to Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you. Yes, 138,000.
138,000.
138,000. America
It said it was shipped to Latin
all
America.
across there.
It said, excuse me, it said it was shipped to Latin America and the Caribbean. Where's Latin America at?
That's Central America, northern parts of South America, where Latin was created. Yes.
Where were the Muskogee located at? Where were the Muskogee located at?
Well, my Muskogee ancestor in the Avatar
I didn't ask you to your Muskogee ancestor.
He was in Georgia.
Sir, I didn't ask you to your Muskogee. Okay, so what does Georgia have to do with Latin America?
Georgia, I didn't say that part of America. I said Central America and the northern part of.
You just told us where they were shipped. You just told us where all them people were shipped to. What does I asked you about the Muskogee? And then you ran to Georgia for some odd reason.
Florida. I said my ancestors, my Muskogee ancestors, the Scott and the Mitchells.
I didn't ask you about your ancestors.
But you have.
I asked you about. Listen to what I'm asking you here. All right. I asked you about the Muskogee. What was the location of the Muskogee Indians? That's all I'm asking you.
And I'm telling you where my Muskogee.
Where were they located?
They were all across the South.
I didn't ask you about yours.
Georgia, in those areas.
Yeah, Georgia, exactly. That's where Muskogee's at. Yeah.
That's my ancestral land, bro. What do you do?
Okay.
That's
Georgia. Yeah, you said
so you were Muskogee. So you right? That's how I'm getting to go.
Lotus,
that's what I'm getting to get into. Wait a minute.
Huh? My Mr. Mitchell became Muskogee by marriage when he married my Scott ancestor, who's smoke complexion too, by the way.
Oh, she's a black.
Scott, saying black European.
So
so you a Muskogee freedman. So you just a Muskogee freedman at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So you just a Muskogee freedman at the end of the day. That's all he is.
Chris, he said he's descendants of black Europeans.
Yeah, he a Jacobite freedman. He a Jacobite freedman.
Hey, look. Wait a minute. Hold on. First of all, who are the Jacobites? Hold on, watch this, y'all. Who are the Jacobites? He ain't gonna answer that one. He's not gonna answer that question. The Jacobites ain't nothing but people who believe that King James should be and his descendants should be sitting upon the throne. That's all. That's all they were. They ain't had nothing to do with white or black.
Big ups, California.
And that bit definitely ain't got nothing to do with the Pacific slave trade, Muskogee.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Muskogee Indians had slaves. And your ancestors was one of them, and they became freedmen in 1866 when they were free. As simple as that.
Stop embarrassing the state of California, bro, with that bullshit.
Hey, he said the Japanese and the Siberians came over in the Manila Galleon for the Pacific.
He didn't say so much shit that's wrong.
No, you not.
He didn't say so much stuff that's wrong.
I'm a real Californian, born before you.
Hey Lotus, who was those people that they brought over in the Pacific slave trade? Was they white Chinese? Was they dark skinned Chinese? What they look like?
Oh no, they were brown, dark. They had a brown complexion, my complexion, and darker.
You said they had
This is amazing.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they were not white Asians, and they took people from the Philippines too over here.
Okay, so can you see the screen?
They took people. They took the gold from California. Yep.
No, they really took silver. They took silver over there because there was a big silver trade in China. But most of the South American silver went over to China. You're right. But Lotus, can you see the screen?
Yep, I see it.
So this is about the Pacific slave trade, right? So it says we analyzed previously understudied genetic connections between Asia and Mexico to infer the timing of the source of the genetic ancestry, bro. And it identified Western Indonesian and non-Negrito Filipino sources, brother, approximately 13 generations ago, circa 1620. So I don't know, brother, but that don't sound like what you saying, bro. How are they bringing over brown skinned Asians when it specifically say Western Indonesians and non-Negrito Filipinos?
Wasn't no damn non-Negrito. I don't believe that date. I
Oh,
don't
here they
like the
gotta go. We
source.
gotta take history
Wasn't no
away from
damn
history.
non-Negrito. Actually, in the Olongapo, Philippines, everybody up there that has not mixed, they're still dark as hell in Olongapo fucking mountains. I know. I've literally talked to my daughter's fucking cousins out
Those
there
people
while the
didn't come
motherfuckers
over
were
there,
coming from the
Lotus.
mountain.
You
So
missing
the
the point.
people did not start mixing until way after that period of time.
Mixing.
What
First of
period
all,
of time? Give me some dates. Give me some dates. Hold on. Give me some dates.
They
What period
want
of time?
questions for everything. I swear.
Because
Yeah,
y'all are
I'm
the
about
ones
to
making
say,
the bigger
goddamn, I gotta
claims.
They
drive. Y'all
want
supposed to
Y'all are the
they
ones
want
making these
this,
claims that
that.
make
Can I
absolutely
have
no
y'all
this?
sense.
supposed to
Can I have
y'all supposed to
this?
say, oh, you
Like,
talking about
damn.
when Spanish people came over here? Yeah, you guys are showing that y'all y'all questions shows a lack of answers that y'all have too. Just so y'all know that.
but we have the answers. We want to show you how disingenuous
Nah,
you are.
well, if this source is your answer, you got the wrong answer, buddy.
Brother, you the one who said it was brown skinned Asians. I just had it already ready for
Yeah,
you
they
because
still over there.
they're
What you
Here,
not.
talking about?
here, you sat up there and said that you don't identify as black in the United States. How do you identify?
American, first
I'm
American,
American.
American
I'm
born and
American.
You
proud.
American?
I'm
Okay.
American. I'm indigenous
Hey,
American.
Black Lotus, are you her lawyer?
Nah, I just felt like saying that because it sounded good in my head.
And I'm the real California Lotus. I'm the real California.
Absolutely not. When
Absolutely
did your
fact.
people get to California?
That's pretty much
Before
what you
yours
do
did.
all the time. You say stuff that feel good in your head. That's basically what you do whenever you're on this channel. Is you say stuff that sound good in your head. That's exactly
Big
what.
ups, California. He caught
Big
on to
up,
what I
Mr. Lee.
said.
Big
When
up.
did your
Your
people
family,
get to
notice your family got here the same time mine did, basically,
Yeah,
bro.
man.
They
Stop.
No,
came
they
from
didn't.
the shipyard jobs.
No,
Yes,
they
they did.
didn't.
Stop lying.
Well,
Yes, they did.
They
Stop
did
lying. You
arrive.
trolling. You
They did
trolling.
arrive in California by ship because most of the shit was underwater
No,
during that
they
time.
arrived.
But
They
Oh my
arrived
my
from the
God.
Craig
shipyard job. Stop
ancestors
lying.
didn't get over to California until the 1881. Between 1881 and 82, my Craig ancestors helped build a lot of shit. I
They didn't
actually have
come.
my
Man, stop
ancestral
lying.
name
Stop lying,
stamped on
bro.
this motherfucker.
Lying.
Oh, you jealous?
Look,
No,
You
your people
jealous?
didn't get here until the 40s, bro. Just like
18,
most of the
The
black folks.
40s? No,
Yep.
1880. My Craig
bro,
You didn't
ancestors
get in.
came in
Hey, prove it.
1880.
I bet you won't show it to me.
the California gold rush started in 1849, hence 49ers. So you're telling me it was underwater when they were uh looking for gold?
No, but
The
No,
places,
no,
most
no,
the
no,
of
no. I'm
them
talking
places,
to him.
arrived.
I mean, I know that, man.
Yeah,
the
most of them
Hey,
places
arrived in the
that don't
40s.
make no
that are
Yeah, I
sense.
know
below
that.
sea level.
And,
No, I'm saying no. He said
and
that his
his is the
family got
same
there.
way.
It was
Yes,
underwater.
yes,
Look
majority of
at it
that
in the
was underwater,
1880s.
1940s.
and they were
Man,
in
that's
the
your
That's
mountains,
photograph from some of them, but you don't
and they
report
were in the
them in
mountains.
totality. It's not
That's why the
possible.
mountaineers, they're all 4,000 to 7,000 feet above sea level in all their travels and excavations. I got the fucking Mountaineer books. I talked to the Mountaineer shit and the motherfucker. What is that shit? Oh,
You talk to the Mountaineers. Who you talking about from West Virginia? The football team?
Mountaineers and
yeah.
Man,
what the
be
fuck?
quiet, bro.
Park Rangers.
Be quiet.
Mountaineers and park
Hey, no,
rangers.
seriously,
Y'all,
man. I mean,
y'all don't even
I
know who to go talk
understand.
to get some hardcore information
Man, you
about
always talking about
America.
what
You
somebody
gotta talk to
don't
the
know.
Mountaineers
Hey,
and the
I
motherfucking
don't have a
park
problem with
rangers.
it. I don't have a
Cujo,
problem
his
with it.
grandparents arrived here just like mine did around the 1940s
I
when the
know they did
shipyard
that.
My
jobs were
I'm
available.
positive of that. And even if they were there before, because there were a small amount of black people who did come in the 1800s,
They
you
were,
would
but
probably be
like
rich.
98% of us came in
You would
during the
probably be
shipyard
rich.
jobs.
Your family would probably be
no,
rich. They were pretty well
my
off. Those that came earlier. Your family would
my
probably be rich.
grandfather.
And yellow and light skinned, to be honest.
Yep.
And you're
And
not good.
my father's Craig ancestry were actually people who were building shit. They were like the real masons with carpentry and stone.
What do you
Like I
mean?
got
Real
Craig's
Masons? You
real
mean people
masons
who
that
are
were actually
actual
building stuff.
Masons?
Not to
Or
say
Masons?
Building
going back
stuff.
Like
and
a
forth.
brick
You got to
mason?
be able to put.
Not pseudo masons like Freemasons and Masons. I'm talking about
Well,
people who
say now,
actually
I mean,
had a
a
craft and built shit.
masonry is a skill. It's a trade. You know, you could say Freemasonry. We're not talking about Freemasonry. Like I'm just surprised. You set up here and you quoted the book that you're talking about. It's talking about the devil or some bullshit, and then you say, well, it's not talking about a spooky devil. It's talking about white people being a devil. That's just as stupid. That's just as stupid, and we don't say nothing because we kind of do believe white people
That's
are
what
the
he was
devil. We
on when
do.
he wrote his.
They're not. No such thing as no
Look,
damn devil.
hey, he hung out with Bob Marley and came up with that shit, bro. I don't know what to tell you. That's him. In his book, though, he fucked your information up in that book, though.
No, he
I'll
does
tell you
not. I
that.
would
All
destroy
your
him. I would
information,
destroy
he
him.
showed
As
all
easy
your
as I
sources.
destroy you.
He showed all your sources.
You.
And he believes everybody came from Africa. And he believes in the Lucy Bones and all that shit. He believed all that shit, bro.
I don't care.
But when I asked him, well, who did the real slave trade stuff? Oh, those are the Ethiopians.
He believed in spooks. Okay?
He believed in
so
Lucy.
that discredits him to me. Because he believes in spooks.
He believed that we ate. That's what he believed.
He's correct. A man
now he said that white.
He said
he came in that era in America when people who were like Malcolm X and Farrakhan, well before Farrakhan, whoever the hell Elijah or whatever the fuck, the pedophile who put Malcolm X on.
That's just pretty old. Like Christian
that's his era. Hagos is like 92 right now.
He's
like 92.
Lotus, I got a question for you quick. I got a question for you, Lotus. So you saying your family's from Muskogee? You say your family's from Muskogee County, Georgia?
My Scott ancestry in Georgia, I'd have to go.
Oh, so they're from Columbus, Georgia.
Exactly what county.
Are they from Columbus, Georgia?
I don't know exactly what area in
Georgia.
You
lying, bro. You're not from there.
And
you're not from there. That's where my family's from, Columbus, Georgia.
I said my Scott ancestors. My Scott ancestors came out of Georgia.
Yeah, you're black with their black Europeans.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
I know.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. I wonder where were these black Europeans when they made
this ancestor right here left Siberia, traveled to America, went to Georgia, met and linked up with my ancestor, Sarah Scott Mitchell. Her name is Sarah Scott.
A lot of highway miles you went from Siberia to Georgia, boy.
Yeah, so it was the black Europeans that met the black indigenous people of Canada.
And he took the northern Atlantic route, which you guys never talk about. You guys believe go across the Atlantic. There y'all go. Over talking me when you're hearing some information y'all never heard before. Yeah, people travel by the northern Atlantic.
Black European, the black European married a black indigenous person. Think about hello, Cujo.
I mean, if you want,
listen and Lucky, listen to this shit. His black European ancestor married his black indigenous
Muskogee ancestor.
and they produced a light skinned nigga. Hey Kelly, they produced a light skinned nigga. Ain't that some shit?
But that's just on my. That's one. That's my great grandparents. That's my great grandparents. So I have my mother's side too.
You are lying.
And my goose mom.
Man, you a lie. What the fuck? How you gonna tell me I'm a lie? You can't show your great ancestors actual image of them. You can't show me that shit.
It's normally in my goddamn avatar. What the hell are you talking about?
No, it ain't. Look at my ancestors right here. Look at my ancestors right here. Look, Joseph Craig. Joseph Craig built the first original funeral home for people of color in Indiana. Made history. Where'd he learn that trade and that craft from? From his uncles and his cousins who built. Hey, guess what? Who built Abdul Hamid Suli Iman's
he's running Abdul Sulaim Muhammad, all this other crazy.
Yep.
That's
my ancestor that built that building. That Noble Drew Ali.
I thought you said don't listen to Muslims. I thought you said don't listen to Muslims.
Hey, hold on.
I thought you said don't listen to Muslims.
Yeah, I wouldn't listen to Muslims. I wouldn't trust their information if I were you.
Hey, real quick.
But go ahead.
Okay, yeah, just real quick. Slight digression. Hey, Callie, can you let the family know, like, we were studying last night and you were showing me like the funeral processions of West Africans that had the feathers. I
remember I told you that came from Benin. Yeah, it came from Benin. I told you it came from West Africa. You even seen some of it practiced in Central Africa as well. As far as the funeral processions, the saints and shit that you see in New Orleans. Yeah, that's where it came from. It came from West Africa. That style of funeral. Absolutely.
What style? What style you talking about? Where three people
like
on
the
each side of the casket?
No, well, like not just that. They definitely made caskets in Africa. But nah, like last night we were going through some information, and Callie was showing me like Nigeria, Benin, and some other places in West Africa where respectfully, like the Abos will say what I thought too. I didn't know at the time, but like the whole like Mardi Gras celebration that we have down here in Louisiana, and like the feathers and the feather crowns and all that, that was being done in Africa. I didn't know that until last night. Like
yeah, all those colors. When Callie that's very African. Yeah.
Yeah, it was done in Africa.
Yeah. A lot of albums don't know that. They just believe the opposite.
and not just that, like the other information that we were going through was like some of like the metallurgy, like the fact that Africa had an iron and bronze age where America never had an iron age. So it's just
Indians are still in the Stone Age.
For the record, Africa did not have a bronze age. Just for the record, Africa went straight to iron.
They went straight to iron smelting, man.
Because you need tin to produce bronze. Bronze is an alloy of copper and tin, and you didn't have large resources for tin, so they didn't have.
That was the Levant that went into a Bronze Age.
Yeah, it was the Levant. It was all over the Mediterranean.
Yeah, it was. So Africa had already had it. They were iron smelting. Smelting as early as they were iron. They went to iron smelting. Who's that talking?
This is cool, Joe. Big up, Virginia.
No, I know that. I know that's you. I know that's you. I know that's you.
Oh.
Okay, that's real rap.
It's real rap. Chris was good, man.
You listen to Lotus.
Lotus better,
the Black European started it. That's what Lotus.
So why did
I would rather listen to real rap than Lotus. Trust me. Yeah, Lotus just be making that shit up.
I mean, y'all be mad. I be having sources, man.
Your whole trade, your entire tirade rather is just based on you think you know stuff that other people don't, and that's nonsense,
I don't think
brother.
that.
You too old to be thinking like that. You say it all the time.
It's not that he tries to weaponize. He's trying to weaponize ignorance. That's all.
You're too old.
He's trying to weaponize it.
You're too old to be thinking like that. You're too old to be thinking that the shit you have is special. You should know better. I mean, it's like it's really depressing. This is when you thought.
Man, ain't nobody asking y'all. Ain't nobody asking you. Ain't nobody asking you for no river, man.
Look like them.
Hey, look, dude. Hey, watch your mouth when you talk to me.
Well, stop telling people they too old, man. You too old. You too old to be telling
people. Why y'all bring smoke signal on here, though?
They too old.
I know you was in here.
You too old. You too old to be telling people they too old.
I can understand Kiara's ignorance.
I let you off debate the other day, Cujo. I said they ain't want no smoke though.
You just got ran off. You just got ran off when we were going through primary sources. Smoke. Like, why did you run off?
Nigga, I said I had to go. Nigga, I'm back. Well, pull that bullshit back up so I can expose it like I was finna.
Man, you can't expose the damn thing.
Going down.
Yeah.
Let's go. Because look, we could definitely do that. I'm here for the science, but I'm here for the factual information. Me and my Africans versus you and your Abos. Y'all gonna lose every time. Y'all don't have no
I just want to say something real quick. I just want to say shout out to Kiara, shout out to Lotus and Smoke Signal, our West African brothers and sisters.
That's right.
Our West African brothers and sisters. Facts.
That's right. That's what y'all are.
Please tell me how am I West African?
Because you are our people. That's why I love
the I hate she bought into that. I hate she bought into that. But look,
I'm West African, but you don't
know.
Y'all
get rid of the box.
I'm West African.
I'll be back when y'all get rid of the box. I ain't trying to do this back and forth bullshit.
Yeah, good.
All right, bye.
Yeah, good.
Bring your laptop with you. I like when you had that source.
Who asked him to stay?
All of my people are here in America.
Hey, Chris, have you seen?
all of my people are here in America.
Most people like 2'3", bro.
Let me crack my laptop open here.
You don't have to know your family.
Who are they in West Africa?
You don't know your family in North Carolina.
Please show me my family in West Africa.
You don't know your family in North Carolina.
You know me so well.
Because you're a black
person. You know me so well.
No offense, sister, but I don't want to like get into it because it's like.
Okay, well,
Hey, sis, real quick, we don't want to have that type of fit on the channel and stuff like that. It is for
not gonna be
educational
disrespectful. You guys
purposes
see
and
that
stuff.
picture of
we
Kiara?
chilling today, sis.
You West African as hell, fish.
How
You
am
West
I
African
West
as hell.
African?
How are you
You're
not?
trying to literally tell me that I'm West African. You don't
Yes,
even know me.
like all the black people in the
All of
It's
United
all
y'all
States.
good.
sound
Like
foolish.
that conversation
All
not
right,
gonna
real
go
quick.
nowhere.
Well,
But
simple as this. Yeah, it's not gonna go nowhere. Sis, real quick. You're American, right? You're American, right? You're American, right?
Now she gonna ignore you because we called her West African. But then if you say
No, no, no,
something
no,
else,
no. Because I would like to. All I want to
I'm
ask
not no
is, I
West
just want to ask
African,
you,
so
just
it is
say,
what it is.
cool. You're
Get
not
off
West
me
African. You
with that.
good, dude. That's just a. This right here is just a what's it called? This is just interference. You ain't. If she don't want to be West African, it's cool. She don't really have that type of information like that, no way. So we can kind of like move on from it. She's not really putting out no information like that. So if she just want to be American and every now and then
You're
just
not
jump in
putting
and
out
say,
anything but fake
Yeah, that was the
history.
point I was making. That's what I
You
said. Since we're not banging on these
putting
you
out
niggas,
see,
we
fake
that's what I'm
cool.
saying. All she doing is hollering out fake
You haven't even
history.
shown us no
Yeah, she
relatives
just
exactly.
in
want
West
she
Africa.
wants us to
Like,
attack her so
what's your
certain. Like
yeah,
she's
she
ancestors'
only
original
like
name
Oh yeah,
twenty-two
we
years
can't
before
old,
they
forget.
were
man.
brought
Hey
over here?
Chris.
She like 22 years
Hey
old.
Chris,
She a
we can't
baby.
What
forget
up?
the
What up? What
Moorish
up?
American. We can't forget the Moorish American part, but I digress. I didn't want to get
Yeah,
too deep
Chris.
in that. But
She
yeah,
said her last name is
the Moor.
Bay.
Okay, so
Oh, she's a
listen out.
Moor.
Yeah, she's a Moor, Chris. She's a Moor.
Oh, that explains it. Here, let me get my laptop to show y'all where all this bullshit come from.
Hey
Let me
Chris.
go ahead and open
Chris.
this on up.
Big up
Let me
to the
open up my
Chris.
can of whooping ass.
Hey
big up to the
Hey Chris,
California
her
Moors.
boyfriend. Hey, look, her boyfriend the other night said that slavery ended in 1807, and we had to correct him. We said no.
he proved his point. He proved his point. He proved his point. He
No,
proved
he did
his
not
point.
prove his point.
This
He was
man is
Yeah, I
wrong.
getting
said no,
really
he didn't. You ever
upset.
heard of the
He
Civil
is
War?
upset.
Hold on, what was the Civil War about,
Yeah,
Kiara?
like he loves
What
saying
was the
PNF
Civil
Hey
War
name.
Chris, I
about?
love
Loves
banging
saying
on dirty
PNF name
wars. That
like a
shit
group.
You
funny,
know
man.
the Civil.
Yo,
What was
yo,
the
He's a
Civil
yo,
The
War
yo.
about?
Moors is the
a male
easiest
group
to bang
that
on.
sucked his own penis. And
Yo,
this is
can
what
y'all
you
hear me?
all have up here.
Yeah, we
Yeah, we
can
can
Yeah,
hear
hear
we
you.
can
you.
hear
Yeah, we
you.
can hear
Yeah,
you
We
now,
can
a
hear
group
you.
that
Chris.
sucked his own penis. Who admitted to
Yo,
sucking
chill
his
out
own
with that,
penis.
Hold on, what's
Kiara.
going on,
He
fam?
gave his
Kiara,
own self
What
chill.
is she
props. He
saying?
said it.
He's talking
Hey,
crazy. Yo,
yo.
You have
everybody,
a
yo,
weirdo up here that gave his own
like
self
and share the
props.
video, y'all. Like and share the video. We got Sean P pulling up
Neck, do
right
I
now.
still have my wrench?
Yeah, you do.
Okay.
Damn, you ain't never gave me a wrench.
You don't
Oh man,
deserve
I'm
it.
protesting.
I do
Love
deserve a
to see
wrench.
they.
Nat gave it to me. Get mad at him, not me.
I'm not mad
Hey,
at
you know,
you.
Well,
just
anyway,
100 to
hey,
I'm
Kiara. You know, West
saddened by your
African.
ignorance.
Illmatic.
hey
I
Chris,
am
back to
American.
the
I'm from
information.
this
Hey Chris,
land.
back
You
to
all
the
don't know
information,
me, so it
Chris.
is what it is.
So
Get
the
mad.
boyfriend
I'm
said
not
that
black.
slavery.
My
Look,
skin is
look,
Hey, sis,
brown.
sis, you
excuse me,
Y'all
man.
cool,
don't know
cool.
that.
Excuse
We
me,
not
You
gonna
too, West
argue.
African.
We not.
excuse me.
Oh my
Yeah, we
God,
don't
man,
want
I'm
no
not
this is
Hey,
smoke
arguing
with
with
you,
crazy,
nobody.
sister.
I'm
man.
up here stating
We
I'm
don't
not
want
facts.
no
talking.
smoke
I'm
with
not
you,
talking
sister.
to her. I'm talking to Chris. So the boyfriend said that slavery ended in 1807, which we crushed him on that. And then he brought up some document about the Americans that were African Americans.
They
That
was not Africans, and they was not
yes, they
slaves
were
neither.
African. It
No,
said
they
it in
weren't.
his
Why would some
source.
slaves be called
It
American
said
for?
it in
That
his
doesn't make
source. We
no
can pull it up
sense.
right
You're
now.
just trying to make up something to prove your
We can pull
damn
it up
narrative.
right
That's
now.
all you're doing. Why would some slaves be
We can
called
pull it up
American for?
right now. I'm not talking to you, ma'am.
Why would some
I'm not
Because
slaves
after
be
arguing with you.
called
1860,
Americans
hold on,
for?
let me answer
You're
that.
Yeah,
trying
she
Yo,
to
don't
free
know
prove
rap,
your
about.
damn
chill,
narrative.
Hold on, she don't.
chill. Let me
Why
break
would
it
some
down to
slaves
her.
be called
Yeah, she don't know
Because
about
Americans for?
Americans
because after
Trinidad.
1866, sis, are you familiar with the treaties that were signed in 1866 when the slaves were emancipated? Are you familiar with that? Are you familiar with the 13th Amendment? Are you familiar with any of the amendments? Because if somebody's teaching you that slavery ended in 1807, there's a history and a chronology that goes along with that date. So there's a chronology of events that led up to this supposed freedom of slaves. And who were these slaves? And where were these slaves from? See, we can't just sit up there and mention some dates. And then when we get to dates and we talking about a historical chronology, all of a sudden we just start throwing out things we don't want to hear. So what I'm asking you here is, where, if so, who were those people that were free? You're begging the question when you say, why would slaves be called Americans? Because they were emancipated. And people that Abos, stop for a minute. Chill for 1 second.
Okay.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Like I'm not even listening to him.
Nah, land your plane, Chris. Go ahead, land your plane. Good.
No. Because like I said, if she wants to just act like this and say she ain't even listening, that's the problem. That's why you don't know.
Why would I listen to people who are calling themselves black and who say they're like butt broken slaves? Why would I listen to you?
What are you talking? Yo. What are you? Who said that? Oh, Kiara, you're gonna have to stop with that for real. You have to stop. I'm asking you to stop saying that. That's nobody posts about dumb shit like that.
Hey, yo, let me in through my computer.
Kiara, you're gonna have to stop.
And no, but I want to.
Let me into my computer, NXT.
Hold on, Chris. I want to explain what she's talking about, right? So she keeps referring to American, right? You know, American like the Americans that were in Trinidad. That's what she's using that term. She don't know.
Yo, let me in right quick, NXT. Let me into my computer. Yeah, I'm about to come off my phone right quick. It's about to die. Yeah, I'm about to come in. Let me show her.
For sure, Chris. Yeah, she don't know what the Americans are in Trinidad, Chris. She don't know what that is. She thinks she knows what it is, but she doesn't.
Now,
you know what I'm talking about? Now, the right Americans.
My name is
Trinidad.
I was born before the towers fell, you idiots.
I mean, you don't remember it.
I'm speaking to Shy One in the
but I'm speaking to you. I don't care who you talk to. You're on the panel, so I can respond if I like. And I'm talking to you.
So this is what she showed. This is what he showed. Hold on.
So we get a chance to pull up that what American is. Yeah, the Americans.
Killed it right there. Yep, that's it right there.
Kiara, can you read that for us?
That brother sharp.
Sharp as a tack.
Yeah.
She just had all this mouth a minute ago.
It's not on the screen though.
It is on the screen. We see it.
It's on the screen. We see it.
Hey, Mulatto, update your phone. Like we looking at it, bro. If she don't want to read it, I'll read it.
Real rap, we spoke about this last night, didn't we?
Yeah, man. Like we were studying this last night. The Americans are American. Hold on. Let me.
Anyways, PNF just told me he's on the way up here.
Yeah, he's gonna get beat up again.
He's gonna explain himself.
The American, he already got beat up already. His boyfriend already got beat up.
The Americans, I'm tired of hearing this bird chirping.
The Americans are Americans.
He's gonna
were
explain
African
himself.
American Marines. Why are you talking over me? I'm reading. The Americans or Americans were African American Marines of the War of 1812. Former African slaves who fought for the British against the U.S. in the Corps of Colonial Marines, and then after post-war service in Bermuda were established as a community in south of Trinidad in 1815 and 1816. Point being, former African slaves died at your source again, you see.
No, what I'm trying to say, he was doing a presentation and you all kept cutting him off. That's what I'm saying. Like,
real rap, can I ask you this? Real rap, man.
I mean, but how does that take away from
no, you can't.
Please let me ask
tell someone to explain something instead of cutting him off. Let PNF explain himself without.
Are you still American? I just want to know, Kiara, are you still American? Are you still American, Kiara? What he just read?
I didn't even hear him. I'm doing something else. I'm
are
you
still American?
All I'm saying is that let PNF explain himself without being cut off, like y'all was doing the other night.
Real rap, can I say this briefly? Real rap, please, brother. Please, can I say this briefly?
You guys have damn near 10 people on the panel with 5 people like talking at the same time.
Please let me say this briefly. Real rap, can I ask you that? Hold on, real rap, please, very briefly. And brother, you know that we had this discussion before. Why you can't meet her in the middle and acknowledge that we are mixed race and say, yeah, we won't discount their sisters.
I'm not no mixed race. I'm not no mixed race.
Can I say a sentence? Can I complete a sentence and then mute up?
I'm not mixed.
All right, but let me complete a sentence and I mute up.
why we can't meet each other in the middle and say we have African ancestors and we have Aboriginal American ancestors, and let's stand on DNA because the DNA test proves that we're both right.
We don't have a problem with that.
Y'all not standing on DNA.
Hold on.
Don't you get?
Can I answer his question? Can I answer his question like without the cantankerous like feminine emotions?
Go ahead, King. Go ahead, King.
As long as you just don't make the whole panel about you all day long, though, man. You can answer. Go ahead.
I'm not. I'm not. I've been
Go
muted
ahead,
up for a
bro.
long
Go
time.
ahead, bro. Go ahead.
To answer the question, because we're African and our genetics are not of the Native American. It's that simple.
Hold on, brother. You even admitted that you had mulatto ancestry, brother. Correct?
Yes.
I mean, who doesn't recognize their?
I have people that were on this. Hold on, because he asked me a question and I'm gonna answer it. And I'm gonna get back to this source because I wanted to give the context to the more.
No, get you the answer, brother. Yeah, I'm listening.
Bro, I'm gonna be very brief. And Mulatto, don't do that. I'm gonna be very brief.
Brother, I'm listening, King. I didn't mean it that way, and I apologize if I had a wrong tone with you. But go ahead, bro.
No problem, bro. Because I'm trying to center myself, like Chris said. So the thing is, yes, I have people on the census that were listed as mulatto that came here from Africa, and yes, later on they were listed as mulatto on the census. I'm very transparent about that. Now, the context to what I'll call her a lady, I'll be respectful. What the lady was saying is Rob Bourne was up here, he challenged PNF, PNF ran for 25 minutes because Rob Bourne asked, do you have American in your language that we can verify? And he couldn't. He went from pseudo source to pseudo source.
I mean, real rap, respectfully, you're missing my point. My point is, instead of us arguing with each other, we can meet in the middle and agree that DNA tests.
That's not what this conversation is about, bro. Only 5% of African Americans have Native American ancestry.
The conversation, Mulatto.
What I'm saying is, the
5%
DNA test prove that we're both right. The DNA test.
No, it does not. No, it does not.
Hold on. The DNA test proved that we have African ancestry and American Aboriginal ancestry.
Not every black person has that. Not every black person has that. So
most of us don't.
Hold on, the majority do though. I'm talking about African American.
No, the majority does not.
Actually, the majority do, brother. Hold on, let me break that down.
5%. So hold on, look.
Hey, he just said it. He just said it. 5%.
5% is not the majority. 5%.
He said the majority. But no, you're not listening.
No,
brother.
The majority
don't
have Native American
ancestry. The majority, brother. Slow down.
95% of African Americans do not have it.
Do not have it.
What he's saying? No. That's what he's not saying. He's saying that
95% of African Americans.
No, well, he missed. No, it's actually the opposite. No, bro, y'all not listening.
No,
it's
not.
All right, no.
Hold
on. I heard your point. Can I make my point?
Check it out. No. Stop. Mulatto.
I heard your point. Can I make my point?
Quick. Yes, you can. But what you need to do is go get a source for that.
Exactly. Now let me respond. Hold on. Slow down. Let me make my stance. Then I'll hop down and come right back up with the source. Now the claim is, and this is my claim. I said it more than once. The majority of African Americans have less than 5% Native American ancestry.
That's not genetically
what we said. Regardless, that's what I'm saying. Checkmate. That's what I'm saying. Now I'm gonna jump down and come back with the source.
That's not what we're talking about.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying, though, bro.
I mean, but look,
so that's my point. Hold on, my point is we're both right. You got the African, the Pan-African side is right, and the Aboriginal American side is right.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You made that shit up. And he just redirected the goddamn conversation. He just changed the whole conversation.
You're wrong about because there's no equity between the two opposing viewpoints.
I didn't say equity, brother.
There's no equity whatsoever. There's no.
No, what I'm saying is we have both
African. There's no room.
You didn't understand what I said, bro. Slow down. You didn't understand what I said, King.
I did understand.
What I'm saying is.
I did understand.
All right, go ahead. Make your point, bro. Go ahead, bro, man.
Why you gonna
Hey, y'all, real quick. We not about to hold on. Hey, real quick. The one thing we not gonna do is deal with this. The real thing we not gonna be dealing with no mulatto bullshit. All right. And this shit, he like to
get away from the word. I'm saying we're mixed race. Why we debate?
We're mixed race. We're mixed race.
We're mixed between both ingredients that y'all debating about.
All right, cool. Let's move on. Let me hold on.
So the point is, why
y'all stop answering this bullshit?
Yes,
fuck
why
this
are
shit.
We debating? Why are we
Y'all
debating
just
about
arguing with him.
It's
We're
not a
not
we
debate.
arguing
argue
about
every day? Hold on,
mulatto.
family. We argue every
Y'all gotta
day about
stop,
the mixed
dog.
with,
Let's get back on
with mixed
Y'all
with
subject.
fall
both.
for this every
Yeah,
time.
let's get back on
But brother,
subject,
why you
please.
hurt by the truth? We're mixed with both. DNA
Dog,
test
Let's
proof
get back
that
on
we're mixed with
subject.
got you,
African.
got
We
you,
have
got you. We
Aboriginal
are,
American
got you.
ancestry.
Moving
Why are
on.
we debating
Who
about
No,
both?
cares,
back to
We
dog?
care. We don't care.
American.
We moving on,
Back
bro.
Y'all
American.
care
We
because y'all
don't
debating about it every
care.
day. Y'all debate about it every day.
Get this
Y'all care.
dumbass nigga. Oh, you don't
Bye,
even know what a
bye, man.
mulatto
Mute this nigga.
is.
You're whining
Get
now,
this
bro.
nigga the fuck
Really.
out of here. No
Bro,
disrespect.
you,
You're
But
whining,
bro,
damn.
brother.
you
You're
trolling at this
whining,
point,
brother.
bro. No one give a fuck.
He come and
Let's
say the
get back to
same
the
thing every
information.
time to
Every
get
time.
proved
Let's get back
wrong.
to the information,
Every
Every
family.
time.
time he say the same shit.
Because
All
I'm
right, so
trying to
we
drill
Nigga,
it
we
into
we
we
your
debated
fixed
brain
the
so
the
you
whole
understand.
All
conversation.
right,
Fuck
all
it.
right, all right.
yo,
All
bro.
right, all right, y'all. All
Yeah,
right.
you're whining,
Mulatto,
family.
chill out. No, Mulatto, you just doing the same thing every time. We understand that Black Americans are mixed race. Nobody's arguing that. And we're not talking about it no more. We're
So
going
what are
back
we
to the
debating about?
source. We're going
We're gonna
back.
get back on subject
We going
matter, man.
back.
Hold on,
Let me
y'all
get back
debating
on to
Mute
about
something real
up.
quick.
are we
All you
African
gotta
or
do,
God
indigenous?
all you gotta do
damn.
is mute
Why we
up.
Yo,
can't
I
agree that we
can't,
mixed with
man.
both?
Mute
Y'all,
that
Mulatto,
nigga.
please
mute up,
mute this
bro.
Why
dumbass
we can't
nigga,
agree
Mother,
that we
man.
mixed
keep
with
my
both
name
though?
out your mouth.
Exactly. Y'all debating with her telling her she African. Why we can't just agree that
We're
we
not
both
No,
debating.
we're
Aboriginal
not
We're
American
debating.
not
and
debating.
We're
African?
That's
not
not a
debating
debate.
her. We're
Mulatto.
debating over the
There's
information that was
Weirdo
brought
ass.
up.
there's
So
no
once
debate.
Exactly,
again,
bro. Hold on, I got
once
love for
There's
all
again,
of
no
y'all.
debate,
the
man.
hey,
There's no
bro,
There's
debate.
no
mulatto,
debate,
we're not
man.
doing
There's
that.
no
Literally, y'all
debate, dog.
debating with the
Mulatto,
Yo,
Aboriginals right now.
just
multi-generation. You
See,
gotta
y'all,
mulatto,
stop.
y'all
here's
be
all
letting
You
them
gotta
do it. Let me
stop.
say this.
confusion, bro.
You
Y'all
have
let
to
him do
stop.
this, and he starts saying the same thing again and again and again. But when you
Every
look at
time.
DNA gonna
Yes.
tell you. Say for instance, mine says 84% West African. That's what it
And
says.
what
So then
about
you'll
the
have
rest of them?
another. Hold on, stop. Hey, dog.
Bro,
Hey,
stop
yo,
interrupting
NAC.
him.
I need
Chill
some
out, man.
moderation real quick.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
need some
handle it.
moderation.
I'm gonna handle it. Yo,
Yeah, thank you. So if it
multi-generation.
say 80,
Stop.
so if
Go
it
ahead.
says 84%, and then it says 16%, it says 16% Native American. So then if you look at a whole of a fraction, you got 84% of it saying West African. And then you got a whole little 16% sitting up there saying Native American. That does not mean that I'm mixed. That means that that somewhere down the line that my ancestors was mixing, especially if they were slaves, probably with some Native American people. But my mother and father are black. So therefore, I'm not a mulatto. See, the definition of mulatto is one who's mixed with a mixed race person. We're not going to get into that. The sister was talking about slavery, Africans, and black. And that's what we're going to talk about. We're not going to talk about this silly ass shit that you be trying to promote on every channel because your doctrine don't go outside of that. All right. So let's talk about it. She was mentioning me, Free Real Rap, and her was talking about 1807. And rather than browbeat her, I decided, you know what? Let's teach because she's been taught wrong. Now, if she don't want to be
Exactly.
called black, that's cool. I'm with that. We don't have to be called black because those are social constructs. It's pseudo, right? Those are social constructs designated to make white pure. Right? So let's look at it. In the 13th Amendment, does anybody know what the 13th Amendment was? Because I would definitely like to read it. The 13th Amendment is the abolishment of slavery. She should be familiar with that if she's talking about 1807. Now, let me read this real quick about the 13th Amendment because I'm suffering from a DDoS attack here on my internet right now over here in Tampa. So let me get the 13th Amendment up here on my iPad. Now, this is the 13th Amendment. That's why I asked, because the 13th Amendment flows into the what? Into what, Real Rap? You don't know? If you don't know, just say, I don't know.
Man, you know, I
It
mean,
flows into the 14th Amendment, right? Okay, so the 13th Amendment, jeez. Okay, so the 13th Amendment, this is section 1 of it. It says neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. This was written on in 1865, right? So this is before the Civil War ended. They had this on board, and this was passed in Congress of January 31, 1865, right? So let's go into the 14th Amendment because that's very important. All right, let's go to the 14th Amendment here.
All right. Let me go to the 14th Amendment here. All right. Now, this was passed in June 8th, 1866. And this is what it says. All persons born or naturalized in the United States, including formerly enslaved people, and shall be citizens in the United States of America with equal protection under the laws. So this is how the African became a Negro, the Negro became a nigger, the nigger became a slave. All of that was synonymous with it. She doesn't want to be called any of that. She wants to be called an American. Cool. So we're going to take black, nigger, Negro. We're going to take it the fuck up out of there. Now, before that, you was called by one of those tribes that your ancestors called you over there. Now, if you were born here, you're an American. But in antiquity or during the antebellum slave period, during that period, your ancestors were brought over here. Because if you're saying that you were here and you're not African at all, that means you belong to a certain group of people that existed on this continent in North America or South America, if you like. But the history that I see, the history that I trace, since we're using dates and the chronology, is that we were Africans brought over here, and our rights and our names and our heritage and our culture and our names and our gods and our foods, all of those things were stripped from us. They told us we weren't allowed to sing, praise, or do any of that. So if you have plantations in which they're telling us that we're not allowed to do that, guess what? Over time, you're going to begin to forget who you are. That's how destructive slavery is. I'm not here to browbeat you. I'd rather talk to you and help you, because there's nothing wrong with being African, especially when you are the descendants of the modern people that created civilization. The word American, when you look at American in general, American was pertaining to whiteness. They allowed you to be called American. As you can see in the 14th Amendment, after the abolition of slavery.
This dude is funny.
No, he's trying
I
to
just
teach.
came.
He's
Hey,
teaching
I just
right
came
now.
here to tell
What he's
y'all.
doing.
I just came here to tell y'all stop downloading the thing, man. It's not ready yet. I ain't uploaded a PDF file yet. When I upload it, it'll be
Okay.
available to everybody, man. You know what I'm
We
saying? I
still
appreciate
not
people
looking
hitting
All
the
for it.
right.
link though. But
So she
yeah, it's going
replied
down.
what up, Sean? She replied with, "It's funny." But there's nothing funny because I'm giving you a chronology and I'm giving you what's on the books today. It's funny because you got a cognitive barrier sitting up in front of one of your beliefs that you've been taught. And now that you have evidence and proof of things that debunk everything, you got to go into these ad hoc like fallacies by like laughing and saying you ain't black. And I'm giving you that. But you American because they allowing you to be called
No
American
one didn't allow
because
me
you were
nothing. You
born
don't
here.
know me. My people was already American.
Not a
They
seat. Share
were.
my screen. Not a seat. Share my
They were
screen.
not.
No one didn't give us
They were
permission to
not.
be
No, there
Americans.
was.
We
They
are
were not.
Americans. We're
Put me on the
Aboriginal
screen. Put
American
me on the
food.
screen.
Exactly. Now it's turning it. Now, see, then once you prove it and they still reject it, you just got to move on.
My people
Fact.
are Aboriginal Americans.
They are not.
So
No,
what
but
are
you
you
hear
Hey, I
that?
want to
talking
give you
about?
Hey,
some.
you
No
hear
one,
that?
they,
No such
Hold
thing
on.
as
no one gives
Now
them
that you
Aboriginal
said
permission
American.
Aboriginal
You said
to
black
do
people.
Americans,
something that they
You just
are.
said
No,
black
make it
people.
make
Hey,
sense.
Chris.
This
You
dude,
heard
that's why
that?
I'm laughing at
what up?
him.
She
What up?
just said black people
Hold up,
are
y'all.
That's why I'm
Aboriginal
laughing at
Americans.
him.
Hold
Chris,
up.
did
Just
you
one
hear that?
second, y'all.
What up?
Hold on, 1
So
second.
He
hold on,
just
Don't
y'all.
said
say
black
that.
people are
Well,
Hey, can y'all let
Aboriginal
yo,
Americans.
can
yo,
y'all let
yo.
Sean talk, man? Come on,
Hold
dog.
on, y'all.
Let them
1
talk,
second.
please.
What I'm trying to do here is that you see all these buildings right here, right? That's right here by the water. Okay, a long time ago,
Yeah.
when they first established Nashville, this was called Black Bottom. And the water used to rise and flood over in the area. And this was an area where a lot of black people, poor whites, and other immigrants, they lived. So like earlier when they were bringing in slaves or whatnot, this is the area where they were living along the Cumberland River. And it used to flood and it would be, that's where the poor people were. And everybody else was above water. Behind me about 2 miles was also another designated area for black people. But today you wouldn't even notice it or recognize it because of these buildings, the riverfront, and of course Titan Stadium. But I just wanted to give y'all a little bit of Black history. That was it.
Salute to you, Sean. Shout out to that. Black history.
All right.
She said she don't like the word black.
Now, it's funny she said Aboriginal American. What is an Aboriginal American, Kiera?
Members of a copper-colored race. She gonna say the same old bullshit, bro.
No,
Yeah, he just said it for me. He just said it, so yeah.
Yeah, see.
A member of the copper-colored race.
I'm Aboriginal, meaning I'm first.
Can you pull up?
Here.
Can you pull up what copper is? Not a coincidence. Because we need to.
No, hold on.
Literally, copper is brown shades. Who doesn't know that?
You.
No,
you don't know that.
Can you show me a black skinned
all
person?
Moors do is
Can
argue
you show me a
semantics
black
all day.
skinned person?
God, don't
Moors,
fall for that.
Yo.
I want to see someone.
That's all they do.
Kiera, you ain't shit, so shut the fuck up with your annoying ass voice. I swear to fucking God.
Yo, Andy, chill out.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking
He
lab
came in
rat.
hot.
You
He came in hot.
You shut the fuck up.
Chill out, Andy. Hold on, y'all.
You letting this damn
No, I'm
person
saying it's claiming my culture, claiming my
You are a
fucking land,
fucking
even
pink
though.
ass lab rat.
All right, but Andy,
Yeah, well, you're a fucking hoe ass bitch who suck hobo dick.
Fall back. You look nothing like us up
Andy,
here.
stop, Andy. We can't let you do that.
Yeah, we can't let you do that, brother.
You a whole fucking pink ass lab rat.
And
Fall back.
you out of line too. Watch your mouth.
Hey, yo, honestly, man, I'll holler at you a little bit later, man. It's getting too trolly on here for me, man. Peace, dog.
Looking like a damn hamster.
I ain't gonna be up here much longer.
She on here looking like a whole West African, talking about she's some
I'm
copper
not looking
color
like
motherfucker.
nothing. I'm looking American. I'm looking brown.
Hey, Chris.
All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on.
People, they look ashy.
Yo, let me clean this up real quick. Yo, we about to get up off here soon. I probably got like another how much time? Probably like another 20 minutes. Kiera, we're gonna let you go for now. Come back next time.
Why do I have to go for it?
Well, because I want to end it without arguing, and you keep trying to argue. I ain't saying you gotta leave, but you know, I'm trying to.
You got to get the hell up out of here.
It's getting too much. Like if we could,
you're not going to share that information anyway.
Yeah, we could go back and forth about information. That's not the problem. It's just everything turns into an argument. Well, let's try not to argue. You can stay, but let's try not to argue though.
Yeah, but here's my thing. Like when we present facts, can you at least show something?
Never. Outside of
I already told you that I'm Aboriginal American. What what
you're
else?
mistaken.
What do you want from me? I already told you my people are
Why
from
you
here.
call yourself Bay?
I already told you my people are from
Why are
here.
you Bay?
How are you?
Why are you Bay? Wait a minute, Andy. Why are you Bay?
Cause I am.
Why? Why is Bay? Why is that you?
I don't have to
See, that's my
explain
name
myself to
legally.
you.
You don't
I
have
don't
to
have
do
to explain
anything.
myself
You
to
don't
you.
have to do anything.
You are a person that
Defend
consider
your
yourself
position.
black.
Defend your position. No, I accept the terminology because most people like me identify with it. There's no reason to recreate the wheel. I grew up with all that when that black Negro color, the Ethiopian, black mean deaf according to science. I grew up with all that shit too. You know, I get what you're trying to say, but that's a non sequitur argument. Because so what? You know what the fuck I'm talking about. Because for real, if you're not black, you're not copper either. Because you're not any color. According to your
My skin is brown. If you want to
you would
describe my
olive,
skin complexion,
in the
my
temple,
skin is brown.
What they say,
It's
olive
not
tone.
black.
What they say, olive tone.
Show us your face then.
They say olive tone. That's what they say in the temple. And so
Show
what?
us your face.
So what?
I bet you
But
look
that's
something
her
like the
picture
Olmec.
right there.
If
That's
he
her
looked
picture.
like the Olmec, he wouldn't be saying I don't. Like, make it make
You don't.
sense.
You don't.
No, you make it make sense.
Like, make it make sense.
For good reason, because you're not.
What nation are you from?
It's an Asian.
What nation are you from?
Mexico. I'm from the Aztec and Olmec
Yeah,
nation.
you are from the Asian Siberian. Yeah, okay.
I mean, why? I mean, you
That's
act like
what
You're West African.
You
come from
No,
the
I'm
sleep.
American.
They're the first
I'm
people of this
indigenous
land,
American.
The Native Americans.
Hey, Lotus,
have
where you
Asian
get that
descent.
picture from?
I put it in the back chat. I put my source in the back chat too.
He's
Hey,
just up
Lotus,
here to
boy, why you got
disrespect
your
me,
self-lifting
a
weights
whole
as your
pink
profile
lab
picture?
rat.
Boom. You don't want it. You don't want it.
I'm a lab
No,
rat.
he really want to call
Y'all
me a
got that
nigga.
from?
That's what's really up. He really want to call me a nigga.
So
y'all got that.
When
Y'all got
have I
that
ever
from
wanted that?
Malachi Z.
Nigga,
so
if y'all
so
actually
don't
peep
don't
game,
be sitting up
All
here
if
you
you
making
want to
really
up
do
want
is
to
shit.
all
call
you
me a
want to do
You
is
nigga,
want
play
to
that's what you
call?
victim.
really
You
want to
want to
call
call
You've
me
been
me.
an
centering
Asian
yourself,
Siberian?
man.
And you just want, I
Hey, you've
mean,
been
seriously,
centering
man.
yourself,
So
man. You just want
what?
to play the victim. That's all you want to
So
do is
what? You
play
just
the
want to be
victim.
the victim.
So
Don't nobody want to hear that shit.
Andy really want to call me a nigga.
Man, and you really want to be a victim.
stop playing
So
I'm
what?
victim.
not being a
God
victim. A
damn.
Exactly.
victim of what?
all the
A
time.
victim
You
of
are
what?
being a
Hey, let's
victim.
get
A
back. Let's
victim of
get back to
somebody
the
A
real
calling you a
victim of
nigga.
conversation.
what?
Like that shit
Let's
make
get back
sense?
to
Yo,
real
yo,
conversation.
Damn,
yo,
bro, I'm trying to
yo,
get back
yo,
to that
yo.
You know what?
You
Not
called
a
a nigga
coincidence.
before.
Not a coincidence. In the show, bro. Go ahead
Kiara,
and
this
go
is
and be
what I
with
was
your
talking
family, bro.
about, Kiara. This is what I was
Yeah, in the
talking about.
show.
Hey, well,
This is
hold
exactly
on.
what I talked
Hey, well,
about.
hold on.
Yeah, go ahead and be with your
Before
family,
you end the
Matt.
show.
Yeah, we
Hold
love
on,
you.
hold on.
Not a coincidence.
Hold on. Hold on. Let's beat that up one more time. Let's beat that Negro one more time. That Negro term. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
All right, now I'm gonna fuck with
I
you,
saw
fam.
what she was writing in the comments. You've been wrong ever since you brought that term up. I'm about to share my screen right now. Hold on. And this isn't a source, by
Talking
the
about
way.
American,
Etymology.
American. She
Well,
won't get off
look.
American.
Hold
Listen.
on, real quick, real rap. This is the problem, real rap. Y'all keep directing everything towards her, like
What's
Yeah,
up,
just
Real Charter?
talk about something else.
like
You better.
even if she brought something up, you don't have to single out that she brought it up. You could still make the point.
Make the
Now,
point without mentioning her.
if the hit
I got
dog's
it.
gonna holler. You get what I'm saying? So
Of course.
if it does hit her, then it hits her. But you don't got to keep, because now it turns into like y'all antagonizing her. Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
we
just
know.
They
just
love
just
bringing up the
be
little
indirect.
brown one. They
Hold on,
love
Just
saying
Kiara.
my
Hold on.
name.
be indirect.
No, but Kiara, y'all gotta understand, when you come here, the focus is gonna be on y'all because y'all are the opposition. Y'all think differently. Just like when we go to those channels, what do? The same thing. They jump
Yep,
on us and attack us.
and
I
Okay.
don't want to do
antagonize
it.
the hell out you.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't. Nothing gets done that way. You know what I'm saying? So
And then so they want to be treated fairly here, but you can mistreat you as much as they like over there. It's crazy.
real
And
rap.
you are. Hold on, I just want to say this about you, Knight.
Oh,
You
go
are
ahead.
very fair to these motherfucking people, and they are the total opposite
So you
to
always
us.
talking about Aboriginal Powers channel?
All the channel.
All the
All of them.
Abo channels, every
All of them.
last one.
Every single
All
one
of
of
them.
Okay.
them. Aboriginal claimants.
Because
Stop
that's the
calling
only
them
they're
that's the
frauds,
Aboriginal.
only
though.
channel I see you
And
all on,
that's what we
really.
need to do. We need to stop calling them Aboriginal because they aren't.
Yeah,
You
Yeah,
well,
are
let's just call them
Aboriginal.
like
Abos.
You
Kiara.
are
Yeah, they're
Aboriginal
West
Hold on.
claimants.
African. They're
you
West
Hold
are
on.
African.
Aboriginal
Aboriginal.
claimants.
Like
That's what they are.
Just like
Kiara.
you, dude.
I'm
Kiara,
listening.
you won't see me on Topcast channel because Topcast got me blocked. He even
Me
got
I
me
too.
don't
blocked
watch
on
Topcast channel.
StreamYard.
I don't watch your channel.
Same with Aboriginal TV or
Yep.
Tartinus
I
one.
blocked her
I
The
all
don't
of
only
them.
watch.
one that I'm just saying, the only one that does let me in there is Aboriginal Power. I mean, I don't know all the Abos, like I just know the main
Yeah,
one.
I watch Aboriginal Powers channel from time to time.
You shouldn't, because it's not helping. It's not really helping you, sis. It's not. I
They
mean,
came together
You probably
Aboriginal
like
like the Moors.
You probably like Aboriginal power. He's the Moor too. He's the Moor too.
Yeah, he's a more exactly.
man, that
So
more
Exactly.
real
shit
rap,
is
what do
made
you want to
up.
say about this Negro word before we
All
get
right,
up
so just
out of here?
real
Unless, hold
so
on, where Lucky at? Oh, Lucky
was
left.
the issue.
Well, but go
Yeah, he
ahead, go
said he
ahead.
Yeah.
checked out.
So this was an issue that brought up on the last live. I'm not gonna reference anybody, but this was brought up on the last live since we back on the information. And I want to state for the record, etymology is not a source. What etymology is a history of the origin of words. All right, and how and the fluidity of how they change, how terms have changed over the years. So it was brought up that the term Negro, that the person brought up that they only accepted the term Negro because of the Spanish etymology of it. So when we pulled it up, like you did last time, not a coincidence, we pulled it up, 1550s, member of the black skin race of Africa, from Spanish or Portuguese, Negro, meaning black. So these Moors, I'm directing my comment generally, these Moors have that doctrine of that they're not black, but even when they take you to this Moorish route of how they try to teach, they buy at their source. So the person had asked you to scroll down, and I did. We did scroll down. And every time you scroll down, you can't speak about the term Negro without adding African to it or having Africa as
That's
a part of the
because you're
definition.
using an English perspective on Negro, which is
What?
gonna give you black.
No,
Duh.
he's not. He
Yes,
said
he
that he
is.
said
It's
that
an English perspective that's always
no,
gonna
it's
give you
not an
black for
English
Negro.
perspective. That's not.
All
It's also
perspectives
it's also a Spanish one and a Portuguese one. What are you talking about? That's not
The
an English
Spanish didn't
perspective.
call no one black.
They
They
called him
called us
Negro.
Yes, they
Moros.
did.
They
They
called
called
us
us
Negro is
Moros.
a Spanish word for black.
at a point.
No,
They did call us motos. At a
they,
point, they did call black people motos. You're right.
It's
they
also a
didn't.
censorship
No, the
word for
Spanish didn't
black.
call no one black though. They called
No,
us
hold
Moros.
on.
It's
Hold
no.
on. All right.
It
All
means
right.
the same
All right.
thing. It's a
Negro,
Yeah.
synonym.
negro, 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 negro. Get it? Spanish.
I mean,
The
the
same thing,
Spanish.
my
It literally
moreno.
says right here
Moreno.
And they
from
weren't
Spanish
Spanish
or
who called them
Portuguese.
Moors. They weren't Spanish, to be quite honest. There was no
You're
Spain.
reading an
When the
English
Moors
perspective.
went into Spain, when the so-called Moors went into Spain, there was no Spanish land. You know, Hispania at the time was dominated by various Visigothic kingdoms. There was no Spain, so to speak. So no, the
Well,
Spanish
Kiera,
didn't
give
call
us
them.
a source
The
that
Spanish. Wait a
disagrees
minute.
with
Wait a
them.
minute. Wait a minute. The Spanish didn't call them that. The Spanish didn't. They did in time. They did in time refer to them as Moors. They did. They did use Moor to describe black people. They did, but they also use Negro. I mean, that's a fact, man.
Yeah, but
It's a fact.
we look. So we got to understand the context of history.
They
The
use
first one,
Negro.
the first one.
Negro is
Hold on.
synonymous with Moor,
Right. It's
Well,
a synonym.
but it's
So it's
not
the
black.
black
first.
though, because they didn't call us black.
The
Yes, they
synonym
did.
Negro and
All
Moor,
right,
Negro, and
yo.
black
Literally says
mean the
black,
same
dark,
thing.
sable, dusty.
All right,
I'm
all
none of
right, all
those.
right, all right.
And
Everybody mute up real quick.
I'm not the
Everybody,
complexion of no
listen,
sky.
listen. Everybody mute up. Let me address A1. A1, what's up, man?
Get him, A1.
Get off your knees, Lotus. I'll talk to this one. What's up, man? You still dealing with that primitive internet?
In your Android phone.
Unmute yourself.
I didn't know the Android phones had mute button.
These dudes get on there with this Indian technology and they can't. Let me stop. I'll be Indian. I mean primitive. Let me stop. Let me not.
Okay, so, hey, instead of dude named Cha-Cha on here, who's Cha-Cha?
Nah, Cha-Cha, that's a
My
real
old
Indian.
friend.
Andy, those are real Indians. So I don't mean.
Okay.
I don't mean
That's
Indian.
the real Cha-Cha? That's the real Cha-Cha?
Yeah, that's a dude I've been hanging out with for a long time.
Pseudo Cha-Cha.
A1 got up out of there. A1 got up
Yeah,
out
so
of there.
yeah.
Scared to death.
Hey,
Dealing
can
with
we
that
just clear
primitive
something
internet.
too? Primitive, exactly. And like when they always do this primitive, can we just kill two birds with one stone real quick? Not a
Hell yeah,
coincidence.
man.
Primitive just means to be first, man.
Yeah, I remember saying that many moons ago. That's all it means. It just means
Hey, real rap. This should show you something because I actually do have in some indigenous ancestry, not enough for me to be claiming it, but I actually showed you, right? I showed you, and I also showed you Central Mexico. I showed you Mexican cousins, right? I showed you all this shit, right?
Facts.
Real rap.
Facts. You show me. Yeah.
Oh, there's rude words.
Ruler is not a real person, man. I'm totally convinced. Ruler is not a real person. The Matthew dude, he's not a real
Person over
person.
there is not real.
He's not a real person.
Why are these Moors always running though?
Because they're scared.
Like, not a coincidence.
His mic probably be messed up.
I mean, haven't been a Moor because we
mic
live
is
in our
probably
own
messed
world.
up.
We live in our own world. That's what it is. We live in our own world.
Who
Hey,
said
salute
he
to the
ran?
panel. Salute
His
to
mic
Brother
is
C.
probably messed
It
up.
is a fantasy. We all
I
live
just want to
under.
say, man, it's a great build. I like all y'all's views though, and I like that you let Kiera stay up though, even though she's a fucking asshole sometime though. But good build. That's all I want to say, and I'm gonna fall back and stick to the chat, man.
Hey,
Y'all
let
keep this
the
shit
real
going.
Cha-Cha speak after Root Words.
We
Hey, Root Words, man. Shout out to you, Root Words, for real though, man. Even though even though you sued as fuck, you know what I'm saying? I fuck with you a little bit.
Nah, Root Words.
Man, it's just
That's all good. I'm about to fall back. I just like the build though. I like now to see letting it build like that though. And salute to everybody up here, man. I hope everybody
Root
go
Words
out.
be funny sometimes, though, bro.
I don't think
why
A1 ran. His mic probably is messed up.
Why don't we stand on DNA and post.
No, we're not going back to that.
Let's hear this.
No,
you done, bro.
no.
My
Stop.
God.
Let him go,
Stop.
man. Let him
Mulatto.
go. Let him go.
Oh, hold on. All right, Cujo. I'm gonna let you
want-
entertain this shit. No, Cujo,
Yeah.
y'all got 60 seconds, man.
Yeah, let me get it.
I really don't want to hear that shit. You got
right.
60 seconds.
Yeah, I want to answer this question.
I mean, y'all being emotional because I'm cooking y'all with genetics. Really, y'all claiming one or the other when we mix with both. Checkmate. Go ahead, make your point, man.
We're not all mixed with both. Some of us may be mixed
Most,
with both. No.
of us.
I mean, that's not based on anything factual, brother.
Everyone that put their
And
DNA
even
test
if-
results up.
let's
Hold
say
on.
this. Let's
Never
say this.
respond to that, brother.
No, let's say
Everyone
this.
that posted, brother. Everyone that posted the DNA test results that was African American had African, Caucasian, and Native American ancestry.
No,
No
they
matter
don't.
how.
I
Who
see
is
them all the
everyone?
time. Most
Who is
people
everyone?
do not.
Most people don't. Most people
All
do
right,
not.
brother. I said
No,
everyone
most
on
people
this
don't.
channel that posted their DNA test results, brother.
So
Everybody on this
we're a
channel?
small sample size,
No,
bro.
we're very small sample.
Exactly. So that's all we have to work with at the present moment, brother.
No,
So instead of
we
us
are.
debating
We
each
are.
other,
No, we are.
why can't we? Hold on. My point is, let's not be emotional. Y'all being effeminate. My point is,
Why
instead
is
of
it? Why is
arguing,
effeminate emotional?
all
Who told
right,
you
brother.
that?
Please let me make my point. Instead of us going back and forth with the Aboriginals, why can't we admit that? Yes, we have Aboriginal American ancestry in addition to the African ancestry. Let's meet in the middle.
No one's fighting that though. Why are you under the impression that any
Actually,
of us
you are
are
debating it every
discounting?
day. Are we African or Aboriginal?
No. Actually,
I debate every day.
my grandmother was a Chickahominy Indian. So no,
Yes, brother. And I respect that.
we're not making that claim. We're not making that claim.
Hold on. Are you not
people
listening,
are.
brother? Y'all are debating
But
against
brother,
Aboriginal.
can I finish
Listen,
talking before you?
but
No,
brother,
I'm
you're
not
not
going
listening.
to. I need to respond to what you just said, bro. Come on now,
Brother, you're not understanding what I said,
bro.
brother.
How you telling me what I don't understand and I hear
Because
you?
you're responding to something I didn't say, brother. I didn't say that you did not have Native American
I
ancestry.
didn't say, dude. Listen, I'm saying that some of us do have it. Some of us
Exactly,
do,
brother.
but the majority of us don't. And why you
Brother,
believe the
hold
majority of us
on. What
do
I'm saying is, hold on.
is beyond
Brother,
my comprehension.
hold on. Listen, whether the majority of us do or don't, you don't know that Sister Kiara does not. You don't know that the other brother, I forgot his name, was a
Who cares if she does? We're not
That's my
arguing
point. You
against
don't
that
know.
though.
Well,
We're not. But
more than
listen,
once,
can you listen
slow
for a
down,
second?
brother.
No, you slow down. Can you listen
You're
for a
being
second?
argumentative, brother. I'm not
Brother,
argumentative.
this is an
Listen,
argument.
it's
Wait a
Cujo.
minute,
He's not gonna let you talk,
Sally.
bro.
This is an argument. We
Yeah,
are
that's what he
arguing.
does.
So of course I'm
I'm
being
Aboriginal
argumentative.
Play troll.
American.
Okay,
My
no
family
No, the
came
one,
from
fuck
no
no
you're
one.
not,
stranger. I
dude.
didn't
Wait a
learn
No,
minute.
the
from
Let
no
me
fuck you're
finish,
stranger.
not.
man. Can I finish?
I
Can I
didn't learn
answer
from
him?
no stranger.
Can I answer him,
You
please?
didn't learn from no strangers. Okay,
Please,
but
man.
prove it.
Goddamn. I
Yo,
shut the
come on,
fuck up
let
when
let
y'all
And
niggas
that you
Cujo
talk,
are
man.
finish.
Asian Siberian.
I shut
Let
the fuck up
Oh,
when y'all
shut
Cujo.
the
talk, bro.
fuck up, Kiera.
You
Yo,
look nothing
Andy,
like
come
El
on. Yo,
Negro, the
hold
Olmec.
on. Yo. What's up, man? I
One
just
at a
said
time.
Cujo.
One at a time.
I said Cujo got it with multi-generation. I don't know why everybody jumping in. Come on, man. Let's not end it like this. I know Shada wants to say something. I'm gonna let him go next. Andy, if you want to say something, you can say something too. But there's no reason to just jump in there when these two is having a conversation. Let's
And
go.
Sorry, dude.
this is a loving conversation.
No. I'm
This
talking
is
now,
with
brother.
respect.
Brother,
All right, make your
listen.
point, brother. Go
No
ahead.
one at all is discounting the fact that there are those people of African descent in America with native ancestry. No one on this panel is arguing against that. None. But what the point that we argue against is those natives that they were mixed with, that they are mixed with, they are not black people like us. You want to say copper tone or whatever the fuck. They were not our people. They were distinctly different people from the
Well,
Africans who were enslaved
let me respond to what you just
primarily.
said, brother.
I'm not finished.
But I
Primarily,
know, but brother, let's go
no,
point for
no.
point
See,
to be
you're
brief, brother.
interrupting me. Let me.
All right, brother. Go ahead, make your point.
You're pretty immature with it. Go ahead.
It'll be so brief. Watch how I bring the unity. Now, you just admitted, and this is with all love.
I didn't
You just
admit. I acknowledge.
brother. Listen, brother. You just admitted that they
It's
are
not an
Native.
admission. It's an
Brother,
acknowledgement.
you just
How's that an
acknowledged.
admit? No
Okay,
one ever
brother.
told
All
you.
right, let's
Now
not
get
get
your
caught up in
words right.
semantics.
No, let's
All right,
get
let's
caught up
not
in it.
get lost in semantics, brother.
Go.
You just
Go.
acknowledged,
Go.
brother. You just acknowledged that they are Native Americans that have African ancestry.
No, I
Now,
said it. Yeah.
all right,
Okay.
brother. Go ahead, make your point, brother. Goddamn.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, Sister Kiera and to the other Aboriginal brothers on the panel, will you all admit that there are Aboriginal Americans that also have African ancestry? Whether you may be one of them or not, will you admit that there are Aboriginal Americans that also have African ancestry?
Yes, I believe that it's been, indigenous Americans, mixing with people from Africa. I mean, you see it today. It's going on right now.
Exactly. Now, the point is, let's start to build right there. The people, those of us that are mixed with both,
And then ask her
let's
again.
coalesce.
Ask
All
her
right, make
another
your point,
question.
man.
Ask her another question. Ask her, do she believe that those Native Americans or those Aboriginal Americans were people like us? Ask her that.
Brother, that's a
Ask,
deflection.
no,
What
no,
I'm
no,
saying is,
no, no, no,
let's
no, no.
coalesce
It's different
on the things
because
we
she's
agree on,
arguing from a
brother.
point of falsehood.
No, we starting on the
The argument
agreement
is
of the
from.
truth,
So ask
brother.
her that.
Brother, hold
Ask her
on,
that. Ask her what's an Aboriginal. Because
brother.
my
That's a
grandmother
deflection,
wasn't. My
brother.
grandmother,
What
no,
I'm
my
saying
grandmother
is,
was
she just
not a black
acknowledged. Hold
person, but
on,
she was
brother.
too.
You missed the point, though. The
No, I
point is
heard the
that
point.
the sister just acknowledged that
There is
whether
no
she.
equity
Hold
in our
on, brother.
positions. No, I'm
Whether
not.
she. All right, brother.
I'm not.
Whether
I'm not going to
she.
hold on. I'm
Whether
not
they
going to hold
call themselves
on. I'm not.
Africans or not, they are acknowledging that there is a genetic relation between us. So let's focus on that part, brother, and
So
preserving our
what?
communities and
Why
actually.
would
All
I
right, go ahead, make your
concede?
point,
Why
brother.
would I concede to some nonsense to make Kiara feel better? Or
It's
why
not
would I?
about emotions,
Why
brother. It's
no?
about acknowledging the truth.
Why would I concede? Yeah.
You
Again,
can't
ask her
focus on
what's an
something that's not
Aboriginal
true.
American. You want to talk shit? Ask her that. Ask her what does an Aboriginal American look like, and you'll see my problem with that argument that you're making.
Brother, the better
No,
question
ask her
is
that,
she
brother.
slow
Ask
down.
her that.
The
No,
better
no,
All
question.
right, hold on, hold on, hold on,
man,
hold
get
on.
out of here, man.
Hold
Get
on,
out of here.
y'all.
You
Hold
ain't
on, hold
ready.
on.
You ain't
Yeah,
halfway
yeah,
ready.
we had a standstill. He doesn't want to answer that question
You
because he
won't answer
knows
that
he's
question.
going to
Exactly.
disagree. Hold
Brother,
on, let's
I'll
go.
answer the question, but
Hold
it's
on,
not
hold on,
relevant.
hold on. It's very relevant. It's just the opposite side of the spectrum. You said we both agreeing on stuff. She's not going to agree on that. So you
No,
want
you
us
had to
to
cut me
agree?
off because
No,
my
hold on,
point
hold
is
on,
still
hold
standing.
on.
All right,
You
make your
want
point,
us
brother.
to agree when they don't agree. But
No, she
Shata,
actually
what's
did agree though. She agreed that we are
no,
family.
no,
You
no.
didn't hear
Come
that?
on.
She said they are
That's
Aboriginal
not what we
Americans that have
talking about.
African ancestry.
But
That
that's
is
not
what
what
we're
we talking
speaking
about.
about,
But so
brother.
what's an Aboriginal
So that
American?
means that we are related, whether
But
she
hold
calls herself
No,
on,
African
y'all.
or not.
no.
Nah. Come on. I gave him multiple times for this. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't go past that. He just wants to be
Right.
everybody to
So,
just be mixed race.
It's
But
amazing you think
No,
that
the
makes
DNA
we
sense.
that's
test
not.
understand
proves
that.
that
Hey,
we
No,
are.
hold on.
hold on, man.
Are we not saying
Listen.
on DNA?
Stop, brother. Stop. We understand that we have mixed
Mulatto,
ancestry.
hold
So it's not
on,
about
bro.
what I want then. Checkmate. It's not about what I want. It's about
Man,
reality.
No.
we
But
trying to
listen,
see
you're
shit.
just another anti-black person, brother.
How am I anti-black when I'm unifying black
Because
people?
under the term black, under the term Negro, it literally says Africans and their descendants, mixed or unmixed. So that identification of mixed people is already there. That's a forgiven fact. We understand this.
Can I ask a question
So no.
respectfully in response?
I want to move on because I told you I
No,
got
but
to get
brother,
out of
what
here.
you're saying is not
Tata
genetically
wants to say
valid.
something.
Well,
No,
what
it
you said
is
is not
genetic.
genetically true. It's
Yes,
not
it
true.
is true.
It's not true, brother.
All right.
You're
Bruh,
mixed. That's that. So we can move forward.
it's no conclusion. And
Yeah,
Mulatto,
brother,
it's
we
no
can move
conclusion
forward.
with you right now, bro.
No, the
We trying to
conclusion is
deal with
stand on
shit.
DNA. The conclusion is
We
stand on
are.
No,
DNA.
We are.
Checkmate.
We are.
Exactly. So you're not black. You're mixed. Checkmate.
No, see,
that's not
Genetically,
a
you're mixed.
checkmate,
black.
bro.
No, stop. No, don't say nothing. I don't even want. Listen, black, mulatto, all these shits are social things. These are
Yeah.
social
No, I'm standing
constructs.
on
But
DNA.
then
I'm standing on
no.
DNA.
But you can't jump back and forth from a social
I'm
construct to
standing on
science.
DNA.
Exactly.
It
No,
doesn't
I'm a
work
lot.
like
Hold
that.
on. No. Can I
It
respond
doesn't
to
work
that?
like that.
I'm
No,
trying to
because
respond
I
to your
want to move
question.
on
You
to
asked the
Shanta because
question.
I gotta move. No, I didn't
Then why
ask
did
you
you ask
anything.
me a question then?
I didn't ask you anything. I
You
didn't ask
did.
you
You
anything.
asked me, is mulatto not a scientific term? I said, yes,
No,
it
I
is.
didn't ask you that.
It's
No, I
not a
Brother,
didn't.
you did. You
scientific
said
term.
that, brother, but we
No,
can
I
move
No,
did
you
not.
forward.
didn't.
I didn't ask you
You
All
that.
don't
right,
want
we
to
can
hear
move
it.
forward. Go ahead. We move forward.
Mulatto is not a scientific
Shata,
term. Wow.
Yeah, what's up?
what's good, bro? I know you wanted to say something. Good, you got the floor.
Nah, just listening over here, and this crazy old woman over here talking about she's Aboriginal. I like to see some proof of that. You know, they never show proof about African Americans are the original
What are
people.
you talking about? I am the proof. It's
Hold
common
on,
sense that
let
the
him get
ancient
it
people
out,
on earth
Kiara.
are woolly haired people. Like, what don't he
Kiara,
get?
let him get it out. Come on.
Woolly
So,
head.
Shata, when we do ask her for evidence, she says that it's personal. That's her answer to it.
All right, then. So, if you're Aboriginal of these lands, why you guys ain't out there protecting these lands like we do.
I am protecting my land. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
You're on a
how?
reservation.
How are y'all
You're
protecting
on
the
a
land?
You don't
reservation.
know what you're
You're
talking
on a
about, Chuck.
reservation.
How?
Chuck,
You're on a
you don't know what
How
you're
y'all
talking
reservation.
about.
protecting the
Past
land though?
that. I'm not
Ask them
on a
how y'all
reservation like
protecting
you.
the land.
Let Chalk Talk speak. God damn it. Let my
But
friend
ask them
speak.
how.
Go
No,
ahead.
I'm saying,
Hold on,
I
you're
was
a
just telling
Mexican.
Chuck, you
This is
don't know
not a
what you mean.
Mexican space This is an African space.
Hey,
You could go.
Let me just say that. Hey,
hey,
it's not
mulatto,
about
man.
African.
Hey,
No, hey,
mulatto,
hey,
chill,
mulatto, stop,
mulatto.
stop.
Mulatto,
But stop.
chill. It's not
Let
Say what I
Cha-Cha
said.
go.
Stop. Mulatto, y'all had y'all turn. Come on, everybody just jumping in. I'm trying to get
Yeah,
the man.
I was just telling Cha-Cha she don't know what he's talking about. He had to explain it to her.
Yeah,
What he's
but
talking. He
let
means by
Yeah,
protecting
Cha-Cha,
the land.
get them to
let
explain how
Cha-Cha,
they protecting the land. How are they
let him
protecting the land? I
talk.
would like to hear
Come
that.
on, man.
Mulatto, be quiet, bro. Like, bro, sorry.
I was literally muted. I just asked the question. I'm mute up now.
Yeah, but it ain't no questions until he says, "All right, he's done." Let him get his shit off, man.
Oh, that's how you treat the mestizos? You let them get their shit off?
Man,
All right.
I let everybody get their shit off.
Let the
Like,
mestizo go. All right, go ahead.
So
like
what
if
do
you're a
what do you
mestizo,
mean by
brother, knock it
mestizo?
No,
off.
I'm a mulatto.
That's what I'm
Checkmate.
saying, bro.
Right, fuck
You
out of
are,
here,
you
Checkmate.
a
I'm a
whole
mulatto.
mestizo.
Checkmate.
You're
No,
by
I'm a
definition,
mulatto.
you are
Checkmate.
mestizo.
Yo, come
No,
on,
mulatto.
let's
No, if
go.
anything, I'm a Afro mestizo. Checkmate.
How's that?
Still a
I
mestizo.
mean,
Let's
you
go.
are
But
so
no, a
fucking
mestizo
shit.
on its own is not of African descent. Checkmate.
Yeah,
Checkmate,
yeah.
checkmate. You just
Checkmate.
Parents
admitted
white,
you're a
Yeah,
mulatto.
that's
Is
mestizo.
your
checkmate.
dad or your
But you gotta
mom?
add the
All right,
Afro.
all
Like,
right.
don't
No,
you
no,
have a
no,
white
no,
parent?
no,
Like
no.
Yeah,
He's
pull up
doing.
mestizo. Yeah, pull up
Yo,
40%
mestizo.
stop. Yo,
here.
come on, bro. Yo, Shata, go ahead, Shata.
Nah, I'll say. And where'd she go? Okay, I'll see her. And so, what do you mean by protecting these lands? What are you doing? Can you explain to me? Because I
No,
don't
I
think
asked you that.
So can you please be quiet, bro?
Why is she quiet?
No, he's confused. I asked you that, Chata. What are you doing to protect
Bro,
these
you running
Nah,
interference, man.
dude, be
Put his
quiet,
ass in the
bro.
back.
Just be quiet.
All right, somebody
Yeah,
else
put
can
his ass to the
voice, you
back, my
know.
dude.
They can't
Y'all
be
cheerleading
quiet.
for these pretendians? Y'all cheerleading? I know
Yo,
y'all proud
yo,
black
yo, yo,
people.
yo, yo. Listen, let's knock all that shit off, man. You purposely trying to mess up the conversation. We
Yep,
got
he's
Honey up
trolling on
here.
purpose.
Yo, listen, everybody be quiet, please. We
Man, I
got
throw
Honey
you in
up
the
here.
woods, you won't even survive a day.
We got Honey up here. The bar reloaded in the chat. What's good? How you doing, sis?
Hey, I just wanted to know because like y'all keep arguing about Aboriginal and Native American, and from what I've seen from all these millions of shows that we've done, is that people see that as two different things. So what I wanted to ask Kiera was, like you keep saying that you're an Aboriginal American. Do you believe that your people came across the Bering Strait from Siberia, or do you think that they were from the actual Americas?
They was already in the Americas, in North America. They never came from nowhere.
Right. So you don't think you're Native American. You think you're Aboriginal American. That was a question.
I can. What I'm saying is that I can. I don't know how to say this.
I'm sure you don't. You need to go listen to somebody
I
and
know
let
what I'm
them
saying
answer
is
it, and
that
then
I
come
can
back
Hey,
and
say
repeat what they say.
let us
no.
speak.
No,
Let us,
I want to hear what she thinks because like
I'm
everybody
trying
keeps
to.
I want
talking.
to
I'm
hear it
trying to
too.
see how I can answer this. I can consider myself native to this land because I view native, indigenous, aboriginal is all the same. It's just saying that I'm from here. I was already here.
Right. So do you like do you think that like the Choctaw, the Cherokee, like all these people who are considered Native Americans or whose ancestors are considered to have come over from like some Siberia or somewhere like across the thing, are you saying that that didn't happen and that those people are also aboriginals?
Okay, when it comes to the whole Indian, the American Indian, I don't get into that because I don't claim that. So I don't know how to like. I'm not the person to
Exactly.
answer that.
Okay. Nope. You
To
just
ask
answered it
that.
for
Well,
me. That's exactly what I was asking. So
I don't claim to be an Indian.
you're
That's all I'm
saying you're
saying.
Aboriginal. Your people are from this land. They were here. They started here. They originated from here, and that's it. So
Yes.
right. So then, like mulatto, when you're trying to make an argument for her, like you can't really do that because what she's claiming, no DNA test is going to have because that's not necessarily considered history.
no, what I was saying, and that's a great point that you just made. What I was saying is, let's at
Yeah,
least
that was
meet
a
in
good
the
point.
middle. What I was saying
Hey,
is, let's.
mulatto, hold on, man. Hey, let the
I was trying to
let
respond
the
to it.
sister speak, bro.
I was trying to
Bro.
respond to it.
She
I
ain't
didn't cut her
talking to
off.
Hold
you,
on,
bro.
real rap. Hold on, nah, he good. He
She was
responding what she
talking
said.
to
He
me.
good.
God
He
damn.
good. Come on.
Yeah. And this will be brief. Actually, what I was saying is a real rap. Goddamn, you're a white knight. But my point was, let's meet her in the middle by not denying that she has Native American ancestry because more than likely, if she was to take a DNA test, it would prove that she actually does. Just like most African Americans do, whether that's
I
less than
understand
5%
that,
or
but
not.
she's not
From the
claiming
computer.
that. She's not claiming a Native
No, no,
American.
yeah,
She's claiming
I agree.
Aboriginal. So
Hello?
it's like you can't really give
Hello?
her the Native American tribes because she's not claiming those. She's claiming Aboriginal
No, you're
to
right. That's
Americans. So
a good.
that's like a total different like argument for real.
Yes, ma'am. That's a good point.
Hey, look, from what I know, from what I've heard these Moors say that they come out of the ground of America. So they're not Homo sapiens,
No, I don't
according to
push
their
that. I don't.
ideology.
No, I don't push that. When I
That's
speak,
But she
it.
I
never
don't.
That's a
said
good
I
she
one.
was
don't.
Hold
placing
on,
them
y'all.
there.
Yo, all right, everybody, real quick. Listen, I gotta go. I'm gonna try to. I got some things I gotta
I
handle. I
don't
might
believe
try to.
I came out of no
Later.
ground. I don't push that. That's
Uh,
stupid.
we
So
can
where do
talk
you
about
come
that.
from?
We
We'll
can talk
see you
about that
next
So
week,
where
later.
do you
Russ.
come
Nice
from?
How?
meeting
Hold
you,
on, y'all.
Sierra.
Yo. I really gotta go, y'all.
All right, bro.
We're
All
I
gonna
right,
gotta
have
big.
this
go.
conversation again.
I'm definitely. I'm gonna try to pull back up in a couple hours, and we could probably continue. This is a good show. Besides a little bickering and everything, but yo, everybody out there, like, share the video. You know what I'm saying? If you enjoy these conversations and one more, we're gonna get back to it. All right, y'all be safe. And I'm gonna catch
Peace,
y'all later.
family.
Man.
Big
Peace,
up.
peace, peace.
All right, man. Go spend time with you. Go do what you got to do. Not
Yeah, do your thing. Respect.
All
Big
right,
up, Virginia.
all right, y'all.
late.